The following Toku Podcastu contains spoilers from both past and present Tokusatsu, anime, manga, movies and other related media. If you do not wish to be spoiled, we suggest turning off the podcast now. Otherwise, please enjoy the show.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Tokusatsu Podcastu, the best show about Tokusatsu you probably never heard of. And for the past 200 episodes, you can all go fuck yourself. That's Jay.
You guys remember that time Reed Richards built a portal to heaven?
Which time, actually?
It was that time he built, like, the magic chair because the thing died. And so they went to go visit God, who was Jack Kirby, and they told him to bring the thing back. But they kept the thing as, like, a monster because God is a dick.
Well, Jack Kirby's kind of a dick.
Well, I mean, he's allowed to be.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Wasn't don't they have the, what's that gun? With, like, the neutralizer, the great nullifier?
The ultimate nullifier, yeah.
Yeah, that one. That does something, I'm assuming.
Kind of.
I mean, it does something.
Allegedly it does something. They've never actually used it. Because, I mean, you can't really, like, ultimately nullify everything. That's kind of like a one-way street, you know?
I mean, you could have shot, like, God Emperor Doom with that.
You could have.
Then again, for being the smartest man in the world, I don't think Reed Richards is very smart.
Reed Richards is historically very useless.
So why is he the smartest man in the world?
Because he says so, and nobody disputes him. Nobody who isn't a seething bitch like Doom disputes him.
Dr. Doom.
You know what? It's gonna be funny if one of these days they retcon his IQ to be like 80. It's like he's been calling
to
himself.
be fair, that would be very high in terms of Marvel characters.
You're right. I have read Civil War 2. That's Phil.
So at work, they got the Sonic, they got the Halloween costumes out. They got the Sonic and the Pikachu onesies out together. And all that makes me think about is how much I would rather be reading Sonichu than this.
I mean, Sonichu has like a coherent narrative at some point.
It does not!
I mean, you get to point A and point B very consistently in Sonichu. It's just really bad how you get to it. But at least it's better than saying you're going from point A to point B, and somewhere around there you end up in point pi.
Right?
Yeah.
And as you probably have already guessed, for our 200 episode extravaganzas, we are doing Kamen Rider Ghost. But we're doing something a little different. Because instead of just telling you that Ghost sucks, we're going to tell you why Ghost sucks and how Ghost sucks. Because we're not just doing the show, we're also doing the summer movie, or is it winter movie? I don't give a fuck. Don't correct me. We're doing everything. The movie. We're doing the movie with White Ghost. We're doing Sin Spectre. And for some fucking reason, we're also doing the Alain specials that nobody fucking watched. And don't say you did, because you're a fucking liar.
I watched.
Anyways.
I also watched the Drive movie as well.
I did not.
You missed nothing.
He really didn't.
I don't doubt that. I watched the Spectre special and I didn't miss jack shit, okay? So
You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything with the Drive movie.
The only thing we probably needed to watch would probably have been the movie. Because they put that fucker in the goddamn movie.
Yeah.
Right?
Whatever. We'll get to that when we get to that.
But seriously, you seriously didn't miss anything with the Drive movie because apparently in the novel, it didn't make sense at all!
Well, it didn't make any sense at all in the movie, but
Yeah.
I get what you're trying to say.
Well, as we get into this, we'll get into that as well. So let's get right into the first part. And by the way, if you want to hear our thoughts on the show and a movie or Spectre, all the timestamps are going to be down there because this is going to be a honkin' donger of a fucking episode.
Oh yeah.
So let's get right into the main course before you get to dessert, the show itself. So Jay, tell me how many times he says my name is Tenkuchi Takaru and I died when I was 18.
Literally every episode. So excluding the first one, because he wasn't dead yet, 49 times.
Well, I guess 50 if you count the movie.
Yeah.
Does he say?
I think
He
he does say it in the movie.
He does say it in
yeah,
the movie.
he says it in the movie.
I guess so. Yeah. So 50 times.
I mean, it's a running gag at this point. So Jay, explain to us I give the loosest definition of this. Explain the plot of Kamen Rider Ghost.
Well, the plot of Kamen Rider Ghost, other than what we've already explained, because that's really the only consistent plot this show has, is we follow an individual named Takeru Tenkuji, who is the son of a ghost hunter, monk, scientist guy.
You can just say he's the son of Yellow Lion.
Well, he is the son of Yellow Lion, yes.
That was Yellow Lion?
Yes,
Yeah, it is.
Takeru's
Oh my
dad
God!
is Yellow Lion from Live Man.
Because why not?
Because he doesn't have anything else better going on, unfortunately.
He works for scale.
We're going to say that phrase like 10 times this episode, I know. So, on his 18th birthday, Takeru, I guess he's the owner of the temple, I would assume, because it's got his name on it. He is killed by mysterious supernatural monsters called Ganma, who have come from another dimension to do something, and was killed by them. However, because of magic, Takeru has survived, and he has been reborn as a ghost, and now must gather and collect the souls of 15 important individuals from history as magic-talking Japanese toys for children, and make a wish within 99 days, or else he's going to die forever. That is ostensibly the plot of the show.
Supposedly he will die forever, and supposedly it's only 99 days.
Yeah.
Supposedly, we're not really sure because they keep changing the idea of what's going to happen, and by the end of it, it all falls apart. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Let's start, as always, with the characters. Tenkuji Takeru. Fuck this kid. I want to move on already.
I'll give him this. He's not the worst main writer to exist. Mostly because Sogo exists.
You know what? You're right. But he is also the most inconsistent little shit I have ever had the displeasure of watching on TV.
Yeah, he is.
Literally.
What is his problem?
He must just be bipolar or something.
He has to have some kind of either DID, bipolar, or he's just straight up schizophrenic. I swear to God. It's insane.
He goes from being like a bit of like a whiny, too cool for this, like slacker type for the first like 3 episodes. And then he kind of stops being that. And then he becomes like a weird, like overly optimistic, like goody two shoes kind of. And they want to kind of like have him be like the weird, like monk in training kind of thing, but that never really stays focused. And he keeps changing his personality and outlook on things with really no valid reason every other episode.
Or even any input from anybody else.
Pretty much. He will kind of just become like a new character every couple of episodes with no real like adequate prompting. Sometimes there's like a good reason why he's stopped acting away, but most of the time there isn't. Most of the time it's, even when there is an explanation, it's not very coherent.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, right? Like you said, we go from he's too cool for school, slacker, to I am the white meat baby face, oh goody two shoes, to I hope I die tomorrow.
Yeah, he's pretty much
it is that
inconsistent.
drastic of a jump,
Right?
Constantly. And the thing is, like, I will say this, he does keep a personality for longer periods than I remember, but it still doesn't help that sometimes he changes his personality mid fucking episode, or even sometimes 5 minutes into the episode.
Oh.
And it's jarring. Like, he does go back and forth from white meat babyface to I'm too cool for school to sarcasm to I want to neck myself today. Like, it's so incoherent that I honestly don't know who this character is. Like, I don't even know what they were going for with him at the
Right?
point.
What about when we get to the end of the series when he's like, "Oh, I want to forgive him. I don't want to forgive him. I don't want to hold back."
Oh yeah.
Do that.
I am a monk, and I am going to forgive you for your sins, but I am also going to circumcise you again.
Yes. How is that consistent?
I'm so worldly and spiritual that even though you're literally trying to exterminate and subjugate the human race, I'm going to be able to forgive you and we can work together. Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
Oh, you killed my dad for no reason? Well, fuck you and damn you to hell then.
That's literally what he is.
Literally.
Yes.
And it doesn't help. And we're going to throw this word out there because it's true. Because writer, and more specifically, this writer cannot help himself. We have another great case of, oh boy, Kamen Rider Gary Stu. Because what the fuck did this kid do to deserve anything he got into? He became Super Jesus by being a bitch.
Literally.
He actually surpasses Kota in how much I can cry and just fail upwards. Because at least Kota stole his shit. He's a little thief.
Yeah.
This guy is just like, I thought about my mom for 5 seconds, and now I'm just Jesus.
But his mom wasn't even around until the end. He just thought about his dad.
His mom wasn't around at all.
Exactly.
He thought about her like a total of 5 fucking times.
And that was at the end of the series.
And
literally
even then,
him thinking about his mom.
He barely even thought about her.
It literally only started thinking about her because he, for some reason, has fucking mind meld abilities. He's like,
No,
oh,
yeah,
feel
oh my God.
Adele's
hearts.
not evil
He
because
can
he loved
connect
his
to people's
mommy.
hearts.
Oh.
Okay. So we're gonna get into the muck of the rules of this show really hard. But I have to say right now, what the fuck is this kid's abilities? Because he can't create gates to the Ganma world, but everybody else and their mother can. But he also has mind meld abilities, which I'm not even sure is because he is a ghost or it's because he's spiritual. What the fuck is this guy's powers?
Literally, where the fuck did his psychic powers come from? They for some fucking reason, Takeru becomes a telepath midway through the show, and they just never explain it. He just is.
He becomes fucking Cerebro after for a couple of minutes, dude. After a while, he hears everybody.
The worst part is, too, is that characters acknowledge the fact that, oh, it's weird that you have, like, mind meld abilities and you're a telepath and all this shit. And then they just never bother figuring it out. They just, like, don't care. Yeah,
that's
whatever.
90% of the mysteries in the show. Hey, that's kind of weird. Oh, but look, butterflies. That's 90% of the mysteries in this show, especially with him. Because let's think about it for a second, right? Because this guy is a ghost, which already, and they've already said this, they did say this, he can't die again technically unless his icon is destroyed, which is something they just randomly decided to do, by the way. So technically he can't die, which all of the tension of the show kind of goes out the fucking window. Because, he's not going to die anyways. He's a ghost. What tension is there? He can't get hurt, really.
Well,
even then, right? Okay.
Actually, no. He's died
no. Like, think of it this way. If his icon, right? And I posted this in our server. If his icon was that important, why is it not shoved up his fucking body at all times? Why is that his base form? What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you stupid?
That's just how everybody else works, too. So it's even more confusing when, like, Makoto or the other writers come in.
Because Makoto, that's not even his soul.
It's
not.
He
It's
does
dad's
it,
soul.
too, which is the more confusing part.
Which brings us to a whole other fucking thing of how do these fucking icons work? What are these things?
Well, the base 15 are based off of 15 luminaries that shined brighter than anybody in the world.
Okay.
So
I'm going to stop
figure.
you right there because I have a perfectly valid question. What does that mean? Where do they come from? How did Yellow Lion get the soul of fucking Musashi into a fucking plastic toy?
Musashi voluntarily did it?
From where?
The stupid little fucking thing on his necklace, alright? Shut up.
Where did he
That's
get
a sword
fucking
hilt.
Edison's soul? For that matter, where does he get souls at all? Is he a fucking necromancer?
I guess.
Maybe.
See, that's the problem too.
Where
is
does
that,
he get these things?
the whole spiritual aspect stops making sense like 12 episodes in too.
Like, honest to God,
Pretty much.
Like, where does he get these souls? And as for seeing in the movie, there's not just 15. There's way fucking more. So where are those coming from? Who made those? Did Sage make them? Did Yellow Lion make them? Did fucking Sionji? I don't fucking know. So for all I know, it's rules off. It's whatever. So somehow, some way, Takeru, because he's dead, made his own heroic icon. But by that logic, whose heroic icon is fucking Spectre's?
It's his dad's, apparently.
That doesn't make any sense because
No.
his dad had his own in the movie.
Yeah, his dad
Exactly.
is Zero Spectre. So who is Spectre?
Like, that's the other confusing thing too, is that, like, okay, the spirits forming the things, they at least set that up in the early episodes. Like, oh, you gotta have a thing that's like connected to that person, and you gotta do a ritual, and that'll summon the spirit, and that makes the icon. Even though they physically make the icons in the show, and they made the belt. The belt is technology. That's a machine.
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck that gets involved. But
Yeah. Let's think of it this way. That's like they basically make a ghost trap that you can use the ghost out of. How the fuck did you find a way to take a metaphysical thing like a soul and make it into a weapon?
see, like, that's
Magic?
again, that makes sense with like the first 12 episodes with the way the Ganma and Sage everything else works. Once they change that, nothing fucking makes any sense anymore.
Pretty much.
Well, that's the thing. They changed it like legitimately. They changed it like 3 fucking times.
Legit.
Especially because, guess what, everybody? The icons have different rules every third of the show. They're just non-sentient plastic toys with the souls inside them. Well, now they are sentient and they have their own beings inside them. Oh, that's what? They can still possess people. What the fuck does that mean?
Means they
That's
can
the
go-
annoying thing
Means
too.
we
is that,
got
like,
more plot.
the possession aspect would have been way more interesting and way more coherent. Because at least that makes sense with the way the fucking Ganma icons and everything work too. Which barely make any sense to begin with. The thing is that, like, the first couple of episodes, they do this shit where, like, oh, well, we gotta summon the ghosts, and we gotta have a thing, you somebody who's spiritually connected to the guy, and blah, 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 blah. Which they just kind of skip through, like, half the fucking icons off screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and also,
So fuck that.
what
Completely
also
irrelevant.
makes you be what makes you be chosen to be a luminary? Because I'm pretty sure Billy the Kid was not a luminary. I would have said
Yeah,
Wyatt Earp.
no. That's another thing. Yeah, what constitutes being a heroic icon? What
Now-
constitutes being a... Is Osama bin Laden's icon running around somewhere?
Well, theoretically. See, I will give Ghost this one minor thing. The idea of the heroic icon is a bit of a mistranslation thing. It's kind of a weird, like, language quirk. So,
Okay.
the word they use, AU, does translate as hero, and it can be used that way. But the specific meaning of the kanji is not specifically what you think. It is, if I'm not mistaken, it's like exemplary or like outstanding, kind of. So when they refer to as hero in that context with that word, it means more of like somebody who is of significance, not necessarily
Someone who did
like,
something important.
basically. So, like, there's the difference between, oh, you're a hero from stopping those Israelis from blowing up the kitten hospital, and you're a hero because you invented the polio vaccine. They're two
Okay.
different kind of definitions.
Well, here's the thing that I started getting confused by. Musashi, real person.
Okay.
Robin
Yeah.
Hood is a book.
No, that's
Robin Hood
that's
is a
also the problem
folklore.
too. Is that who they've chosen is completely arbitrary. Like,
Why are
If
the
we ju-
Grimm brothers a fucking icon? Why are there 2 of them in there?
I
Because
don't even
they're
want to know how
brothers,
that fucking
damn
works.
it!
So, like, at least with, like, the Japanese, even the Japanese ones seem kind of arbitrary, and some of them make sense. Like, okay, Minamoto Musashi, like, the world's most famous swordsman in Japan. Makes sense.
Nobunaga.
Nobunaga.
Ryoma Sakamoto, the great unifier.
Yeah,
Eh,
that
I mean,
Benkei.
Sakamoto he feels a little redundant having both Musashi and Nobunaga, because with both of them there, he doesn't really have anything unique to him as a person, at least within the context of like Ghost and the shows and the forums, other than he had a gun. That's really the only thing that sets him apart from, I mean, even though Nobunaga used guns too, but I digress. Like Benkei, I
Benkei,
mean,
wasn't he a folklore character, or was he a real person?
who?
Benkei.
He's kind of debatable. I think he's more folklore than anything, but I think there's evidence that he was a real person. He's one of those guys like we're pretty sure he was real, but a lot of it seems to be kind of whatever.
But see, that's the thing, right? Like, why don't they just say of cultural significance? Because that
would
makes
make more
sense.
sense.
Robin Hood is of cultural significance. Everybody knows who Robin Hood is.
Well, because then they can't be ghosts.
Yes, they can.
They could be.
Fuck it. Just say they make up the fucking rule of what ghosts are in the show, anyways. Just say, oh, the spirit of Robin Hood. You know that the spirit of Robin Hood lives on, and it turned into a ghost.
Sure,
No,
fine, fuck it, whatever.
What the fuck makes Tutankhamen a luminary? Because Tutankhamen died when he was young.
That's the worst part too, is that like at least most of the Japanese ones make sense. I mean, Goemon and Himiko are kind of stretching it. Like Himiko is like, I mean, other than being like a female ruler and a clairvoyant, she doesn't really bring anything to the table. She really kind of seems like the most arbitrary one. But then when you look at like the non-Japanese ghosts, like it seriously feels like they just opened up a big book of dead white people. I know Tutankhamen's not white, but just let me roll with
Newton, Edison,
Right,
Billy the Kid,
Isaac Newton. Okay, important to science and everything, but sure.
But that's kind of
roll
redundant
that.
with
He's
Edison,
got a unique thing
though.
with gravity. Beethoven, I mean, he's a famous composer.
he
He's
make
not the most-
music.
He's not the most important.
It could have been Mozart.
That would. It could have been Mozart. It could have been Bach. It could have been. Chopin.
It could have been Eddie Van Halen for all I fucking know.
Like,
Yeah, but Eddie Van Halen wasn't dead by that point. Now he's dead.
Harry Houdini. Why?
Because
Why
he's a
does he
magician.
fly first and foremost?
Because he's a magician in magic.
Sure. I don't know why he's a motorcycle then, but whatever.
Because
he's gotta be cool.
chains and BDSM.
Thomas Edison. I mean, ignoring discourse about Edison being a huge prick in real life, like,
Oh yeah, he was.
I mean,
I would have gone with
yeah,
Tesla.
I guess
in my
he's
opinion.
like famous.
I mean, again, you could just go right into it and say like the Grimm brothers. What?
Like, what? Like, huh? Like Tutankhamen, not really that important. Only important because he basically nobody cared about him, so nobody stole from him.
Fucking
So we
son-
know a lot about
fucking
Egypt because of him.
Fucking
like-
Sanzo. Fucking Sanzo had the three disciples. from
Sanzo
Journey
is
to the
literally
West.
only there for the Journey of the West reference. That's literally the only reason he's there.
But he didn't have the demons. That's Tripitaka.
I mean, look, if you want to go even further into it, okay, so we have warlords. So now we have Napoleon, and now we have Darwin. Why Darwin?
Wasn't because he was a great evolutionarist.
They don't even show up fucking power that he has in the fucking movie. He just turns into space dust. That's what he does.
I love it
Like,
how we were talking about
what?
Takaru and we get into this.
Well, we have
Because
to.
all of the problems come from this fucker. All of the issues, most of the issues that come with the rules of the icons come out because of Takaru. Like, oh my god. That doesn't even get into the idea of what are the limitations of a ghost's body. Because the fucker jumped off a goddamn skyscraper and was just fine. What does that mean?
He can fly too.
He can fly, except he forgets that he can fly 99% of the time because that
He
would
can go
require
through
having
walls.
money.
He can turn invisible. He can
Walk through
he can-
walls.
I mean, shit. His power of intangibility to go through shit is so powerful. He was able to use it with Newton to go through an entire fucking meteor-sized piece of the Earth like nothing happened. What the fuck does that mean? And why didn't he use that more, by the way? Why did he not use that more to his advantage?
Because money, AJ. Money.
It's not that expensive to put somebody in front of a green screen, Phil.
No, CJ, obviously it is, because the production quality of the show is fucking garbage.
Oh, it's bad.
But we'll get to that later. The main thing about this, and we're going to hit on Toku again just real quick. The main thing about this is that, yes, all the problems of the powers do mostly stem from him. A lot of things from other people, but we'll get to them as well. It's just the fact that we're also getting on it now, because when you really look at Toku, there's literally nothing to him. We summed him up in literally a minute, and that's all you get. There's nothing else to him besides the fact that he is a bipolar crybaby Gary Stu. And that's your lot. And it's really ironic because the guy who came right after him from the same writer is almost the exact fucking same.
Oh, it is.
And it's crazy.
It is ridiculous how basically identical Toma is to Toku.
Oh, yeah.
Copy fucking paste, dude. But
I mean, at least Toma's a better actor. Not by much, but he is.
I don't think he's a bad actor. I just think he's got a bad
He's pretty
script.
bad.
I mean...
He's pretty bad. He got better, but he's pretty bad.
I mean, look, I'm not going to shit on a 16-year-old for his acting quality. I'll be fair. But, like, that's the kind of the problem with a Ghost is... just Toku himself is so... just fucking unlikable as a character. He's such a boring fucking idiot of a character.
It's really, honestly, it's hard to find another main writer with as little a screen presence as he is.
It's so ridiculous. Just like how much of a charisma vacuum Toku is on screen. He is just so fucking boring. For real.
and again, look, someone's gonna come after you, Jan. They're gonna come after us and Phil. Like, oh, but he was only 16 when he was doing it. Look, guys, we know that.
Doesn't care.
I literally
know
just said
that. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, someone's gonna come after you for that. And I was like, yes, we know that. But at the same time, I don't give a fuck. Like, what we have is what we have. I'm not gonna, like, pretend to like my eggs if they have sugar on top just because they were made by a 13-year-old. You don't put sugar on eggs. It's the same thing here. Yeah, he was 16. That doesn't excuse how bad it is. And yeah, maybe it was his first time. Like they said, it is his first time. But it doesn't excuse how fucking bad he is. Even some of the other young writers that we've had in this show, in this genre, a lot of them are still at least charismatic. Like, think about Aruto. Aruto is... Now, he wasn't the same age, but he was still pretty young. He was just as charismatic as any of the other writers. So, Toku just had nothing to him. Like Jay said, he's a vacuum of charisma.
Yeah. So, I think we've kind of harped on Toku enough until we get into like deeper of the plot, I guess.
I could harp on him every day.
I mean, we could. It's very easy to make fun of Toku and his stupid haircut, his stupid fashion sense, his stupid fucking shit-eating grin. How he keeps fucking forgetting he has superpowers. Like, I'll say this, like, him forgetting he has ghost powers would be funny is kind of funny as a gag if they did it more often. But the problem is that once the show gets, like, serious, he keeps fucking forgetting he has all of these ridiculous powers. And he never uses any of the actual, like, ghost-like abilities to his extent.
He can possess people, for that matter. I don't know why he never does that.
I don't know why. I think he does it, like, once. I'm pretty sure he does it at least once.
Because we know that he can do that as an icon, because his icon is his fucking soul, so he could do it.
I assume at the very least he could. I would imagine.
But like you said, we'll come back to him at a later point of this review, because now we got to talk about everybody's favorite pod person, Makoto, aka Kamen Rider Spectre, aka what the fuck is this secondary rider?
The only character more bipolar than Takaru is. What?
Can we talk about the fact that the two people that he hung out with the most as a kid straight up saw his fucking face and didn't recognize him until finally they were told straight up, that's your best friend from when you were a kid? Like, come on. I know Kamen Riders are stupid, but come on.
Speaking of very bizarre, inconsistent characters, Makoto has one of the weirdest arcs where he almost immediately stops mattering once he shows up. So they set him up as being the obligatory edgelord serious rival, where he is kind of working for the villains, but not really. His main goal is his beloved sister Kanon, who is... Okay, we need to go into this real quick. When the fuck exactly did they establish that Kanon was dead? Well, like, were we just supposed to assume she was dead because she was in an icon? Because I don't fucking remember them ever at any point actually saying she died.
No. She wasn't. No. She wasn't dead. She was also in a pod.
No, that's the thing. Is they specifically say later in the show and in some of the later specials that she was dead, that she died in the Ganma world and was put into an icon, and that's why Spectre became Spectre. She was. That is
what?
But yes, they specifically say that later in both. I'm pretty sure they first mentioned it in the Spectre movie, but I know in the Ghost Saber crossover, Kanon specifically says that she died. She was dead when she was an icon. Apparently, I don't know when the fuck exactly they established that. Because again, that doesn't make any goddamn sense when they change.
They never did in the show.
Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense
because
they
you
changed
need the
how
body.
The icons work.
You need the body to make the icon, don't you?
Yeah,
I guess so.
Because when the icon explodes, the body dies.
Like
or
that's
some. Well, no, sometimes it does. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your body dies in the pod when your icon gets destroyed, unless you're a main character, in which case you just
wake up. I guess. But is that okay? So that means she just got shit luck on the lottery and disintegrated instead of just waking up?
I guess so.
Wait, then why were they didn't show a pile of ashes in her fucking pot?
Right?
We
didn't actually see her die or anything.
No body, no death.
Literally. So I guess we were just supposed to know that when we saw her as an icon, she was dead and she was a spirit. Because at that point in the show, I guess it made sense to assume that. Because at that point in the show, we thought the Ganma were fucking demons from hell. So, okay.
When they're not.
Sure. All right, I'm willing to buy that. But when they turned out to be holographic pod people, now it's like, okay, so why was Makoto being such a fucking dickhead about getting the icons if there really isn't any rush? Or for that matter, why doesn't he just walk in there and open up the goddamn pod?
Or here's another very valid idea. If there's no rush to get this girl back, because she's saying to him, please let Takaru come back to life. Because guess what? Takaru is the one with the time limit, not her. Yeah, and now we know that as long as you have the 15 icons, no matter how many times it is, because they don't have a cooldown. No matter how many times you have them, you can always make another fucking wish. So why didn't he just let Takaru come back, get them all back? Congratulations. She's back.
That's the thing. He did.
AJ, there's a reason.
And then Takaru wasted the fucking wish bringing Kanon back to life because he's a goddamn moron.
But see, why was that not an idea from the very beginning? Why was all this mysterious fucking brooding Sonic that Shadow the Hedgehog bullshit needed? None of this was needed.
Because other people decided to change their mind on the show because there was no consistent writing involved with this.
Exactly.
Makoto is such an infuriating character because the moment he decides to help Takaru, my brain instantly goes, why didn't you just do this before?
Right?
Why did we have to go through all this rigmarole just for you to come to the conclusion of, but he my friend? Like, why was this needed? Because I don't see why this was needed. Because Canon is literally telling you, hey, bud, I'm okay being an eyeball for a little bit longer. It's cool. It's cool.
I've already apparently been an icon for 3 fucking years at this point, which they later established. So I guess another couple of weeks doesn't
But
matter.
how did she die?
That's the thing, too.
That's the thing.
Too. Because not only do the icons not have a cooldown, they found them all within a matter of fucking hours again.
Literally. Everything except for like 2 or 3 they found. And they had plenty of time to go and beat the shit out of the Ganma to get them back.
The only 2 they were missing was fucking Grim and Sanzo. And that's only because fucking Geki Chopper had them. They could have fucking kicked his balls in and they just took him anyways.
They did it enough times later anyways.
They jobbed him out so hard he became a comedy character.
Oh, you have no idea how much of a comedy character he became. I'll get into that.
I do know because I saw the fucking Spectre v Cinema.
Oh, it gets worse than that.
Oh, baby, a triple. We'll get to that then.
So yeah, the worst part is once Kanan comes back to life, fucking Makoto has no reason to be here anymore. He has absolutely
really doesn't.
No goddamned motive to do anything. His mission is complete.
When she comes back, I thought they were legit gonna leave. Like, obviously I know now, but like the first time I saw it, I thought they were legit gonna write him off because he straight up says like, "All right, bye, guys."
He just kind of awkwardly hangs around for a little while for the next couple of episodes until Takaru dies and comes back again.
Honestly, that reminds me of his fucking.
Times.
That reminds me of his fucking introduction scene where he first meets Takaru. He's just standing there with the fucking "Mom, it's my turn" on the Xbox pose, and Takaru's just like, "Sup, fam? Can I help you? Can I help you?
Can I help you, strange man in leather in the middle of my backyard?"
In skin tight leather, who looks so familiar to my friend who wore the exact same thing, basically.
Literally.
But yeah, so like you said, like after Akana comes back, he's kind of just meandering. He has no reason to be here anymore.
Which is why
it's weird.
Which is why they spend the next like 30 episodes inventing new things for him to do, where he spends like
he gets possessed
7 or 8 episodes fucking brainwashed and mind controlled. Which was doubly bad because he's being mind controlled at the expense of another writer's power, so that cooler, more interesting writer can't actually do anything.
He did that almost like, I think it was like, what, an episode or 2 after he debuted too?
Literally, like the next episode.
So Necrom just comes in. By the way,
he never used again.
Well, no, because it's an evil power. Why would you do that again?
It's sure and held.
I guess
even though
fair, it was a little like awkward
Ghost.
because he had to physically put the fucking icon into his belt. So like, you can't really do that more than once. So
wait, so does this mean? This is me thinking out loud now. Can they switch their base forms?
I guess.
Can Takaru use Necrom?
I would assume.
And can Necrom use Ghost?
Well, it can't really because they have to go off of what the toy does. And
well, fuck the toy. I'm talking about what they've established in the show.
Well,
can they?
I would assume Takaru can't use Necrom because Necrom just using that mind controls you. So, but I guess there's no reason that Necrom couldn't use the Ghost icon. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
the Spectre icon.
Can like Takaru and fucking Spectre can they I don't know, swap cummies and give each other their own fucking ghosts
don't
icons?
say that. Don't say that.
Please don't say
that.
I mean,
look, I could say they could spit roast each other, but that's not accurate. But could they just switch each other's icons and use Spectre and Ghost?
I don't know.
I mean, you could I guess if you use the Sunglass Slasher, you could put Necrom and Spectres in there.
Ugh.
But then, where would you put ghosts?
I don't.
That's a bit of fraudage, and I don't like that. Anyways,
hey, don't knock it till you try it. Point is, I feel like did they not do that? I could have sworn they did that for like a hyper battle video or something.
I have no idea. I don't give a fuck.
I didn't watch any of the HBVs for this.
Did you watch any of Ghost Super Tremendous Takoyaki Fuck Adventures? No, I didn't.
No. Literally, the hyper battle videos were literally the only thing
shit.
I did not watch because it's a hyper battle video. What do you expect?
You watched the EQ
nothing.
special?
What?
You watched the EQ special?
No, I didn't. I didn't bother because it's a
then
hyper
why
battle
did you say you
video.
watched
It
everything?
doesn't matter.
I watched the EQ special.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did actually.
No, you didn't.
Okay, Phil. Anyways, but yeah, so they spend all this time trying to give Makoto something to do that it almost becomes ridiculous because then what do they come up with? He's a clone.
No, that's way near the end. Okay, so they have him brainwashed for a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
brainwashed.
And then he dies. They're like, okay, we need to go to the Ganma world because I am actually a Ganma icon in a pod, and we need to get my real body back for some reason.
Which brings up a question I need to ask now. Who the fuck can use the ghost belts? Do you have to be alive or do you have to be a ghost?
I guess
think
not, because
Senin
in the
is the one who
book, fucking
chooses.
Takaru's dad has his own ghost belt,
Well,
Oh my
Spectre's dad has
God.
his own,
right?
and so does Sage. I don't even know what Sage is technically.
I guess at that point he was still an icon hologram when he used the ghost driver, so I guess Edith counts. I guess
Well, I mean,
Makoto
Takaru can still use the fucking ghost driver in the fucking Spectre v Cinema.
Yeah, like when he's alive, he can still use the belt. Makoto
So
can.
what are the like? Why did he have to be a ghost?
His
I
son
think-
can use the belts, which I guess.
I think Senin was the one who I think Senin was the one who says who chooses who gets to use the belt. But even then, that doesn't make any sense.
But how did he make the belt?
Well,
How does he do that?
He taught fucking Teeth Guy how to make the belt. I don't know how they fucking made the belt, but they did.
How many
how
are
did
there
Sion-
then?
Yeah, how did Sionji have that in his briefcase?
Fucking, I don't know. Science.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how many are there? Because it seems like Sage just has to diddle someone's pickle and they get a fucking belt.
Oh yeah, and,
Everybody he just touches them and they get a
Alan's
belt.
dead brother has a belt too.
Oh yeah,
which-
fucking coconut head from
Argos.
Nets Declassified comes out from fucking nowhere.
Oh, I forgot
He
that's
has
what
a
we used to
name,
call
you
him.
know.
Oh shit. Yeah, but so he has a belt, and that belt just stays around, and then Edith steals it later, which then goes somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So fucking Argosi, I don't know what the fuck his name is. I don't give a shit. Don't tell me. Fucking
Argos.
he can use the fucking Dark Ghost, but so can Sage.
Yeah, that's right. I
What?
forgot. Like, so I guess that answers the
Yeah,
question:
he
is that
can.
anybody could use their own icons? So
So, but does that technically mean that he's using Argosi's fucking soul?
maybe. I mean, he kind of gets like erased from existence at the end of the movie. So
So I guess he just has like a fucking multi-dimensional, like he has like a fucking like Earth 616 fucking belt or something.
maybe.
Using
Probably.
a complete different fucking universe. Whatever.
Do icons work on like kryptonite rules where only kryptonite from that Earth can affect Superman? So like,
Where are the tax
so, like,
rates on
is-
fucking Godmother?
So like, is that like an Earth like 6 Ghost Driver and icon? So that's why he can use it because they combat.
Does that mean if Alan uses the pink Necrom icon, he turns into a
Oh
woman?
fuck! Remember the other Necron?
There's
we are
4!
so far. We are getting so far ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
We are.
Back
Okay.
to
So,
Makoto.
so back to Makoto's adventures of being relevant.
Oh, that
so
ended like 5 minutes ago, dude.
Then there was
no,
an
no,
episode
no,
where we
no.
find
So
out
this-
that all he thinks about is his
Hold on,
sister.
Phil. Hold on.
So they reveal that Makoto is a icon hologram. So they go to the Ganma world to try and get his real body back, which they fail to accomplish, by the way. They do not accomplish that.
Because he gets it. He wakes up and just walks off.
No, because Makoto gets killed in a really dumb fashion. which leads to somebody other than Makoto and Alain getting a power-up, by the way. So then he just wakes up from the pod, and then spends the next, 6 fucking episodes literally just kind of wandering around in the Gon world until he gets a power-up. And then he comes back to Earth, and then he does absolutely fucking nothing important.
But get the ugliest upgrade I've ever seen.
Well, that's not fair because
Deep
Mugen
Spectre.
exists. And
Mugen's not that bad.
Necrom's power up in the V Cinema, and Canon Spectre. And,
No, I don't know, dude. Fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Spectre is really bad.
Yeah, it is.
That's really bad, man.
It's the colors. If it wasn't silver, I think it'd if it were like black
It's
and
not
purple.
the colors, it's the horns.
I think it's the horns too, dude. Like the fucking.
You know what? I fuck
don't
with
know.
the horns. They're a little silly for sure.
They
but
could have just given him one in the middle, like his dad.
True.
They just give him one in the middle.
I will say this: Deep Spectre has the second best icon sound in the entire show.
Yeah.
What's the
He's
first?
mogged by a country mile by Grateful, but it is easily the second best sound in the entire show.
I'll
So
take that.
once he gets Deep Spectre,
So once he gets Deep Spectre,
he's still irrelevant.
he does absolutely nothing important for fucking 10 or 11 episodes, I think. Which is when comes the most easily top 3 most baffling plot lines in this show.
Are we talking about what I think we're talking about?
When they introduce Reverse Makoto.
Oh,
For
no.
no fucking reason.
No, they revert.
No.
They introduce multiple Reverse Makotos.
That's
Don't
right.
for-
Yes, so
Did
Makoto
we forget about how...
gets an evil clone who dies, and then they just keep making more clones of him. They just have a this is actually canon because of the V Cinema. They have a literal warehouse filled with Makoto clones.
No. Jay, that's the best part. That's just another supplier of Makoto clones. Because the Makoto clones that Adele had were from the Gon Misers. The other ones are from Danton. They're not the same fucking pile of clones.
No,
Technically,
okay, so
they
that's
were.
Not, that's
No, they
technically not
were.
true because in the movie, in the V Cinema, they do show Danton looking at his stockpile of Makotos, and he's like, "Oh,
And then
there's a
15
bunch
missing.
missing. Oh, they must have stolen."
So
them."
wait. So did the Gon Misers just decide, hey, we found some clones of this guy. We're gonna just take them?
I think the better question is, where did the second Deep Spectre icon come from?
From my ass. That's where.
Like,
Also,
why,
I think
why
we
does,
forgot
why,
something.
No, Phil, Phil, no, Phil, stop talking, Where did? Okay, so why? Like, I understand the Deep Spectre icon hurting Makoto as he uses it. That's fine. That's a standard power drawback. Why in the actual fuck did every time Makoto killed one of his clones, did he start getting weaker and weaker and they were getting sronger? That doesn't make any sense.
It
Because
doesn't.
I guess it's the
no.
Godmisers.
It makes sense because it just does. Shut up. I guess
it
because
doesn't
if
make
he
any
defeats a
sense.
clone, that clone's power goes into the other clones. So they're
But
just
then why does
getting
he get weaker?
because
but
because Makoto is an idiot. That's why.
But then all the
true.
clones merge together into one clone.
See, here's the thing. I legitimately think that Makoto is so stupid that he just spent hours upon hours of fighting these things without sleeping. So he's getting weaker because he's literally just not stopping.
I mean,
Because
not
he's
that he
a
ever
fucking
looked
idiot.
like he ever had a fucking nap in his life.
His brother does not know what sleep is.
That dude has bags bigger under his eyes than I do. But
Like, that's the only
Makoto
way I can think of.
literally looks like he has never slept a day. The man looks tired. The man looks like the textbook definition of tired. I have never seen a man more sleepy looking than Makoto.
They got him off his fucking shift at Costco, dude. Leave him alone. That's why he's so fucking tired.
He works the night shift at the truck stop down the
At
road.
Don Quixote.
Yeah. So all night he's dealing with like wannabe Yakuza and fucking street trash. So...
I mean, look, again, like, the only thing I could think of is, like, literally, he's just an idiot who doesn't know how to just sit down and relax. Because other than that, maybe, like, he defeats them and, like, part of his soul and their soul goes into the other ones. I don't know, dude.
And, like, the worst part is, too, is that when he first shows up and he's, like, the serious foil to Takaru, he's not a terrible writer. He's okay. I kind of like the more serious rival to, like, the goofy, kind of lackadaisical main hero. I mean, that's worked for, how many Sentais have there been? Zyuranger again?
That's worked with how many fucking writers, dude?
Like, literally? Fucking... I'm sorry, I got distracted because my friend is watching the Ryuki Zio special, and he's screaming about gay rider sex. So... Give me a second to...
Oh, hello.
You're watching the Ryuki Rider special?
Yeah, the Rider Time special where Raya has gay butt sex.
Why are you watching that?
I'm not watching that. My friend is, and he just DM'd me.
Oh.
I digress.
Okay.
So, like, that's the thing, too, is, like, he's not a bad character at the start. It's just that they resolve his plotline way too early, and they spend the entire rest of the show coming up with more and more baffling things to have him do that just completely torpedo his character.
Like what do we got for him now?
Oh, I do.
He's
I got
a
it. Can I do
clone.
this? Can I say it? Can I say it, please?
Go ahead.
Say what?
He wants to fuck his sister.
That is a very important thing that we need to bring up, is that Makoto is a filthy siscon. And this comes up multiple times. Because no,
like the writer of the show
is
himself. Again, it's like you said. It's weird because at first he's not a bad writer. He's consistent enough, and he has that serious nature to him that works. That's worked for so many of them. You know, take your fucking pick. Axel, Meteor, fucking, I don't know, Baron. You know, take
like,
your
literally,
fucking joint.
Like, out of the, like, 5 or 6 secondary writers before Makoto in Heisei 2, that's, like, 5 out of the 6. Like,
and
everybody except for Mach and, to a lesser degree, Birth, are exactly this archetype.
But see, that's the thing.
Oh, I forgot Beast. Beast too.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I guess if you
Beast.
want to be really pedantic, you could say Cross, but you know.
True.
Yeah, but
okay.
Cross came after Ghost.
But like, again, it's like you said, he's not a bad writer in general. It's just they don't know what to fucking do with him. They're like, we need to keep this character in the show because toys, but we have literally nothing to do with him. So fuck it. He's a clone. He's dead. And the clone gives him his soul.
Oh my god!
Somehow.
That is still the stupidest fucking thing that happens. Is that
stupidest fucking cop out?
That's the dumb thing too. Is that the whole like plot line of like the clone gaining intelligence and like becoming his own thing and getting free will. For starters, that would have been more interesting if Makoto hadn't mercilessly slaughtered several dozen clones before that point. If there was just the one clone, this plotline would make more sense. But the thing is that, like, he kills so many clones that the clones start gaining his memories and emotions. And this causes the last remaining clone that they use, mind you, to start gaining his own emotions and outlook. And this leads to the clone kind of turning good, but not really. And for some fucking reason, at the end of the show, the real Makoto dies, saving his sister. And for no discernible reason, the clone just decides to sacrifice itself and revive the real Makoto. I don't know if they merge together or like it like sacrifices its ghost energy or some shit, or like it's the Force. I don't know because they don't explain it.
I don't even know if it's the real Makoto or the clone Makoto.
That's the fucked up thing too, is that I don't know which one died.
Dude, no, for real. Okay, I'm so glad you both said this because I thought I was going schizo mode for a second there. Because after a while, I was like, wait, which one is which?
Yeah, the clone becomes so much like the real Makoto that it's impossible to tell which one died or not.
No, like for real, when Makoto died, I was like, why are they crying over a clone? Oh, that's not the clone? Oh shit, what?
I guess the tell of which one was which is that the one mentioned Kanan and the other mentioned Alan's sister. So I guess that's the tell of which one was which, but that doesn't make any sense because the clones weren't helping Alan's sister, they were working for the Gonmisers. So why the fuck did the clone, if that was the clone, mention Alan's sister?
Which, by the way, the clone, from my recollection, has no interaction with her.
No,
pretty much.
Literally, I think like he's in the room with Alia once in the entire show and never says anything.
What, did off screen they just had a really good conversation of where to get coffee? What the fuck?
I guess. Oh man, speaking of coffee in the Gonma world, I have a whole fucking tangent about that.
Oh fucking boy.
So I guess now that we're talking about his sister, we should finally move on to the third writer, and I guess by process of elimination, the best of the three writers.
Oh
Alain,
man,
Necrom.
I'm gonna say this right fucking now from the offset. He is still the best part of the show, but God, they ruined him really fucking fast. Faster than I expected.
It was definitely faster than I remember them torpedoing.
Now, I will say this too. Just like Takeru and Toma, this writer does something a lot with his shows where he has somebody who drinks the Kool-Aid too hard having to find out that his whole worldview is shit, and somehow he does okay with that. Unfortunately, just like with fucking Blades, the only thing he has afterwards is what he likes to eat.
Is he becomes a wacky meme character who does nothing important.
And this was before fucking Dan.
Alan starts off really, really good. He's intimidating. He's mysterious. But then after he gets Necrom and becomes a human, he basically ends up, what's the word I'm looking for? Jobbing out.
Yeah, he very much becomes the designated jobber of the trio once he becomes a good guy. They couldn't even
pity him enough to give him a fucking power-up.
Literally, one of his story arcs later in the show is him realizing how much he sucks ass.
Yes.
But no, Phil touches on a good thing. When he starts, he's the typical writer antagonist, becomes a writer and then turns good. You know, you've seen this in way too many shows to count at this point. It is a little predictable. He's that kind of like mysterious. He's basically what they did with Parad in Pallid, whatever the fuck you want to call him, in X8.
Paradox.
Where he's that kind of like mysterious guy who he's a normal human, but he's working with the monsters, so he's clearly one of the monsters kind of thing. So you don't know what. He's kind of like their leader. He's kind of like the big bad, but not really kind of thing. He's a very standard archetype you see a lot.
He's first, third general, basically.
And honestly, he's not terrible. His personality early in the show is very different than he ends up taking, where he's he's definitely less serious. Like, he's kind of like a little more like, I don't want to say lackadaisical, but he's kind of almost like Takeru in a way, where he's very much affable. He's kind of like jokey. He doesn't really take it very seriously. He's very loose as a person. I mean, he's got that whole mysterious villain thing going on, where he's so cool and mysterious, and he knows all this stuff, and he's not like, he only says like a couple of words at a time, and then he disappears. But he's very much like an interesting foil to Takeru in that way, even though
he's
I
like
don't
a
think
really
they meet
weird
until way later.
He's like a really weird prototype of like what we would get from Was.
Kind of. Sort of.
You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
guess
He's got a
if you
similar archetype, yes.
if you catch what I'm throwing out there, yeah.
And that works for a little while. And then after his, I guess, sidekick villain, the teeth guy, Saionji, but the most relevant villain in the first arc of the show. There's a reason why I call him Teeth Guy, by the way. 2 reasons, technically.
He's
I
so
forgot
he's
his
so
name.
relevant that even the writer didn't know that he died.
Literally. I mean, I guess technically speaking, he didn't die because we never explicitly find out what the fuck happened to him. He just kind of gets
Until
like
the Spectre v Cinema.
he just kind of gets absorbed into the monolith.
He just gets like fucking like he just gets phasered out of existence.
He just kind of gets swoosed into the icons, and then they just never mention him again until the flashback episode, like 15 episodes later. And then for no reason, they bring him back in the cinema just to kill him.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh shit, I guess technically he's not dead. Kill him! Kill them all!
I guess he wasn't busy that weekend.
Hey, you want to come back just to die? Fine.
I mean, hey, they did this. Well, I guess Seiji Takaiwa didn't have a choice, but I digress. So, and then Alain, they kind of establish what Alain's role is, where he's the prince of the Ganma world. He is not necessarily in charge. He's kind of in charge of the invasion on like the ground. He's the frontline general, more or less. And then once they establish that, they kind of shift his character into being a very like stuck up, princely type. He's very snooty. He's very much standoffish. But he's clearly got like, he feels very strongly about his people and he feels very strongly about his goals. And he's got a weird soft spot for the humans. And that works. That's a good character that makes him ever so slightly sympathetic and makes him kind of an enjoyable villain, which makes kind of all the fucked up things that he ends up doing weirdly tragic in a way. He has a very interesting arc too, where like, he very much believes in, what they're doing. Like, he very much believes in their cause, and he starts to realize that he's not being told everything. I still don't know if this was, I'm pretty sure this was a fucking retcon, because he straight up says early on when he's talking to Teeth Guy that like, oh, those silly little icons, you humans care so much about them. We have no interest in these petty little baubles. Like, he very much explicitly says the Gamma don't give a fuck about the icons because they're only gathering them because Saionji wants it and he's helping them. But then suddenly, okay, I guess they just know exactly what the icons did the whole time and how powerful they are. And they secretly did want them the whole time, even though...
Oh, no. Because Alan specifically does not know what the icons do. He doesn't know. I don't think he knows that he's an icon.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's I was going to get to that, is that Alan has no idea exactly what the fuck the icons actually do, because everybody else was just lying to him about what they did. Because his brother knew what the fucking icons did. He's like, well, we still just didn't care about them. That's why I didn't tell you, because you were going to get distracted. Oh, you stupid idiot. But then they all really want the icons, I guess, because I guess they're kind of accidentally vitally important to their entire culture's secret god religion. So, oops. Yeah, so that's kind of weird, is that like Alan starts off the show not giving a fuck because I guess everybody just fucking lied to him. And he didn't care enough to, like, call them on that. It was really weird. It was a really weird retcon.
He didn't fact check anybody.
No. Like, he at no point at all questioned, like, if we don't give a fuck about these, why are we helping this weird teeth dude gather the icons if we don't actually need them other than to steamroll the human race? Because he just didn't know what the icons could do the whole time.
Well, I mean, in reality, what was his idea of why he needed to invade the humans?
Well, that's really the problem, is that like we never really get a good answer of what exactly the fuck the Ganma are trying to accomplish. The most we get is, okay, they do kind of establish it in the Alain special. That's like one of the only 2 things that's relevant in that. But they kind of sort of have his dad say later on, and I think his brother too, It's that fucking boring ass bog standard JRPG plot of, oh, you feeble inferior creatures are so corrupt and you're destroying your own world with war and pollution and everything. We're a perfect utopian society. We want to make you just like us, which is why we're going to invade your planet and completely slaughter you all and terraform your planet into being an exact clone of ours, even though our planet is literally toxic and is killing us, and that's why we're holographic pod people. But I digress.
And also, there was a war that almost started that we found it in the V Cinema special.
Yeah, and also we had our own fucking civil war going on too, which we're just not going to talk about.
But see, like, in reality then, why even bother with fucking Earth? Leave them alone. Who cares?
Like, that's the thing.
They
is that
want
they,
Earth.
Who fuck, like, okay, if you're just trying to wipe out the human race to, like, steal the Earth, that's one thing. Because, like, I get it. The Ganma world is a toxic shithole of barren concrete industrial waste, and the Earth is not that. So you're gonna wipe them out to steal the Earth so you can live there. All right, there's a that motive makes way more sense and is at least slightly more original than we're going to enslave you because you don't know better than what you're doing, which has been done a billion fucking times. So like, that's the problem, is that they never fucking really establish what the fuck the Ganma are. I at no point in Ghost have any fucking clue what any of the villains are trying to accomplish. I get what they're trying to do. I just don't know why. And this is the biggest problem later on when they introduce the whole Demia plotline with the Ganma, which goes on for way too fucking long.
Honestly, when they brought that up, when they brought that up, like, around episode 42, I was like, we're still doing this?
I said the same thing!
Brought up the Demia plot, I'm like, why are we still doing the Demia plot? Why is this not over? I remember it being this long, and I still don't remember it being this long. Because, like, the thing, too, and this is kind of stepping away from Alain, just more into, like, a general thing about the villains. The Demia plot makes no fucking sense because I have no fucking clue what they're trying to accomplish. What the fuck is Demia? What the fuck is this goal? Like, they keep seeming to fucking change it. Like, okay, I get overall, the whole thing is, it's some plan to transform the Earth into, like, the Ganma world 2. Electric Boogaloo. I get it. But, like, what the fuck exactly is Demia? They seem to keep changing their mind to what it is. I thought it was going to be the whole thing where they were trying to pollute the skies and turn it red, like in the Ganma world. Which, if it's fucking poisonous and killing them all and putting them into pods, why are they trying to do that to the Earth? But the thing is that, like, that gets resolved, and then I guess the Demia plot is still fucking going on.
But then the Demia plot is, like, making people into a hive mind.
Right? Which is not what the Ganma actually are, because they all have free will. I mean, yeah, they're all, like, basically brainwashed, you know, cultists, but they're not a fucking hive mind. You know, they're not the Borg. They're just, like, insane militarist fucking weirdos.
Exactly.
Like, if the Ganma were the Borg, that would make sense that they were trying to do that to the Earth. But then, that's not what they are.
But that's the problem, is that technically, the Demia project is really Igor's plan. Because Adele doesn't really give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck until he hijacks it at the end to become the center of Demia because something Ganmisers. Oh, don't even get me fucking started on it. You know what? Let's go back. We were talking about Alain. Let's finish Alain because I want to fucking complain about Igor a lot.
Yeah.
So, Phil, what were you trying to say before we go on?
What was I saying? Oh my god, I forgot what I was saying.
Classic Phil.
Shut up.
Bake me.
I will. I'll go up to Boston and kick your ass.
You didn't even go see it. You didn't even go see him at Cape Cod,
right?
Because Cape Cod is nowhere near Boston.
Yes, it is. Unless you're at, like, the fucking tip of Cape Cod, it is like an hour drive, dick. It is literally closer to Boston than Staten Island is. It would have taken you less time to get to me from fucking Cape Cod than it would be your own house.
You don't know that?
You probably could have taken a bus. You probably could have. I think there's a train that goes down Cape Cod. I don't know. I've never
No,
been
there's
to go
no
there
train.
because
There's
poor,
no train.
and I can't afford a vacation there.
You think I can afford a vacation there?
Clearly, because you went to Camp Con.
Anyways, Alan.
Right. So.
Alan. You see how much we don't want to talk about this. You see how much we don't want to talk about this.
Where were we on about Alan? I think I was.
We were right before he cropped the fucking duster. I don't
right.
know.
So he brainwashes Spectre after getting his rider form, which then means that he's on the bench for like 7 episodes. I don't know what they were thinking with that, by the way.
Because no one was buying his toys.
See, they established that he actually does unironically like the humans. He does actually care about the Earth, and he does actually believe in his people's own Kool-Aid, which is fine, and that sets up a good arc there. Hold on. Morty. And there's that whole thing where he meets Grandma Fumi. Yes, he Grandma Takayaki. And he gets that whole kind of like friendship with her, and she kind of kickstarts his whole face turn there, which I do like. That kind of relationship there with Granny Fumi and Alan is really good. I do really like it. It's really well
I think that's one of the only things that everybody can unanimously agree is good about this show.
The setup to Alan's face turn is genuinely one of the few things that everybody agrees is good. And like the whole thing too is that like his face turn is what kicks it off is really kind of dumb is his brother Adele. Terrible name, by the way. For
Argos.
Basically no reason kills their dad, except not really, but then actually does kill his dad. To hijack the scheme to take over Earth for absolutely no reason. He gains nothing at all hijacking the plan that early on, because the big secret thing that his dad was trying to do with summoning the Gonmeisers or the Great Eye or whatever the fuck his dad was trying to do, he interrupts it way too early, so he has no idea what's going on and he can't actually finish the plan. So, fucking A+ villain takeover right there, dude.
What even was the plan anyway?
Genius. Smartest villain in the show.
Doing?
Say that again, Phil.
I said, what was their father even doing? Was he preventing the Gonmeisers?
He was... I don't know, actually, what I think he was trying to, like, summon the Great Eye or something, because he's, like, a weird cultist for the Great Eye, which is kind of their whole setup, and I do kind of like that setup to the backstory of the Gonma world. It is kind of... that... Again, another tangent. That's the worst thing I hate about Ghost, too, is that there are a lot of interesting concepts with, like, the backstory and everything in the world. Like, I kind of like the whole backstory of the Gonma world, and I kind of like the whole, like, setup to hit their dad Adonis's fall to darkness and their whole scheme to take over the world and everything like that. All of that's kind of interesting, but they barely ever focus on it. And all of the monumental changes to how the Gonma work make it all the more confusing. So there's the whole thing where his brother takes over the Gonma world for basically no good reason. And he blames it on his brother for basically no good reason. I guess because he was the only logical scapegoat. Because, I mean, who's going to believe their sister, who's going to believe a girl tried to take over the throne, right?
I mean, it's a girl, for crying out loud.
I mean, to be
very
fair,
hot,
it's not like his
sexy
sister
girl.
does anything. So
no, Aaliyah doesn't do anything.
No, JJ, you're forgetting. She does one thing. She pretends she's gonna fight the Gonmeisers and then gets turned inside out.
Right. She becomes Necrom Pink for like 2 minutes and then loses.
But I will say, she was very beautiful.
Of course she would. Anyways.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse.
He could be into canon.
I didn't want to say canon, but you're right.
I mean, who else is there in the show? Akari? You're gonna tap that, bro? Come on. Come on.
No,
Yeah.
she's
No.
like I don't want to be mean, but yeah, she's like barely a 6, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. She's no.
Anyways, the whole thing
So
here-
he gets deposed from the throne and he becomes a rogue and a renegade, and this leads to him like kind of pretending to work with Takaru, except not really, and that kind of leads to more stuff with Granny, and then Granny, like, this is actually like legitimately like heartbreaking and kind of depressing. Is like he gets this whole arc where he kind of finally learns like the lessons that Granny Fumi was trying to teach him and all this stuff and what it really means to be like a good person, and he learns how to be a human, and then she dies, and this is like the first time in his life ever that he's actually had to deal with death, because like the Ganma are effectively immortal, like Utopia. They're pod people, and like when he finds out from Takaru that like, oh, I guess they're not immortal because they're disintegrating in their pods, which they never fucking explain, by the way. He's shocked. He's like, that's impossible. Like nobody's ever died in the Ganma world since we've invented the icons. Blah 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 blah. But she dies after he's kind of become friends with her, and it leads to him kind of questioning everything, and that's what cements his face turn. And I really, excuse me, it's very interesting, and it's a very emotional, and it is an objectively well written setup and a payoff to his face turn.
I will say this too, it is shockingly so. It is surprising how much weight and respect they gave a funeral to this character. Because they didn't have like funny haha moments. It was legitimately, hey, she's dead. This entire community is feeling it, and we're having a legit funeral. And it's so hard on Alain, like you were saying, where he has to confront these feelings, that he almost acts, rightfully so, like a child would. Like, I don't get these feelings. I don't understand what's going on. I gotta run away.
Right?
I can't be here right now.
It is a new experience for him, and this kind of understanding of mortality actually leads to him to finally realize what humanity is and what these people that they were effectively trying to enslave actually are like. And it leads to him kind of breaking from his royal conditioning and being like, no, what we're doing is wrong. We need to stop this. And it's really good. And then they immediately fucking ruin it by Phil died. Speaking of death, they immediately fucking ruin it by not only giving him absolutely fucking nothing to do after that, but turning him into a wacky woohoo takoyaki man who just never shuts the fuck up about food. Never shuts the fuck up about, my takoyaki, my heart, my family, like,
and
he does
just
nothing.
before someone says anything about that, by the way, in the Spectre V cinema, the only food that they give the refugees of the Ganma world is taco fucking yaki.
Right?
That's how far they took that.
It's even worse
for
too because
real?
something that happens in the Alain special, which we'll get into once we get to that. But also, like, it raises the bigger question of like, what the fuck is the Ganma society actually like? Like, they're immortal pod people who don't need to eat, don't need to sleep, but like, what is their fucking society? Are they just like a fucking entire military? Is it like North Korea where like they're just a militant dictatorship?
Well, okay. Think of it this way too, right? Okay, they, like you said, they don't sleep, they don't eat, they don't die. They are, at the very least, 5 people who are running around, because we don't see anybody else until the V cinema, really. So
Pretty much.
for all we know, the Ganma mooks are the rest of the citizens here.
No, they are.
And when you think about it, so they can't die, they can't sleep, they can't eat, blah, 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 blah. What do they do if they want to reproduce, or do they not?
I guess they don't.
Because I don't know about you, but that would break the conditioning on me if you immediately after seeing your wife give birth, they throw it into a fucking pod.
Like, that's the more confusing thing too, is that like, okay, so they're pod people, but like, they can still age, I guess. Because, like, Alan was a kid. He was a child at one point. He did grow up. Like, how long were they not in the pods? Because he was
Which
like,
means
he
he
was
would
a,
have to have
he was a
known.
little
Well,
babby when they first entered the Ganma world.
Well,
So, like,
that would have
the-
meant that he had to have known at least, if he was at least like 12 when he went to the pod, he had to have known what the icons were at that point then.
right? Unless he was just like that fucking oblivious. Unless they just kept him in like a padded room all day, which entirely believable.
Alan, sorry, but with the Alan special, we saw that in 1950 he was the same age that he is
Right.
now.
Well, okay. At that point, he was already an icon spirit, so that's fine because you know they've been around for. They actually never fucking established when they entered the Ganma. Because that's the weird thing too. Is that, like, okay, the Ganma are from Earth, kind of maybe, except maybe a different dimension of Earth. But
I mean, if you wanna go by Alan's word, of course you can always be exaggerating. He said that he's lived at least 3 times the grandma's age, which she was like
yes,
74.
like it's very much clear that they're significantly older because they're pod people. Like I get that, you know, suspended animation and whatnot. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But like, that's the like, and beyond that, like, they were clearly a society before that. Unless every single like old person from their pre-Ganma World society is just dead, except for the royal family and Edith. Like, what is their culture? Like, what do they produce? Are
I
they
mean,
just
again, like maybe it's like a thing of like they killed off all the old people before they got into the pods.
They didn't have
Probably.
the pods immediately, as we establish in the Spectre V cinema. So, like, I guess. But then there's the question of like, where did all the kids come from? Like, do they wait until you're an adult and you just have to deal with the fucking poisonous environment until you're an adult?
Which again brings up the question again. Did Alan legitimately not know what was happening to him when he was put into the pod and made into an icon?
I guess, because he didn't seem to remember that his mom died until way later in the show.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, how does that work? Because again, he seems to not know what icons do to begin with. So did they just thought, oh, they're gonna put me to sleep for a little while and I'll just wake up, and they just never told him what happened. They're like, you're fine. You're immortal now, sir.
He's kind of an idiot. So to be fair, true. But like,
yes, he is.
again, them being like the icon projections makes more sense if they're just demons from hell, because like at least that explains several other factors. The whole like hologram pod person thing makes no fucking sense at all with anything they've set up with how the Ganma operate and establish.
Well, see, that's another question too, because why are some Ganma allowed to be humanoids, like humans, and some are made to be mooks and evil-looking monsters?
Classism. There.
well, we
That's
found
easy.
out
Sure, but like think about it this way. Okay, we'll get to it when we get to it, but think about the Ganma, like QB, right?
Right?
Why does he have sentience then? If it's supposed to be classism, where, oh, this soul has the potential to be a strong soldier, then take away his sentience. Why does he have it?
That's the
You
thing
just
too,
end
like,
up
they're-
like you just end up with a fucking situation like him, where he decides, fuck y'all, I want to go paint.
If their
Well,
whole
he
thing
had a
is that they're
human
this
form.
individualist like utopia where there's no conflict or anything, like why do any of them have free will? Like that's the bigger question. Like, but
Why
that's
aren't
also-
they a hive mind?
exactly? Why aren't they just the Borg? That would solve so many fucking problems with the goddamn Gunma. But, like,
because
that's
they're not
again,
the
like,
Borg.
yes, I know they're not the Borg. That's the problem, Phil.
Why do
like-
you want them to be the Borg? Why do you want them to be a hive mind?
Because, as we've just established, that solves a lot of the inherent problems and logic with the Ganma society.
It doesn't.
Because
Yes.
because if they're a fucking hive mind, Phil, that solves all of the various questions and like why is there no society? Why is their entire fucking world a bombed out ruin of concrete hellscape? Why do they live in a brutalist nightmare if they're not a goddamn pod people?
Why do all of
hive
them
mind?
seemingly want the same exact goal?
Right? Why are they
Why are
all
so-
gung-ho and fucking conquering the earth? Why are they all
Here's-
willingly joining this death army to enslave an entire other race of people for
Why are they
seemingly
all
noble
totally okay with the leader of their utopia fucking speaking Simlish to a goddamn monolith all
Here's
day?
my thing.
I guess that's
what
the
the hell is
religion, I
Ultima?
suppose. So, but then the other fucking problem comes up again is like, unless literally every single Ganma is a part of the Ganma army, which I guess if you're immortals, that's believable. But like there have to be Ganma that aren't a part of the army, because like you can't just be an army and everything. Like I get they can just kind of like manifest the because they have scientists obviously, because there's Igor and everybody else. So like
There's Igor and there's Edith.
like, you know, there are Klingon scientists, there are Klingon farmers. Not
that's
every
what I was
fucking
gonna think
Klingon
too, right?
is a goddamn soldier.
So, like, okay, they're soldiers and they're scientists, and they don't need to eat, so farmers don't need to count.
True.
What do they do all day?
That's exactly the thing I'm trying to get to. Is like, what is their fucking culture? They have no culture. They produce nothing other than war and monsters, I suppose. They don't do anything except, I guess, plan to take over the fucking Earth, which I suppose they've been doing since the last 300 goddamn years.
Well, we saw them have an agricultural society at the first monolith, and then they were taken to the Ganma world, and then they became
that's
a
before
militaristic
they
society.
became the pod people, Phil. That's my point. Like,
Exactly.
What
Well,
is
see,
their,
that's the thing too,
what
right?
is their
Why-
current
why
society?
is
What is
it-
their world like? What is the rules other than just we want to take over the Earth? The whole
Well,
society
not
is
only that,
fucking
but, like,
dumb. It makes
why-
no sense. God.
Why is it? Why do they choose Earth? Because we
It's a
know
planet.
that they could just look at other planets. They're immortal. They're immortal. They can go to any other planet that may or may not have sentient life, and if they don't have the atmosphere for normal humans, too fucking bad. We don't need to breathe.
Like, I guess them wanting to go to Earth makes sense because they were originally from Earth. Like, Adonis remembers the real Earth, so I guess that makes sense why they want to. But, like, why does anybody else care? Why does Saber care? Why does Igor care about Earth?
Why does
Why do
Jebel
any of these
care?
people care about Earth?
Why don't they just have a bunch of Ganma babies
Right?
and just keep replenishing the well every few years? Fuck,
Why
if you want to
don't
be
they just
really
go
cynical,
into space? Why
if
don't
you
they
wanna be
build a
really
giant fucking eye spaceship like they had in the Spectre V cinema, by the way, and just go conquer other worlds? where
because
there's
then they'd run into
nobody
the
living?
armor heroes, and nobody wants that.
Exactly. You're right.
But
Pretty
but
much.
if you're but for real though, like if you want to be really brutalist and you want to be really disgusting with how evil they are, why not just say the Ganma food are people? They have a farm of regular humans that they just keep making them reproduce to keep replenishing the pods for more
No.
Ganma.
Because it would be too dark.
That's the worst fucking part. Is that's what they establish at the first fucking arc when they're still supposed to be demons from hell. Them invading Earth when they're demons from hell makes sense because they want to steal human souls, because they want to feed on human souls to power themselves, because that's what they eat, because they're fucking demons from hell. That'll make sense at that point in the show.
But then
when
they
become
establish that
pod
they're just
people-
random fucking pod people.
Exactly. Now the comment don't make any fucking sense.
And now we are left with an entire show where we're kind of thinking to ourselves, what was the point?
Right?
Like think of it this way. Adele still tried. And even though he got possessed by fucking
The
God, I guess, they still wanted to do what they were doing before. I'm like, for what?
No,
what?
That's the stupidest thing, is that he kills his fucking dad to hijack his scheme to invade the Earth for no reason. It's not like
Well,
he
like you said,
disagrees with
he
it.
doesn't even know the plan.
He doesn't even know the plan. He doesn't disagree with what his dad is doing. He just wants to take over because he's a fucking dick. That's,
He's an
that's
asshole.
basically it.
He's an asshole.
Adele is just a huge cunt for no reason.
I thought we were talking about Alan.
We already passed Alan a while ago.
We kind of said everything about Alain. He had a really good story arc. He was a really well-written villain, especially compared to everybody else in the show. No, actually, that's not fair. even by the quality of everybody else in the show, Alan is really well written. He's a really interesting and engaging character. I get what they're going for. They accomplish it well, and then they fucking torpedo his character the second he becomes a good guy. We said everything we need to say.
That's true.
But Jay, he had to fight the monkey for takoyaki.
God, you know what? I fucking hate that they made takoyaki his fucking widget thing. That they made that his fixation. Because takoyaki is so fucking good, dude. Takoyaki is so fucking good. I get it.
But
get
again,
why
that's
he's
what
obsessed
I'm
with
saying.
it.
go to Little Tokyo,
That's what I'm
I'm
saying. It's
getting
so
it.
funny when you really think about it, because like, that's it. That's all he eats all day. That's literally all he eats. From what he said,
I
that's all
guess
he
so,
eats.
because we never see him eat anything else.
He doesn't eat mechikatsu. He doesn't eat katsudon. He doesn't eat. He doesn't eat.
The
sushi,
man
he
has
doesn't eat
never
ramen.
seen a vegetable in his life.
I think the only other thing he ever eats is that fucking 7-Eleven sandwich Spectre buys him, which is his very first food ever. And the only thing that ever comes to mind is that one, like, there's an old April Fool's sub from, God, I think fucking TV Nihon did April Fool's subs for it. But they did, like, an April Fool's edit, and he's like, this tastes like sadness. And that lives in my head. The only other sub from that April Fool's special I remember is Tucker talking about Shaft. So, a complete tangent, so.
So yes, Alan, he sucks now. Who do we go for him now?
I guess
we
we
just
have
get
the rest
Cannon out
of
of the way?
the gang to go through before we get to...
Who do
Let's
we hit first?
Let's just get Cannon out of the way first because she doesn't do anything.
Okay, let's get her out of the way. Cannon. Okay, next
Potter.
question.
Kanon,
Next character.
one of the most unfortunate characters to exist, and it is solely because you are there to be lusted after by your fucking brother. Thank you, Nobuhiro Mori. You know, I would say writer's barely disguised fetish, but it is not disguised at all.
It's not. He doesn't disguise it anymore.
Here's the thing.
At least he had the restraint from outright saying that they wanted to fuck. Unlike with Saber, where he straight up had Sable say that she is in love with her brother in the fucking stage show.
But now we move on to the most important character.
Wait, can I just say two
Onari.
things? Can I just say
I thought
two
we were
things?
gonna do Akari first.
Oh no, she's not important.
I want to say two things. I want to say two things about Cannon. One, all she says is Oni-chan, and two, she's only relevant to the plot whenever time Makoto is needed, and when we find out that she marries Alan.
Yeah, I guess that's worth warranting saying is that they give her a romance with Alan for no real reason near the end, because I guess somebody
Because
at Toei
he's
realized
the only male within vicinity who is fuckable and also not related to her.
that is both alive and not related to her. And that second one was a very questionable one at a
Well,
point.
Takuru was available.
But he was dead. He wasn't alive. You can't fucking
He came
ghost.
back!
I've tried to fuck a ghost, and you cannot fuck a ghost. All right, it
How
doesn't
have you
work.
tried to fuck a ghost?
There's no cummies
I
that
have
come
been
out of the
very
ghost.
lonely for many years, Phil. Okay, I have fucked many things that I should not have fucked.
Wow, Jay!
Anyways.
Listen. At least I never fucked a couch. Okay. Well,
Topical humor.
no. Okay.
Topical!
No, I'm trying. Actually, why am I thinking about this on the podcast? Fuck. Okay.
Exactly. Anyways, now we talk about Onari. He's the shit. Go away.
He's annoying as hell.
He is no. Here's what pisses me off about Onari, and that the reason I want to talk about him is that there are so many little inklings of, oh, they're actually gonna do something with him and give him some purpose. Oh wait, he's yelling again.
Onari pisses me the fuck off because you know
Yeah,
what the
he
worst
does.
thing is that
What?
I get what they're going for.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get what his character is supposed to be.
Oh, yeah.
He's like he's obviously always meant to be a comedy character. and
The
that's
comic
fine.
relief.
He's comic relief. You know, he's the wise Buddhist monk who's very high strung, and he's not really like a monk type character. That's his joke. I get that. And a better writer and or director could have made that work. Excuse me. Because that is the worst part, is that Onari, like, once out of every maybe 20 episodes, actually acts like you would expect a monk to be. If he were, like, that kind of wise, sagely monk who every now and then lapsed into, like a screaming jackass, he'd be fine. But no, he is a screaming jackass 24/7, and then once every, like, 20 episodes, he actually acts like you would expect a monk to act.
When he's toned down, he's fine. Like, there was an episode where he got turned into an icon, and then he possessed Alain, and we find out why he did that, because he thinks that he's not worth anything.
Okay,
and
but
that was actually really nice.
No, that is the exact opposite of being toned down. That is toned up. Because he
no. But see, I'm going to look. I'm going to shoot your fucking example down, Phil, for one reason. It makes no fucking sense, because literally the first 15 episodes show him not only trying to be a hero like he did here, but succeeding because somehow he fucking hurt a Ganma. He fought Ganma consistently. He lost all the time, but he actively went out and fought them to the point where he actually damaged one of them when Igor was getting introduced. He damaged one. So why the fuck is now suddenly this whole thing of, I want to be helpful, I want to be useful? He was useful.
Oh, dude, it's even worse in the fucking Drive Ghost movie, where he's, for no reason, has magic abilities and can cast fucking magic missile. Which he never does again.
Yeah.
I mean, he for some reason has spells in the movie, and he never does it again.
I don't remember that.
Like, quite literally, dude. Quite literally, it's fun, like Jay was saying, when he acts like a human fucking being and not a banshee, he's pretty okay. But unfortunately, the banshee to human being ratio is like 1 to 10.
Literally,
it's annoying
Yeah.
as balls,
and
dude.
like no. Here's the thing. Onari, again, like I said, with a better writer and or director, he'd be good. Because here's the thing, like, when a decent writer is giving him, even when he's being like a shrieking jackass, he can be okay. He can say some things that, with a different performance, like a different like take, would probably have been kind of funny. Like, there's the one where he dresses up as like. They're trying to break into Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, whatever the fuck his name, the white dude from Garo. They're trying to break into his office, and his idea of like being a distraction is he becomes like a generic street punk, but he doesn't really like, nothing he says is actually like threatening. Like, with a better director, that would have been kind of funny. Or like, there are moments where he's directed really well, but what he's saying is so unfathomably stupid. It is just like, because it's not that he has a bad actor. Like, I think the best worst moment is the two, was it 2 episodes, or that time where he gets possessed by Goemon?
Yeah,
and
those were
actually
great.
Really good, and he's really enjoyable because he's acting like a normal human being, even though he's Ishikawa Goemon and he's a ridiculous kabuki stereotype, which is somehow more subdued than Onari usually is. But he gives a really good performance, and he's actually really enjoyable to watch run around. So, like, with a better director, even with shitty writing, he would have been more enjoyable. That's the worst part, too, is that I get what they're going for. It is a good gimmick. I like the gimmick when it's done well, you know, out of, like, the one fucking episode in the entire show. But he is constantly ruined by either shitty writing, shitty direction, both, shitty editing of the shitty direction, or some unholy combination of all three. And basically nothing he does ever is of any fucking relevance. He is the second most irrelevant character in the entire show that is not a villain. I specify not a villain because there are some of the villains are even more irrelevant than he is.
Oh, we'll get to those.
Oh yeah. So,
but again, like it's weird because, like, again, like Jay said, when there's points when he's getting directed by a fucking person and not fucking whoever's directing that day from fucking hell, he can be fun. He can be good. But unfortunately, he's not directed well that often. And he's yelling and annoying. And I'm just like, this is writer comedy at its worst. Honestly, he is the poster child of the writer comedy that I hate from Drive.
Right? Oh my god, yes.
This is the culmination of that.
He's fuck, what was the chief's name? Jun something or other, right?
Yeah, it's Jun.
He's Chief Jun from the first half, but up to 10, and he never gets better. Because, like, at least the chief, once we found out that he knew Krim, gets better as a character. Onari never gets better as a character.
No, he doesn't.
Other than the one episode I mentioned where he becomes Goemon, he's never better.
Well, it's even weirder, too, because, like, I thought, when I first watched this, I thought, you know what would be really nice? If they really did have that one scene where he was talking to Javert, that would have been nice if they kept going with that. If that was something they actually built up and actually kept going with and wrote it competently, that'd be great. But unfortunately, he did not do that, and Javert just fucks off for like 17 episodes every once in a while and then has a cameo.
Basically.
I guess. So,
and
now we gotta talk. Yeah.
One last thing, because Phil did bring up the whole Alain became Onari thing when Onari became an icon for some reason. It really shows just how much of a fucking distraction and fucking void of attention span Onari is as a character. There's an arc, like 5 episodes before the finale, where something Demia, Onari becomes an icon. And because he's a jackass, possesses Alain because he wants to feel useful or whatever. And it really shows just how fucking obnoxious of a character Onari is with the current writing and direction, because Alain is so fucking bad as Onari. He is so fucking insufferable doing the Onari shit. It is unreal how fucking infuriating Alain Onari was. So now that we've said our piece about the second worst character in the show, who is actually the worst character, let's talk about his counterpart, Akari.
Oh, Akari.
Let me surmise her with one sentence. She makes things and then gets immediately told that they're fucking irrelevant.
Like,
does anybody remember when she made this whole big fucking leaf blower to see ghosts, and then Sage, because he's a douchebag, is like, oh yeah, here's a lantern, does the same thing.
To be fair, at least it's in character for Sage to be like that.
Yeah,
but I know, but that was so funny.
It was.
Because I thought at least they gave her like 3 episodes with that thing. No, it was the next episode. I'm like, wow, you're an asshole, dude.
The whole thing, Akari fills a weird niche in the show where, for the first couple of episodes, they're doing like a science versus magic thing where Akari is a scientist. She's a big skeptic. She doesn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. She thinks everything has a scientific reason. And then, of course, you have her conflicting with Onari, who's, he's a monk, he's spiritual, he believes in the supernatural and paranormal shit. And that's kind of the whole thing, is that she is a scientist in a world of magic. She believes in the mundane and the science in a world where there are literal ghosts and demons from hell. And I kind of like that dichotomy. It's an interesting arc for a secondary character to have. It's like, well, there's a scientific explanation, oh, this is believable, and there's at least some evidence early on to kind of maybe it's not entirely magical, even though it's very clearly magic because the Gamma are demons from fucking hell. But the problem is that she doesn't really have any fucking purpose after Boost debuts, because they throw out all the magic shit except for the Great Eye and the icons and the ghosts and all that when they make the Ganma being holographic pod people. So that whole science versus magic thing stops mattering, and she doesn't fucking matter at all. She doesn't really her whole thing. She's the science person. She's like, well, I'm fucking running, technobabble scans on the icons and the big monolith we have in the basement. I don't know how we haven't even really explained. For some reason, Takeru has a shocker laboratory in his basement that has a giant ghost monolith that connects to the Ganma world, which I guess was just there the whole time, and they never really explained that.
Hey, maybe it's the one. Maybe it's the one from 300 years ago. From,
you know what? I was just about to say. I guess their house is built on the same monolith that Adonis used back in the past, but they never bothered to explain that. So, like, her whole role as being the skeptic stops mattering. It really never mattered because the show explicitly makes it clear that what is happening is the paranormal and is magic. But then she stops mattering too because they then retcon everything to be scientific and, advanced alien tech. So the whole like dichotomy between her and Onari stops mattering. And like, they kind of have her like do the ghost hunter thing. Like AJ said, they have her build stuff to help them fight the ghosts, help Takeru fight the ghosts, even though Takeru doesn't need any of it because it really is only benefits them. The whole like the ghost powder or like the magic lantern that lets them see the Ganma doesn't matter at all because Takeru can just see them to begin with. That's the worst part. Like, that's the stupidest part too, is that the stupid gadgets, even the toy gadgets, don't matter because they don't actually help Takeru at all. He can already see.
It's funny too because like the lantern is literally only made. The powder and the lantern are literally only made to give the characters a reason to react.
Literally, and I swear to God, they only do that because they didn't want to have to keep spending money to make Takeru and the Ganma transparent. That's it. That's it. That's all they. That is my only understanding of why they did it. So it's her only real role is to be the science person, but like half the time she fails at what she's doing, and she has to get helped by the magic people. So it's not even like she's very smart. She's just kind of average, to be entirely honest, compared to everybody else. I mean, granted, half the cast have the IQ of a fucking banana peel, so she's by default the smartest character. But she never really accomplishes anything, like, significant at the very least. Like, yeah, she does minor stuff here and there, but she never really matters. And, like, the worst part, too, is they keep trying to keep her relevant with Igor. For no real reason, they have one of the Ganma, he's like a scientist type. He's an evil mad scientist who does evil mad science Ganma shit because whatever. And I get they tried to set him up as like her rival. And they have a thing. And this is the worst. This is going to get more into Igor, but like their whole rivalry doesn't matter because she is so far under the level of Igor is technologically that there's no real competition. But Igor is such an irrelevant character, especially after his first ass kicking, that their rivalry is it's just a waste of our time. But we'll save that once we get into the villains.
Well, I was gonna say it's funny because too, when you're mentioning about Akari basically being irrelevant with her invention and stuff, you guys remember when they had this whole arc where they were trying to get Takeru into the Ganma world and make a gate?
Right.
Yeah. Whilst the whole time, and I know this for a fact, they're trying to make a whole thing where they're trying to get Takeru into the Ganma world and blah, 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 blah. While they're doing that, Spectre goes outside and makes his own.
That's the stupidest thing, too, is that, like,
yeah,
the whole, like, you need to have the special, like, gate to open the icon or the Ganma world. But everybody can just kind of do it at will except for Takeru for reasons that are never explained.
Yeah, Takeru is the only one who seems to not be able to do that. Alain can do that, Spectre can do that, and Spectre does that with his real body, by the way. He does do that with his real body.
Right,
and so does Alain.
It's not just an icon thing. You can just do that. They never explained that either.
And it's not like Takeru doesn't know how to do hand seals. He did that for the fucking icons. So, is it something that you just teach them? Because Spectre could just teach Takeru, hey, Takeru, here's the fucking hand signs to get into the Ganma world.
Like if it were a little more difficult, like if you needed like a special passphrase or something, I would get it. Even though that immediately stops mattering the second you see anybody do it, you just remember what they said. Unless it's like a different language or whatever the fuck, but I digress.
Yeah, like what about if it was in that weird language that Adonis was using for the Gonmisers?
Yeah,
what
if it's got like
that?
their weird Ganma language, at least that I believe. But no, like
it's just like random fucking whatever.
Yeah, it's
no. I'm sorry. It reminds me when they were making the fucking gate, and they're like, "Oh, the gate can only open when you're at the height of joy, when you're really doing something you enjoy." What the fuck does that mean with Alain and Spectre then?
That raises so many fucking questions.
What is Spectre just getting his crank off to get into the Ganma world? I guess he's thinking. I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, he's thinking about his sisters the whole time. Like, yeah, there. Okay, it's open. Like, what the fuck? What is Alain thinking about the whole? Like, it's takoyaki. Yeah, it was like, oh yeah, love those balls. What the fuck?
Literally. Fellas, is it gay to like takoyaki? I mean, you're literally eating balls.
No, it's not gay. It's
anyway,
yes, it's very gay, and the fact that Phil said it's not gay makes it even gayer.
Phil's in denial. So
I am not in denial. So, yeah. Stop bringing this up every time.
And you know what the worst? Like, I'm just gonna be honest. She's not a very good actress. Like, she never has very interesting dialogue. It's not like it's barely even like Star Trek technobabble tier. Because at least Star Trek technobabble is at least like interesting sometimes.
Well, yeah, because at least they throw in like, oh, the Bing Bing particles are going at the flux capacitor at femtoseconds and blah 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 blah. Akari's just like,
at least
the particle is going into the tube, and I put it in a flask and it bubbles.
They use real science terms like once every 5 words, so at least like it sounds normal, and like Akari has no idea what the fuck she's talking about any point.
You know what? You want to know what I love? There's an episode where she breaks her ankle, and I think the actress in real life actually did break her ankle. They keep her broken ankle more consistent than her character.
Doesn't she fake that broken ankle?
No.
Isn't it during the Idol episode?
No. She breaks her ankle again, but for real, like earlier on in the season.
Oh, I fucking forgot about that.
Around Tokon Boost.
That's right. Yes. Jesus Christ.
Well, again, it's weird because, like, you say, she's not a very good actress and all that. The weird part is, too, is that when she's doing her technobabble, she can't even pretend to act like she knows what she's talking about. Like, all of this, like, Pythagorean theorem and the theory of relativity and the Big Bang theory. It's like, what am I saying? I don't know what any of this is. She has no confidence in what she's saying.
Confidence-minded.
She has no confidence in what she's saying, so she's just like, Pythagorean, Beethoven, boo-boo particles. Like, she has no idea what she's saying.
Basically.
I feel kind of bad for her, because there are points where she does just, like, sink hard, but at the same time, I'm like, this is terrible. I want to get... I at least she stops mattering for, like, part of the show until Takeru starts getting a weird boner for his mom, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, like... And the whole, like, science versus magic thing is interesting if they, one, had an actress who had felt more confident in what she was talking about. 2, a character who actually knew what the fuck they were talking about. And 3, didn't immediately destroy it by establishing that everything is science magic. So, it's whatever.
You want to break her watch
well, that's the thing
put her
too,
in Wizard's World.
Because technically, they don't destroy everything. They don't destroy everything with it being science, because technically the Gonmisers aren't fully scientific either. And neither is the Great Eye. So, what's going on there?
I guess so.
Technically, the Great Eye is like God Jesus, and they don't know what... Adonis basically like straight up said, like, I don't know what it is. It was here when we got here.
Yeah, they came with the monolith, dude. I don't know how it works.
They said it's renter friendly, but I call bullshit.
Rental
jokes. That's gonna do
this
well
is what
with
you
our.
subscribe to this podcast for, right?
That's gonna do well with our audience of like 17-year-olds.
Shibuya and Narita, who don't fucking do anything
Yeah,
important.
Shibuya and Narita. Oh, one of them looks like he might have been a writer at one point, but I guess he just said fuck off.
Which one?
Shibuya.
The one with the glasses.
He was a writer.
Who was he?
He was Kid Deno.
He was?
Oh,
was.
that's right.
Yes, he was.
Speaking
Kid
of
Deno.
callbacks, there's the Kamen Rider Juicy Kid's in here too.
That's right. He is. He's a victim of the week. Interesting.
And they didn't give him Gav. You fucking hacks. You had one fucking job.
You know what?
I think
He's
he's
still
too
could be the
old
secondary
now.
writer. Shibuya and Narita, which
Shibuya 15.
I am gonna be entirely honest. I am embarrassed to admit it took me until just now to realize they were just named after cities in Japan. I don't know how I never noticed that. Shibuya.
Well, like
Narita,
come on.
very
Like, are there
famous
any
cities
other geography jokes in this fucking show?
No.
Like you would like
No.
that's gonna be something you're gonna notice. Come on.
True. But it's like it's like if you did a show set in like the South and you had two characters named like Dallas and Houston. Actually, wait, no, that's just Payday. I digress. Joke cancel.
No, I will not. I will uncancel it and renew it for a second season. But yeah, so Shibuya and Narita, they are there for some ungodly reason. They gave Shibuya an episode.
That was the weirdest
two
thing. Is they
episodes.
gave Shibuya an episode and then did not give Narita one. He
Because
doesn't do
Narita,
anything.
I don't know. He was paid by the appearance. I don't know.
I guess so. But no, he's in so many episodes too. They're both in so many episodes.
Unironically, legit, I thought they disappeared way earlier and they appeared less often than they did.
I'm
surprised they were as
forgot how much
consistent.
they were actually in this.
I mean, shit, they were like they were basically like the Monster Watch for like half of the season, and
Dude,
I was surprised about that.
It is so funny when like they're all gearing up to go to the Ganma world in the final arc, and they explicitly tell them to stay behind. So they still, even in the climax of the show, do nothing. They are explicitly told to do nothing.
Honestly,
was so funny to me.
In a weird way, I kind of like them because they're fucking pathetic. Like, even Onari got a fucking hit in. He got a potato in on one of the fucking Ganma. These two motherfuckers are just like, hi.
They do
Hello.
nothing, and every time they get involved, they immediately lose.
I mean, do you remember when Shibuya's mom got turned into like a kid and he tried to protect her against the Ganma and immediately jobbed out?
Yes, I remember
Yes.
that.
Like, what was that about, dude? Like, come on. You couldn't even let him take out one mook. You had to drop him out that hard. Like, come on, dude. He's not Spike
even
Dudley.
when like the shitty mooks with no face, he couldn't beat.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he's not Spike Dudley. You can let him get one in.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, even I compared them to Bulk and Skull. At least Bulk and Skull beat putties every now and then.
Yeah,
Jesus
And they
Christ.
were there at the ending for Countdown to Destruction when they led the entire humans against
honestly,
the
would that have been
Controns.
that would have been funny if, like, at the ending they let the humans into the Ganma world and it was just those two fuckers in the front.
Right?
They just completely rip off Countdown to Destruction for no reason.
Especially no reason, because it doesn't make any sense for them to rip off Power Rangers of any show.
I mean, look who's writing this shit.
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm listening.
I get that Mori only got the head writing gig because he's buddies with Gen Urobuchi. I mean, sure. He had written for like Double and O's like one or two episodes at a time, so it's not like he's totally brand new.
It's gonna be that kind of thing. Actually, he wrote for Heaven's Tornado.
He did not write Heaven's Tornado. He did. I know for a fact he wrote the Grasshopper Yummy episode of O's where there's the Vigilante. He wrote that one.
Oh,
So
he wrote.
I
that's
know
some
he's
shit.
written for writer prior to Ghost. He also
Actually, he did the remake of Kakagurui.
who did do the remake of Kakegurui.
It was fucking
I don't even know what
the
Kakegurui
King Oja
is.
guy.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
That's somebody got mad at you in the comments. Oh, you Kakegurui.
What
That's
is
right.
Kakegurui?
No, so actually, no. Speaking of Mori and Butcher, he's the guy who wrote the fucking. I think he wrote the soccer movie entirely. I know he did the episode.
Are you fucking with me?
I know he did the soccer episode. I don't know if he did the movie.
If he did the movie, that makes so much sense.
Let me double check that.
Wait, are we talking about the writer?
By the way,
Ghost,
we're talking about
soccer.
literally anything but the show right now.
Yes, Kamen Rider. No, okay. He did not write the movie, but he did co-write the episode of the Gaim show in which they did the soccer movie tie-in. So it's close
For
enough.
some reason.
Yes,
anyways.
okay, no, so his only credits, he did a couple of episodes of O's. And then he wrote like the stupidest fucking episodes of Gaim. He did the Kakaider episode, the soccer episode.
I remember that.
And like one other episode of Gaim with Butcher. And then somehow that got him the head writing position. Allegedly head writing position of Ghost.
Because Fate fans are fucking wild.
Oh, dude, no. Oh my god. I'm looking here at his credits on the wiki. I literally can't fucking believe what I'm seeing. He wrote more episodes of Zeo, the show he wasn't the head writer on, than he did write episodes of Ghost, which he was the head writer. I don't. What the fuck?
That makes a lot of sense.
What the fuck is wrong with this man?
He was too busy jerking off to his own sister. That's what.
I guess.
So now that we've gotten over that hump, literally, we have to talk about.
Shit. I just spit beer on myself. Shit.
We have to talk about Igor.
No, should we just get Javert out of the way first?
Oh yeah, Geki Chopper. He comes in, jobs, and then he becomes a really awful joke character.
I
didn't know that was Geki Chopper.
Because he loses all the fucking time.
Like Geki Chopper.
Well, hey now. Geki Chopper won at least one fight.
He lost a couple.
If they gave him a Menchikatsu, I would get the joke, but that didn't. But that doesn't make it. But they didn't, so I didn't know.
So,
look, dude, I don't. Why is he called Javert?
Because somebody liked Les Miserables. That's why somebody liked Les Miserables.
It made no sense.
I'm so glad Phil didn't do the thing from the Les Miserables movie this time, because I was gonna get really mad if he did. Phil, if you do it, I'm gonna kill you. If you do it, I'm gonna kill you, Phil. No.
Which one?
Don't.
And I'm Javert.
God damn it, Phil. You're dead. Next time we see you, you're dead. You hear me, kid? Anyways.
To be fair, I was going to start continuing that, but I forgot the lyrics of the song, and I don't give a fuck to look
I've
them up.
never seen that movie, so you could have said anything and I would have believed you.
I could have just said, stolen bread. I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever. What is there to tell you about him?
You
mentioned it, and I wanted to say, why are the villains named after, like, historical figures? Like it makes sense when they're the Ganma use the historical figure in the spirit, but like, why are they specifically named after like figures of history? Like, Adonis was a real guy in history. Why is he named after that if he's like from feudal Japan or whatever the fuck? Why is Javert named after the guy from Les Miserables when, you know, I mean, I guess he wasn't a real guy, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, Igor wasn't a real guy either.
No, Igor didn't exist until like the 1900s, to be entirely fair, because he was invented for the Frankenstein movie.
Yeah.
But
yes,
the point is, why do they have these names if they're all like Japanese people from Japan in the feudal era? Whatever.
Because Adonis really didn't like the idea of being a dictator named Takashi.
True. I mean, it could have been worse. He could have picked a different name that started with AD and be a dictator. So,
what, Hirohito?
Yes, famous name that starts with AD, Hirohito. You fucking dickhead.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Shinzo Abe. There you go.
Javert,
He could have just named himself Abe.
Adonis's whole scheme was just to get people to have sex.
I mean, not with their sisters, I'd hope.
I mean, hey, any hole's gold, dude.
Tell that to Phil. Anyways.
Hey!
This is the one night. You know what? This is the one night I'll believe Phil when he says he's had sex. So I'll be there. So.
Yeah.
Javert doesn't matter. He doesn't matter.
He does not.
He is the. He's kind of like Graphite from X-Aid, where he's just like he's the co-general of the first arc who does nothing important, and then except unlike Graphite, he never dies. Javert gets his fucking ass handed to him like twice within the span of 13 episodes.
3 times.
Once just kind of like in general. He does win like a couple of fights. He wins his like introductory fight. But then like every other fight he gets his ass handed to him. And then he gets completely humiliated after Boost debuts. And then he just like he spends the next couple of episodes just like putzing around, kind of like stalking
it's weird
Alain,
because
but not
like
really.
It's weird because like the way I thought Shibuya and Narita were in this show way less. He's in this and they were in fact way more. I thought he was in the show way more, and he was in the show way fucking less than I remember.
Yeah.
It's like they peppered him in whenever they decided to use him, but whenever they decided to use him, like 4 other way more important things were already going on. Where it doesn't. Why is he here? Like he's not going to add anything to the story because the story's going on right now.
See, like here's the thing. I remember the key moments of Javert where his initial arc as being like the general who actually knows what the fuck the real plan is and he's working that. And then he gets defeated as the big Act 1 power-up debut. And then he kind of doesn't do anything on the sides until he gets woken up from his pod. Because I remember that scene of him waking up from his pod. And then I don't remember anything up until that scene in the forest with him and Onari. And then I don't remember anything else up until he dies and becomes a full good guy. So I for whatever reason, I remembered him being in the show more than that, but I guess he wasn't. I guess he wasn't at all. He was such a fucking weird, pointless character. He was a waste of his actor, because I kind of liked the performance that he was given. He was interesting enough villain. He wasn't exactly the most exciting thing, but he was pretty standard Act 1 general fare. I mean, I'd say he's about on par with Phoenix in terms of performance, which, I mean, granted, Phoenix was a way more enjoyable villain than Javert ever was, but I digress. But it's like, you and I both remember him being in the show way more than he actually was, and that's the weird thing, too, which...
I remember him being more important to, like, Alain than he actually was, because
right?
I'm going to be honest, Alain kind of just looks at him after he beats him, he's like, fucking jobber, get out of here.
Alain, like, never fucking liked the guy. Like every single time he interacts with Javert, he's, like, interacting with him with complete disdain. He never fucking seems to like the guy at all.
You would think that he would be one of the first guys that Alain post face turn is like, you know what, dude? I changed, you can change. But no, Alan's just like on site with this motherfucker, like, I'm gonna stab him. I'm gonna stab him.
Right.
Like, damn, dude, like, calm down.
Like, it's not like if the roles were reversed, like if Javert was like the royalty and Alain was just some like general, I could understand it a little bit more. But where Javert is just some fucking peon to Alain, it doesn't really make any sense.
I just feel bad for the guy.
Right? I get that he's basically his brother's lapdog, and he clearly knows more. He is clearly trusted more with the great scheme of the Ganma than the literal actual prince of the Ganma and general of the invasion. But like, I never really understood why Alain hates him so much. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
I guess it's because he was so attached to Adele that Alain just assumes, oh, you're always going to be his lapdog. Fuck you, I'm going to kill you.
Which, I mean, was kind of
Maybe.
right for the most part.
I guess. But again, Javert is so, like, honestly, I don't want to say he's a non-character, but he feels like a non-character after he gets beaten by Boost, where I'm like, why is he here, man? Like, there's no reason for him to be here.
Exactly.
Like at least with, like, again, I mentioned Graphite and X8. At least Graphite died, and then when he came back, when he started being relevant later, he was revived from the dead and actually had a purpose. It wasn't like he was just hanging around.
I was going to say, at least Graphite had a story reason connected to one of the writers to still be around.
True.
So, from Javert, I am going to let Jay let loose on fucking Igor.
I fucking hate Igor so goddamn much.
How much?
How much?
This man is the most insufferable motherfucker in this entire goddamn show. And that is saying a lot. He is worse than fucking Onari half the time. I never liked Igor from the start. His entire character makes no fucking sense at all. Because he's this mad scientist of the Ganma. Which the whole thing, again, like, doesn't make any fucking sense. Because if the Ganma is supposed to be demons from fucking hell, why do they have scientists? I guess they just have demon scientists. You know, well, again, like...
Remember, he said that science for them is the dark arts.
Yeah, so isn't it for the fucking Klingons, but at least the Klingons don't have magic abilities. Like, that's the fucking problem. Is that him being like a mad scientist when he's supposed to be a demon from hell is fucking dumb. But then when they become fucking holographic pod people, like, he's just a regular guy now, so okay, whatever. Like, I never have any fucking clue what the hell Igor is trying to accomplish at any given moment. His personality sucks. He's just insufferable to watch, to do anything. He just exists as a character. I never care about anything he does. His whole shit with Demia drags on for so fucking long. It is infuriating. I never have any fucking clue what Demia actually is, because I don't think the writers had any idea, because it keeps fucking changing. Demia is this microscopic computer thing that's gonna turn the skies red like the Gone World. Oh, except it isn't. Except it is now. Except it isn't. Except it's fucking Wi-Fi connected contact lenses. I don't know why that's what they settled on. I mean, I guess because eyeballs. But his performance is just annoying because he's just this insufferably smug cunt of a character every single scene he's in, and all of his delivery is just makes me want to fucking punch his stupid fucking face.
Oh my god!
I hate his entire fucking rivalry with Akari, because their entire thing is they're both scientists, because that's their entire thing. Is they're both scientists, so that's why they hate each other, because he's a better scientist than he is. But he's an evil mad scientist. He's the killer mad scientist, which she keeps saying every single fucking time, even though she knows what his fucking name is, because she wants to make that a thing. Because Mori, or Hasegawa, or whoever the fuck is writing this week, decided that's gonna be the thing.
The mad scientist, KMS.
But they're... Say that. Go ahead.
I said KMS.
Yes, that's the acronym they decided to keep saying. Because that's, that makes it way more better, is when you keep referring to him by an annoying acronym that doesn't flow. If it was at least an acronym that's easy to say, it'd be one thing. But no, it is an acronym that is actively difficult to say. So, that's petty, I know, but I'm being petty right now. Fuck you. The problem, again, is, like, the whole science thing of the Gamma doesn't make any fucking sense if they're supposed to be magic. And once they're just pod people, it's fucking a waste of time. Like, okay, why don't we... If we have scientists, why aren't we trying to solve the whole problem with our own society rather than invading the fucking Earth? Why are we not focusing on the easier solution than fucking conquering an entire goddamn planet with giant fucking monsters and evil ghosts? This is a waste of our time. But all of this bullshit with fucking Demia and kidnapping. Fuck me, I forgot his. I said it as a joke, but I legitimately forgot his name was fucking Steve Bills because Maury or whoever the fuck came up with the character is a fucking hack. First and like complete aside, they fucking wasted Thane Camus on this character. The man is a fucking great. The man is a great actor. He's great in everything. They fucking wasted him as this pointless fucking character who solely exists just for the fucking pun of his name. It's not even a pun, really. It's just a bad reference. But Bills is so irrelevant as a character. The whole thing is that the entire reason he's working with Igor is that he's brainwashed. That's the entire reason Demia goes on so long and why he's like... I keep going into tangents of my tangent. The brainwashing Bills makes no fucking sense because brainwashing him accomplishes nothing because the writers keep fucking showing up at the Deep Connect offices where Demia... They keep showing up at their offices and asking him shit about Demia and the Ganma and everything. And every single goddamn fucking time, even though he's fucking brainwashed and working for the Ganma, he just immediately, with no hesitation, tells the goddamn writers exactly what they need to know to stop what the fucking villain scheme is. Every single fucking time, without fail, even though he's supposed to be brainwashed and working for them. Not only is his character irrelevant, but his whole brainwashing is so fucking irrelevant. I have audio evidence of Bills and his fucking brainwashing being so goddamn fucking irrelevant that people legitimately forgot he was brainwashed. I know for a fact that a sizable chunk of people watching Ghost fucking forgot that he was brainwashed up until the reveal that they break his brainwashing. It's that fucking pointless that he's brainwashed. But that tangent about Bills aside, the reason why I fucking hate Igor is that they fucking ruin his character after like the first time they beat him, and they do the thing where Akari dope slaps him, which would be funny if that were like the one thing, and then he loses, and then we never see him again. But he never fucking goes away after that point. And they keep doing the fucking gag where Akari dope slaps him. And it fucking ruins any credibility as a villain that he has. Because every single time he shows up doing a sinister haha villain thing, it doesn't matter if that, because he got beat by a literal regular human woman who fucking dope slapped him so hard his villainous scheme was destroyed. And then he keeps fucking showing up with increasingly more time-wasting, stupid fucking schemes. Like, I've already harped on about the fucking turn in the skies red. What the fuck was the point of the whole idol group thing and having Akari join the idol group? Why the fuck did that matter?
Plot points.
Yeah, but every single time he shows up, Akari keeps fucking dope slapping his stupid ass. And it keeps making him more and more embarrassing, and we keep being told that we're supposed to treat him as a serious villain, because it's not like he's going off doing goofy things. He's still trying to do serious things and have him be a serious part of the plot. But you can't take him fucking seriously anymore when he keeps getting fucking dope slapped by everybody that runs into him. And it gets so bad that they for some reason turn him good. He gets dope slapped so many times he becomes a good guy at the end. For some fucking reason? What the fuck was up with that? Why did Igor become a good guy? Why did they accept him as a good guy? It doesn't make any sense. He was fucking evil. Nothing he did at all at any point warranted being turned good. And even fucking Javert. No, even fucking Seiji Takaiwa's character, who doesn't do anything important, even him turning good made more sense than fucking Igor turning good. Yeah, and that too is, he gets dope slapped so many fucking times by Akari, he gets like a Pavlovian thing for it, and he starts enjoying it, and he falls in love with Akari for some fucking reason.
CTE.
Sometimes you gotta slap a bitch into submission.
Yeah, I guess. Fucking
No, Jay, you have to put the idol stuff especially into its proper context. They did that like literally 6 episodes before the show ended.
literally no. It was like it's. This is not a unique problem to Ghost, by the way. Is once we get into the end game, we keep trying to do like the regular monster of the week type shit. Like this ties back to the whole like icon thing and the icons possessing people, and Takaru or whatever needs to learn a lesson from the spirit. Which like I wanted to harp on this a little bit when we were still talking about the icons, but we didn't. Like the whole thing about like, oh, we need to find a guy and we need to find the item, blah 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 blah, to summon the icon, which fucking doesn't matter and was pointless and wasted time. If they just did it of like the ghosts of these spirits were running around and possessing people to like fuck with their lives, like the fucking Nobunaga guy. Instead of him being like controlled by a Ganma to become like no, if he was just possessed by Nobunaga, and one of the Ganma were just there trying to goad him along to get him to a point where they could steal the Nobunaga spirit and create an icon, that'd be better. Because once they start doing the possession stuff, at least then it's like moderately interesting, and the victim of the week stuff starts fucking mattering. You know, none of it's very interesting. Like there's the fucking tarot chick who becomes possessed by Himiko, or like Akari's professor and his brother get possessed by Grimm at the same time, except they're not at the same time.
Or
Again,
what about the
how that
episode with
works.
Arisakomia in it and she's Houdini?
Right, like that one too. Or like
I gotta say, she's hotter when she's got the Houdini eyeliner on.
True. Like that whole possession thing, like pointless. Like, but no, they keep doing this thing where like Takaru needs to talk to the spirits of the icons and like learn a lesson from them, and I guess convince them to work alongside them. Except by that point in the show, he's already done that, because like you would think that would be the plot to like him having to like after like forming the icons that he talks to each ghost individually and to learn a lesson, and that leads to like Grateful or the final form or whatever, like the like that leads to a power up. Like that's a power up arc, is that like he learns a lesson beyond after reaching a stage and getting all of like the power ups, and needs to further understand it to get a more powerful power up. But no, he just fucking talks to the ghosts for some fucking reason, and it never fucking matters anytime he talks to any of them. Like, what the fuck did him talking to Edison that one time matter, other than having? Oh my god! No! Before I fucking forget, we never talked about this. Having the fucking icons be sentient was such a fucking waste of time too, because literally, every single goddamned motherfucking icon, every single one, was played by Seiji. No, I guess technically Seiji Takaiwa, but the suit. But every single goddamned motherfucking one was voiced by Tomokazu Seki.
Yes,
Every
really?
single one. Why? I don't know. Because there's no reason. There is no fucking reason at all for all of the single goddamned icon ghosts to be played by the same fucking guy.
Even the
It is-
women?
What?
Even Himiko?
Yes. All of them, including Himiko, are Tomokazu Seki. And it's very obvious because, listen, I fucking love Tomokazu Seki. He's one of my favorite voice actors. But the motherfucker only has like 3 goddamn voices. Okay? 4 if you count his real speaking voice. And it's super noticeable. It is so fucking noticeable listening to Ghost. Because you'll have all of these icon ghosts in his same voice talking to each other at the same fucking time. I don't know why. They
else has his
couldn't
voice?
fucking get
Because
anybody
they
else.
couldn't afford anyone else.
I don't know what the fuck this show's budget was. It must have been fucking rock bottom compared to Rider. That they could not afford 15 independent voice actors.
Hell, why didn't they just have like? To me, this would be more thematically. This would be more thematically inclusive, I guess. Why didn't they just have the actors on the show voiced the icons.
Right? Like,
Don't know.
why? If they were gonna have the victim of the week thing possession, like, just get the victim of the week to be like a voice actor or whatever, and have them come back every now and then to voice the icon. Or like, here would have been a better casting. You've got MCAT doing the belt voice. Have him voice the fucking ghosts. At least that makes sense because the fucking belt is having his voice. At least it makes sense to have the icons have his voice because the belt is already channeling his goddamn voice. No, we get fucking Tomokazu Seki doing it. And again, I fucking love Tomokazu Seki. But there is no fucking reason every single goddamn icon needs to be voiced by him. Through the entire show. Well, okay. I guess except for that one fucking episode near the very end where they have Mitsuru Karahashi show up to play Musashi. Because he played Musashi in the movie, of course. So we need to do the one obligatory thing because we already had his actor on call. So, whatever.
But Jay.
Yes.
I am Edison.
Oh.
I am Edison.
I think I triggered something.
Like, I remember that being a meme because it's like, yes, I am Aji-san. And then they had Edison like keep doing that over and over again every time he showed up because like, it was funny. Remember this thing that made you laugh? We're doing it again.
Weird because like, why is he the only one that spoke English?
Why
you have Billy the Kid and Robin Hood right there. Like
the other like white guy ghosts kind of had an English-ish accent. Like Newton had kind of like an American-ish accent. And no, Grimm didn't really either. Houdini kind of did.
That's the thing. I could barely tell only because they used them so like they didn't use them enough. They use them so often like little that I'm like, I don't even know. I can't even tell.
True. So like, man, like even fucking Gotchard can afford like Gotchard has like how many fucking chemis again? Like 102 or whatever the fuck. And every
100.
single goddamned one is voiced by a different voice actor. Now, granted, all of the chemis only fucking say their name like Pokemon. So it's not like exactly you're spending a lot of money to have them say dialogue. You're just having them show up to say one thing with like a couple of different intonations. So it's not exactly the same.
Well, unless you're
But
Hopper
still.
1 or Steamliner.
Say that again, Phil?
I said unless you're Hopper 1 or Steamliner and they... And
Well,
you get
yeah, I mean,
multiple
they're main
episodes.
character ones. They don't count. But
Oppa!
like the regular like rank and file ones for like the toys. The point is that Gotchard has how many fucking different chemis with different voice actors, and we can't get more than like 15 characters to show up to say a couple of lines every other couple episodes. Like, okay, if you want to have Musashi be Seki and have him be the most voiced, because of course he's the first one, he's the most important one, so it makes sense. Like, I'd be fine. I'd be fine if Seki was just Musashi, and Musashi's the only one who ever spoke more than like a single line. Like, that'd be fine. That'd be fine, because at least they would all have different fucking voices. But no, every single motherfucking one is Tomokazu Seki doing a different fucking voice. Ugh. It's so cheap. This show is so fucking cheap, dude. I don't know what the fuck this show's budget was, but it is insultingly low. It is so bad.
I'm guessing Drive didn't do well toy sale wise, so they cut the budget.
I'm pretty sure Drive did really good sales wise too. No, other than like.
Well, to be fair, if we want to go by production value, and we can talk a little bit about this before we get into Adele, like if we want to talk about production value, even Drive was dropping at the end there. I mean, look, I think we all remember the infamous scenes with Chaser still having the fucking little sparks and little explosives on his chest, just taped there.
They left the fucking spark pouches on him.
In full view of the camera with no way, like they don't even try hiding it. So like the production issues started in Drive, like late stage Drive, and they only got worse in Ghost.
Dude, there are so many flubs in like the Ghost, the show. Like, it'd be one thing if it was just like the movie. Like, Surprise Future, the Drive movie, there's a scene where Dark Drive's sword is literally held together with fucking packing tape. Very visibly held together with fucking tape. And that one shot is somehow better than the entirety of Ghost, where there are so many fucking production errors. Like, there is literally a scene in an episode where there is a lingering shot of Ghost leaping through the air, and they leave the fucking stagehands holding the trampoline that Takaiwa jumped off of on screen for like 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
There was a long, lingering shot of fucking stagehands and a prop on screen that they could not be bothered to edit out.
Shall I remind people of one of the most infamous flubs? One of the shots of the city getting taken away, quite literally, is a copy and paste from Wizard.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And not only is it a copy and paste from Wizard concept-wise, if you put the same scenes together and look at the runes on there, oh, that's Wizard's runes.
Yes.
What are those doing there?
I mean, even Xaid copied the Wizard runes, but at least they threw some shit on top to make it less obvious. Ghost couldn't even bother that.
I mean, look, leaving the spark pouches on riders, the trampolines, reusing shots from different shows, reusing old fucking effects, the cameramen being seen in the helmets often. And I know it's hard to not see that in these kind of helmets. However, it happens so often that it looks like they weren't even trying. And let us not forget, the one that pisses me off the most, the sound mixing was done by a 5-year-old.
Oh my god, dude. The sound mixing in Ghost. Like, actually, before I forget about it, like, the helmet reflection, like, it is, like you said, it is a symptom of the way the Ghost helmets are made. They are just unnaturally more reflective due to the way they're made. And to be fair, there are several times where they actually use it to their advantage, and it looks really good, where they'll have action going on in the reflection of the helmet, and it looks cool. But they don't ever do that very often. And more often than not, they just leave mistakes in. And, like, leaving the cameraman or stage crew in the reflection of the helmet or the visor is tradition at this point. It happens all the time, especially in the HD era. It's kind of unavoidable. Unless you spend time fucking editing it out frame by frame in After Effects. And Rider and Sentai don't have that time to do that. I understand that. It is one of those it's one of those adult circumstances you just kind of have to worry about. To quote Q Ranger, it's just one of those adult problems. Don't worry about it. But Ghost just stopped. Doesn't fucking care. There are so many mistakes in this show left in. And yes, the sound mixing is so fucking bad, dude. It is the worst out of fucking all of the Heisei Riders. Dude. Going from, like, Geats and even Gotchard is really loud and, like, has a lot of belt sounds. But going from, like, Geats, where the belts fucking make no noise at all, back to, like, Ghost era, and it is just a fucking orchestra of sounds and screaming and effects and fucking paragraphs of belt sounds.
Oh, let's not forget the pantheon of this was the... And I find it weird that they had the use every single form fight in the middle of the show against Seiji Takaiwa. So I find that really weird. But that fight where he's constantly changing the icons out 15 times. Oh my god. That was nauseating.
Pain. And it's like, it'd be one, like, the belt sounds being fucking loud and long and obnoxious and drowning out everything would be one thing. But you're right. The sound mixing in the show is fucking terrible. Everything is like, the balancing is so fucked up. It's either the belt sounds are 3 times louder than everything else. The soundtrack is 3 times louder than everything else, including the dialogue. So the dialogue's being drowned out by the soundtrack. And the soundtrack in the show, well, we'll save the soundtrack for itself, but the soundtrack itself is loud. But, like, It is
and
almost
sometimes
always
they
the
just
fucking dialogue drowning itself out.
Well, I was supposed to say too, like, and sometimes it's just all three playing as loud as humanly possible at the same time. Legitimately, and I know this because I'm a video editor. Legitimately, it sounds like they just dropped the tracks into like Vegas without fucking remembering. Oh right, I should probably tune down the decibels because if not, all of these things are going to play at the same time at the same volume, and it's going to give you an aneurysm.
You're so right about that. Like, when I saw this when it fucking aired, or I knew the sound mixing was fucking atrocious dog shit. Nowadays, where I do like a constant video editing and stuff, like you do, like sound mixing and everything, it is way more noticeable. Like I have better fucking sound mixing than Ghost does, and I do shitty YouTube videos about comics for free. I don't know how I managed to do better sound mixing than this professional television show. It is fucking atrocious. This show gives me a fucking headache, and not just because it's bad, it's because it's loud.
It's worse too because
screaming at me.
Towards the end, like with all of the riders and their final forms, and Adele throwing all of his fucking cummies everywhere, and Ganmeiser noises,
Stop
and
saying cummies.
and Akari being a fucking banshee, already jerking himself off, all this fucking noise. Somehow Eddie Van Halen's back to life back there. Everything's happening at the same time. All the while, explosions are going off. Fucking traumatizing Biopink again. Because the sound mixing is just that bad, she gets PTSD. So
right.
All of this is playing all at the same time, all at once, at the same volume, and not just a quiet volume where you can kind of just listen to it like this. I'm talking screaming out your ass, turning up the bass all the way loud till it distorts kind of volume, which, by the way, the music in this show does distort quite a lot because they're playing it so loud. All of this just becomes an orchestra of disgusting anal prolapse of the ears. It's awful. It is awful.
Yes, that is like easily one of the worst technical errors of Ghost. It's not even, like, I wouldn't even say it's an error. It's just a general problem. Is the sound mixing is so fucked, dude. It is beyond fucked. I don't think there's a single writer show that has even in this era with fucking paragraphs worth of belt sounds and effects and everything else going on all at once was the mixing this bad. X8 had better sound mixing with the belts and everything. And
and they had noises everywhere.
Oh my fucking god. It was constant with the noise in X8, but there was mixed so much better.
Fine. Yeah.
It is
like it's weird because, like, again, this isn't a problem that gradually started happening once more forms came in. It was there from like episode 3, where like, why is the noise drowning out the audio?
Even to compare to Mori and again literal paragraphs, even fucking Saber had better sound mixing than this, and we have literal paragraphs long belt sounds in Saber.
How do you do that?
It's so bad.
This show sucks. But
and that's one of those things where like people are like pretend it's not a problem. It's like oh well, like, or like complain about sound nowadays. Like, motherfucker, have you ever seen a show from the 2010s?
Dude, imagine watching that, like, again, to go back to the episode where he fights Seiji Shakaiwa. Imagine watching that episode with all the explosions and all this shit going off, and then turning on an episode of fucking Ryuki. You think you're deaf.
Yeah.
Like, even Reiwa Rider with its fucked up sounds. Like, Reiwa Rider is fucking like no pun intended, a ghost town compared to like late Heisei with the fucking
That's
noises.
what I'm saying. Like, if you listen to early Heisei after watching Ghost, you honestly think you're deaf. I legit, after I finished the season, I put on an episode of Akito just to fucking help me, and I'm like, is my volume too low? No, it's full the way, but I can't tell. Because I had to keep lowering it down for Ghost. And anybody who says, oh, you can just do that for Ghost and it helps. Okay, I'll do that if I don't want to hear any of the fucking dialogue.
And not that
Like,
you can understand
fuck.
it, you fucking English-only peasant.
That's okay.
Right?
I understand Orawate Kuchitakaru.
It's because he says it 50 fucking times.
Yeah, I hope you fucking understand it by the end of it.
That is, I briefly touched on it with the heroic translation thing. Like, that is the one fucking benefit of understanding Japanese enough to be able to watch children's shows, is that I don't need to dedicate full brain power to Ghost because I can actually understand what they're saying now. Oh my god. But anyways, I don't even remember what we were bitching about.
It's time to talk about Adele.
No, you know what? No, you know what? Yeah, we'll save Edith for last because I guess he has the most.
Oh, you want to talk about Sage? Yeah, let's talk about Sage.
No, you know what? Let's get through Adele because he fucking sucks. He's boring. I don't.
Yeah, no shit, he sucks.
What a shitty final boss. Even though he's not technically the final boss.
No, well, think about it this way. Like you basically outlined earlier every problem that he has, and it all boils down to he killed his dad to take over the plan before ever understanding what the plan even was.
He has no motivation to do anything at all. Like, he doesn't know what the fucking Gone Misers are. We haven't really explained what the fucking Gone Misers are, but we'll get to that, I suppose. You know, to put a coin in the jar, by the way, that we've said we'll get to that 50 fucking times like we always do, because there's so much stupid shit in this show that we don't have time to talk about coherently. So okay. So Adele shows up a little bit after Kanan comes back, which is around when Boost debuts. He's Alan's brother, who is immediately antagonistic to him, and he's kind of like I don't want to say rival. He's very much set up as being like, he's basically Starscream. He's the Starscream of the show. He's this conniving little weasel bitch of a character who is vying for power against the real leaders of everything for some reason. At least Starscream had a motive. Adele really had no good reason to try and overthrow his father, as we've already discussed. His goal is essentially the exact same as his father's. And it only changes once he becomes so hopped up on Gone Miser juice at the end that he's basically a different person. Until he stops being a different person, but I digress. He is such an uninteresting villain. He is so boring. I don't fucking care about Adele. I said Alan. And then like the Gone Misers show up, and then the Gone Misers are all clones of him for reasons, and that never really goes anywhere. I don't really understand why he works with the Gone Misers, other than like the Gone Misers like control the Great Eye, except they don't, except they do, except they're a separate entity from the Great Eye.
And then they're
like a control system, but they're their own thing, I guess.
What even is the Great Eye, by the way?
Oh wait, I know what the fucking Great Eye is. I'm saving that for the end once we finish talking about
Jesus.
The show. Oh no, I wish it was just Jesus, dude.
Oh, here we fucking go.
Here we go.
So
I'm out of alcohol.
I've got one left. I'm saving that for later. So, Adele he's just not a very good actor, to be entirely honest. He's given a bad character. He is basically just, ha 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 ha, I am evil, and I want to take over the earth, because evil, and the Gone Misers, because evil. It's basically his motive is just because evil. He doesn't really, like, matter. Like, up until, like, the last, like, 8 episodes, where they crowbar in this whole shit. It was like, oh, he's just sad about his mommy. That's why he's evil. It's because his mommy died. And his dad stopped paying attention because his dad was planning the whole invasion of the fucking human race thing. So that's why he killed his dad and took over his whole plan, is because his dad cared more about invading the humans than paying attention to his son, even though that's a lie, and he actually did. But, you know, who cares about consistency in Ghost? and then he takes over, and then he proceeds to sit on his fucking ass for like 15 episodes until the Gone Misers show up, and then like the Gone Misers don't do anything interesting, and then he kind of like merges with the Gone Misers, and then he proceeds to not do anything interesting until like the last 5 episodes, when the Gone Misers suddenly become sentient because hamburger.
Because Sage asked them very nicely too.
I guess so. the one thing I will give Ghost is that they did not make Adele a writer. Somehow if Ghost came out like 3 years later, Adele would have been a writer. And I am so fucking glad.
They gave the fucking sister Pink Necrom.
Well, Pink Necrom doesn't fucking count because they already had a bunch of mass-produced Necroms for the movie, so they might as well.
Yeah.
But I guess okay, if that's true, then I guess he had his own Necrom too. Which, I mean, I guess Ghost doesn't matter enough to get an SIC story because that's kind of an SIC story kind of thing they do. Is bring Adele back for no reason and have him become a new Necrom. What color would he be? Would he be like no, wait, they can't do red Necrom because that already exists.
He'd have to be like purple Necrom.
No.
I guess. Or like a gold No, wait. Gold Necrom exists because of the V-Cinema.
Yep.
White Necrom.
No.
Sure, that works for me.
All right, fine. I'll play along.
Yeah, I fucking hate Adele. He's so fucking boring.
He literally has nothing to him.
And like the funniest thing too, again, and we already kind of talked about when we were talking about Takaru, is for absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever, is they start doing this thing where Takaru, for some reason, against all odds, against what everybody else is telling him, he decides, oh, maybe Adele's not a bad guy. You know, he loves his mommy, just like I loved my mommy and daddy.
But I never
maybe
knew
he
my
can
mom.
be good. You know, we didn't even bitch about the whole, like, oh, maybe we can be friends with the Ganma thing, which fucking didn't matter at all. Because, which is, first and foremost, it's obviously Mori or Hasegawa, or whoever the fuck was writing at that point. I don't know. I don't care. It was obviously ripping off Drive. Because Drive did the episode where, like, oh, I guess maybe the Roidmude can learn to live with humans. I guess, like, I guess them hating humans is just, like, conditioned because of bad experiences.
Well, Jay, it's funny you mentioned that, too. It's really funny you mentioned that, because the weird thing and the connotations of the fact that Takaru wants to befriend Ganma, especially at the point where Kyuubi comes in, Takaru would be knowingly keeping somebody in a pod for the rest of their life.
No! I was gonna get to that. Like, befriend the whole, like, maybe we can be friends with the Ganma thing only really makes sense if the Ganma are explicitly still demons from hell. Once you make the Ganma holographic pod people, the whole fucking thing goes out the window.
Holographic pod people that are being held there against their will, by the way.
Right? Like the Ganma are explicitly real people with, like, their own, like, they're choosing to do this. They're not being they're not creatures of habit like demons. They are willing conscripts into this army of dominating the human race. The whole maybe we can be friends thing only works if they're, like, explicitly monsters. If they're people, obviously we can fucking have diplomacy with them. And it makes their whole invasion thing really fucking dumb, too. Like, okay, I get it from, like, Adonis's point of view, where, like, he's obviously been alive for fucking several hundred years. And he clearly thinks humans are dumb. And, like, can't be allowed, like, after having wasted many attempts to, like, govern themselves, can't be trusted to do it. Sure, I understand from, like, his perspective, but, like, the whole thing of, like, oh, well, we need to take over the human race because they can't be trusted to rule themselves doesn't make fucking any sense when they're humans and people in pods. No, like, the whole, like, maybe we can befriend them thing makes no fucking sense if they're still fucking humans who are just from another dimension. Because they have fucking morals and can think and critically understand situations. And if you sit down and actually explain shit to them and work to fucking form a peaceful solution, like they do with Alain after he learns, you know, what being a human is like, and QB does too, for a lesser extent, the whole thing stops making any goddamn sense. The thing too is that, like, the whole befriending the Ganma thing is entirely fucking arbitrary at that point. Because it's not even like QB is, like, explicitly a good person who, like, doesn't want to hurt people. He's just like a fucking loser defect who just wants to paint. It's not like in Drive, where, what the fuck was his name? Q, right?
Q, yeah.
Q and his Roidmude, like, they find a common thing to bond over. And the Roidmude, before ever merging with a human, understands, like, human culture and emotion. And that's a proof that the Roidmude can learn to live alongside humans. They can be trusted to live alongside humans. With Ghost, it's like, QB is just kind of a fucking idiot who doesn't, like, care about the world domination thing and is explicitly a defect.
He just wants
But
to
Takaru,
paint.
for whatever reason, is like, well, I guess the Ganma can be good people and we can work alongside them. But then, like, 2 episodes later, the whole shit where he, like, gets really fucking kill crazy over the Ganma because of, like, Alain and killing Makoto and all that shit with invading the ghost world and, like, seeing the Ganma disintegrate in the pods and all that. Like, all that fucking goes out the window. I don't know what
Well,
the
let's
fuck.
not also forget that a few episodes later, we have another Ganma who's like QB, who apparently just disappears, by the way.
Mozart.
Another Ganma like QB with the fucking music Ganma.
Who doesn't
who's
even get
just
a name,
like him.
by the way.
I call him.
That's why I just
I call him Mozart.
Well, see, it's even funnier too because unlike QB, we never see what happens to him.
No.
Nope.
Just disappears. He comes back a little bit during the finale, but just disappears after that point.
He just fucks off, I guess.
Like, that's the thing, again, is that, like, Takaru's entire motivation for befriending QB is entirely arbitrary. And then for entirely arbitrary reasons, it goes straight out the fucking window 2 episodes later after he manages to befriend him. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And sure, like, Drive had problems with the whole maybe we can befriend the Roidmude arc, mostly because he kept refusing to kill objectively evil and untrustworthy Roidmude like Heart, you know, or not Heart, Medic, who he should have killed many fucking times before he had the chance to. You fucking idiot, Shinosuke. But, like,
Hey, it was those
at
boobs.
least Drive had reasons. He refused to kill Medic, and he refused to kill Roidmude. Takaru just, like, doesn't have any good reason why he wants to try and befriend the Ganma. And then he stops trying to befriend the fucking Ganma after that point, up until the finale, when he arbitrarily decides, oh, well, we don't need to kill Adele anymore, we can be friends. And then he decides, actually, fuck that, you killed my dad, I'm gonna kill you.
No, dude, that was so funny to me too. Like, again, we said this earlier in the podcast. It's literally, oh, Adele, my friend, I can help you. Wait, you killed my dad? All right, I'm getting out the circumcision scissors.
You get the rifle, dude. It's over for you.
You're about to get Clinton, motherfucker.
You're gonna die.
And that's a funny thing too. Is, like, we never find out why he killed his dad. We
Yeah,
don't
we
know
never find
why.
out.
At least
I know why actually.
Why?
Because it's Yellow Lion and they couldn't afford them.
True.
And somehow they ran out of budget for Yellow Lion right when that episode aired.
I mean, okay, we can kind of assume. We can kind of assume why he killed Yellow Lion is because the whole thing, like, oh, well, he was working with Edith to stop the Ganma invasion. He was building the icons and the Ghost Driver and all that, and he killed him because he was building the Resistance. Okay, I get that.
It's
not like
really
I can't
hates Live
figure out
Man.
why. It's the show just never, for any reason, explains why Adele, of all people, was the one who killed Takaru's dad.
It's
It
because
is
he hates Live Man.
I don't know why. Live Man fucks, dude.
Yeah, it
Well,
does.
He's got
Adele's
Joji
a-
Nakata in a kick-ass costume.
Adele is the kind of person who has that kind of shit taste.
You know what? I believe it.
I will
Bam.
find
You know
out.
what? I just gave him motivation. Perfect. 10 on 10.
10 out of 10. Works for me. But
Wait,
no,
Yellow
See, I
Lion's
should
dead?
be hired by Toei.
Oh, and that reminds me. He also apparently he's the one who killed fucking Makoto's dad too. I don't know when the fuck that was established. Or I found that out the hard way.
Adele?
Yeah, apparently he's the one who killed Daigo. But we haven't even talked about Daigo because we're saving him for the movie.
But that's not how that happened.
No, exactly. Apparently the book says that he's the one who killed his dad. I don't know why.
How many times has this motherfucker died?
I don't even care. We'll save that for we'll get to that in like half an hour, I guess. Because we're already 3 fucking hours in and we're still not done with Ghost.
Holy shit.
We've been doing this
I
for-
knew this was going to be 3 hours, but holy fuck.
So
We're still talking about the characters. We're not even talking about the plot.
Because the plot doesn't fucking matter in this show. We've already
The
talked
plot
about-
is Takaru wakes up, jerks off, sees Akari, and he's like, "Mommy," and then he gets Mugen.
The
That's
plot
the
for like
plot.
13 episodes is collect the fucking Dragon Balls and wish ourselves back to life.
Dragon Ball.
Can't stop till we got them all! There is no coherent story in this show. Because the full fucking icon thing stops fucking mattering after 13 episodes. And it becomes, like, them just kind of fucking dicking around until other things happen. Like, the fucking Gone Miser. We haven't even talked about what the fucking Gone Misers are. We still haven't talked about them. Because we're not done with Adele. Because we still have one other fucking character to talk about, which is Edith and
Which is
Urisen.
Sage.
Edith the Sage, who are, man, I feel sorry for the people who thought Edith and Sage were going to be two different people. Like I wish I were as naive as you to expect some kind of curveball like that. Like no,
Dude,
look,
I
before-
was
no,
there.
I know you were there because I've seen your posts, jackass. I know you're old. I know you fucking name fag. So, look,
Are we talking about Edith now?
yes.
Can I just say something?
No, hold on, Phil.
No,
Let
no,
Jay
no.
have his word.
I need to say something because
No,
Go
you
ahead.
don't.
No,
Jay.
no,
I
no.
do.
I will pass the talking stick, the talking icon to Phil. Go ahead.
We find out in a very specific episode, that Edith could have brought Takaru back to life.
Yes,
And he didn't!
The entire
No.
affair
Phil,
was
Phil.
a waste
You're
of
forgetting
time.
this. You're forgetting this, right? He could have brought Takaru back to life. And then once Takaru and his dad started frauding each other, Edith was like, "Oh shit. I don't know what happened."
Yeah,
Like,
pretty
quite
much.
literally, the entire show is because Sage is a dumb motherfucker.
He is a dumb
Edith-
motherfucker. He
Not
is.
only he's dumb, he's a fucking liar. Because as the show establishes, Takaru's first time limit is bullshit. Because he
Yeah.
straight up says, like, I could have brought you back at any point, and my only motive here for turning you into the writer is to get the icon so you could bring your dad back to life.
Okay. Here's the dumbest thing too, right? And I'm gonna slip a little bit into the movie because I have to, just a
Yes.
little bit.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is that the original plan, according to Sage, was the fact that they were going to give Takaru the icon, which was basically going to become Tokan Boost. It was going to be infused with his dad and give it to him on his 18th birthday, and they were going to turn Takaru into a pod person so that he could fight the Gon Misers and the Ganma and help all that bullshit. Now, I'd call bullshit on that because according to the movie, Sage was gonna get Argosy and fucking Daigo to do that for him. So which one is it, Sage? Is it supposed to be both of them? Is it supposed to be Takaru? Or is all of this bullshit?
To quote Urisen, this is literally all his fault.
Pretty much.
Like, no, because like you said yourself, Sage is a fucking liar. So the problem is that we don't know which one is the lie and which one is the truth. Is it supposed to be, I just wanted the 15 icons? Or was Takaru going to become a pod person to become Ghost to fight the Ganma? Which one was it?
I mean, that's another thing where, like, they change what the fucking rules and the backstory of Ghost are. We're like, okay, so Edith being, like, a higher up leader of the Ganma, and while secretly helping Ghost, that's fine. You can do that. That plot works. That's a fine little character thing. And again, like, it's obvious. It's not a twist. It's not supposed to be a twist. I'm not gonna pretend it like was. You know, I'm not gonna make fun of it. But it's like the whole thing. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, what? Why does he need to fucking do this, like, jerk off, like, fake personality thing and run around and lie? Why did he need none of the literally none of the lying about the situation to Takaru matters. He could have literally, for no fucking reason whatsoever, does he lie. He could have just told Takaru the truth, and it would have saved so many fucking headaches.
It's not like Takaru would have been mad about it,
right? Like, if he had been straight up like, he's like, my name is Edith. The Ganma are evil monsters from another dimension who are pod people, by the way, trying to invade the Earth. I am going to temporarily revive you so you can bring not only yourself but your father back to life, because your father is way stronger than you are. So both of you become superhero Kamen Riders and stop the invasion of the human race. If he had just straight up told Takaru his plan and told him the truth, first thing, not only would the whole shit with the Ganmisers and, like, the fucking extra time limit and the extension and the whole thing of, like, oh, his time limit, because it's like, the time limit initially seems like it was true. Like, it's like, yeah, I can revive you, but only temporarily. But then, like, it is and then isn't real, because that's the thing, like, they kind of imply that the time limit is bullshit when Edith gets revealed at the end of the show. Because again, like, Kanon's also dead in an icon, but she's been an icon for 3 fucking years. So I don't know if, like, what the fuck the rules are of keeping dead people in icons are. Maybe, I guess, just Ghost is different. Sure. But then, like, how the fuck does Yellow Lion factor into this? Because, like,
well, Jay, it's funny you mentioned that too, because I'm going to interject, because I know that Taku's time limit would be bullshit, because our Ghost has been around for decades.
Right?
Right.
Like, we don't know how fucking long our Ghost was dead.
And he's the same fucking thing.
And especially, like, Makoto's dad has been dead for
how many
least
years?
10 years, bare minimum, whatever the fuck he abandoned his kids.
And that's the thing, too, because then that would mean that there's only 2 options here. There's only there's only 3 possibilities. Like every logic question, there's only 3 possibilities, because the 99 days did go and Takaru disappeared. So either the 99 days was a real time limit, the 99 days was just a fucking placebo effect, or Sage did that himself. Right? Because what the fuck happened there?
Probably.
Because they explicitly have Sage point out, before he reveals his identity, by the way, that, like, the plan was Takaru comes back within the 99 days with the icons and wishes his father to come back to life, because he's the temporary icon and everything else. But then he's like, yeah, you fucked it all up by running out of time, and then the whole shit with you merging with your dad and everything, like, fucked up my whole scheme, because I didn't explain what my scheme is.
No, Jay, that's not the scheme. The scheme was that the icon Takaru got on his 18th birthday was going to be his dad.
That's right.
He said that.
Yeah.
That's what I said earlier. The icon that he got on his 18th birthday, by all accounts, was going to be Tokan Boost, not his. It was going to be a pod person situation where Takaru would fight with a replacement body against the Ganma. So he didn't fuck up. The only reason the whole plan fucked up is because Sage didn't do anything earlier, and the Ganma killed Takaru before he got to him.
Right? Like, why that's the thing too, is that Takaru only dies by pure fucking coincidence. He only dies because he finds out the Ganma are attacking people, and he tries to stop them. No, actually, no, that's not true, because the Ganma are attacking people, and then they come after the Icon, and that's where Takeru dies. Okay, I forgot about that.
You could even make the argument. You can make the argument. Why didn't Sage save him?
Right? Like,
He
his entire
knew
plan
the
hinged
plan.
on that.
He knew the plan. He
Like,
knew the idea. He knew what he wanted. So why didn't he save the kid?
Like, okay, I get it. Like, he died because he needs to be Kamen Rider Ghost, and there's
Because
no
if
plot.
not, the show doesn't happen.
Exactly. Yeah, it's one of those bugbear situations. So
Yeah.
I get it. I'm not gonna get too bad about it, but that's like Edith's whole fucking plan and everything hinges on that, and he explicitly says that, and he just kind of fucking let it happen because he's a dick.
it's funny too, because and I will bring this up because I know I'm jumping the gun, but I have to bring this up because now I'm going to forget about it. Because the idea, right, once Takeru goes, he disappears. He goes into the great beyond the first time. He goes into the afterlife. Well, actually, even for the first time. The first 2 times he dies, he goes into the afterlife with his dad and Sage. Okay. So why is his consciousness fading before he gets Mugen?
I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
Because nobody can tell me, oh, it's because his icon exploded. Because he still died as a ghost after the first 99 days.
It's funny.
How does that work?
They actually introduced his mother's voice around that time. Imagine if it was his mother who intervened and gave him Mugen. That would have made more sense.
It would have still been bad.
But it would have made more
It
sense.
would have been less bad because at least that would have been thematically relevant.
It would have been stupid because out of nowhere she just comes in.
It would have made Mugen thematically relevant at all. Because, like, I didn't even talk, like, Mugen fucking is completely like, Mugen only matters with the context of the Gonmisers. And we still have not talked about the fucking Gonmisers.
Okay. Well, let me get back into the afterlife thing because this still bothers me. Because we are told that there is an afterlife because Sage is there and his dad is there. But technically maybe not because his consciousness is fading. So then and it's a different kind of afterlife, which means is there really an afterlife in Ghost? And if so, is there a heaven and a hell? Because that you really got to start explaining that if you want to start talking about souls here.
Right.
There's got to be a fucking explanation. Like, do you go up or do you go down? Because Takeru seemed to just be in a waterfall the first 2 times he died. So, where are we going with that? And then
I talked about that briefly. Like, again, a lot of the whole like thematic spiritual elements only make sense when the Ganma are demons from hell. If they're not demons from hell, the whole thing doesn't matter.
But Jay, the Twitter person said that it's about Buddhism.
Fuck the Twitter person.
I'm gonna fucking get to that when we get to that. Don't worry about that.
I am ready for that one.
I'm ready for Jay to tear that one apart.
So, with that being said, because we've mentioned them at least 20 times by this point, Jay, what are the Gonmisers?
I don't know. I don't really know what the fucking Gonmisers are.
That was beautiful.
So,
the Gonmisers are man-made, but maybe not man-made, but they are man-made because Sage made them. How he made them, I don't know, because they're basically a spiritual self-evolving AI that will continue to get stronger, but also not, because then they sometimes don't know what the fuck is happening either, which means the AI is limited.
Yeah,
I don't think Edith made the Gonmisers.
He said he did.
He said
he did.
Yeah, he
Yes.
did.
Did he? What the?
He said, "I made the Gonmisers."
Jesus Christ! This man's fucking.
He said
Holy
he
shit.
Okay. He said he created them as a defense mechanism for the Great Eye.
Did he not build a fucking off button?
No,
Seriously?
because he let Adonis take control of them.
Exactly.
Okay. It makes sense if he just assumed Adonis knew what the fuck he was going to be doing the whole time. He literally everything Everything only happened because Edith assumed
God.
nothing bad would ever happen to Adonis, and nobody would. Literally, that's it. Like the
quite
Godmother's
literally,
only
you
makes sense
say
if he
that.
just never fucking planned for Adonis to die.
Well, you say that though, but quite literally, that's the story of Edith's life. I hope nothing bad happens.
I sure hope everything goes exactly as planned.
Plan B? Oh, that's for pussies.
He's like reverse Evolt, where no matter how much despite everything going like planned, he keeps fucking up.
Every time he has a backup plan, it's not a backup plan. It's just his regular plan.
All of his plans keep failing, but he keeps like at least half the time Evolt actually wins. Fuck's sake.
Well, that's the thing. Like, at least Evolt actually has backup plans. Sage is just like, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Every single plan of Edith is fuck it, we ball. That's it.
It's bad. We fucked up.
I legitimately forgot he created the Gonmars. I thought they were
dude. That's what I was trying to say. Like, yeah, he made these fucking things.
I thought they were just like a thing that
no.
existed because of the
God
Great Eye.
Misers are made by Edith. The Great Eye is made by your ass.
Well, I don't know what made the Great Eye, but I know where the Great Eye came from. Don't worry.
I don't know what it is.
We'll get to that when we get to the book. Don't worry about that.
We'll talk about the God Misers, Jay.
So I guess the God Misers are fucking created by Edith, but they're an AI defense protocol thing to protect the Great Eye for some reason. I don't know why he created them, because his entire plan is to hijack the Great Eye from the Ganma. So, you think step one would have been to fucking deactivate the Gonmisers before they activate, right? Like, you would think that, right?
No.
Like, if his whole plan is to betray the fucking Ganma, it would be to stop their fucking defense protocol before it starts.
That was the best part. That was the best part. He literally has a line in the show saying, I didn't expect the God Misers to get this powerful.
No shit, Sherlock!
He's just a fucking idiot.
You made them. That's like saying I built a car and I didn't know its gas mileage. I made the fucking thing.
I didn't expect this nuke to explode.
Oh man, this demon core melted half of my face off.
I thought I was building a rice cooker.
I didn't know an air fryer would air fry.
Right?
Oh.
I don't even think the writers knew what the fucking Gonmisers were, because the Gonmisers keep seeming to fucking change every episode. They're like,
well, the Gonmisers are like women AIs, and then they turn into Adele clones, and then
they're
somewhere
women
along
AI
the line.
that
somewhere along the line, they found Danton's fucking Makoto stash and started taking some of that. I don't know why.
But so they're women who are coincidentally the same voice actress that did Takeru's mom, which was clearly them saving budget. It's like okay, they're AI constructs that protect the Great Eye for some reason.
Oh boy.
That only exists because Adele killed his dad and tried to steal the Great Eye. Which again,
yes,
massive design flaw that Edith's entire evil scheme relied on this one fucking thing not happening.
Everyone's evil scheme seems to go off the logic of nothing bad's gonna happen.
Literally everybody's plan in the show, good or evil, is just kind of hoping the other person does exactly what they want them to do. This show is like the anti-build, where everybody just is fucking omniscient and is constantly planning ahead of what everybody else plans. Everybody in the show just kind of fucking wings it and hopes everybody acts exactly how they want them to act.
I mean, somehow it fucking works, because Takeru turned into Jesus.
It works because the writers suck. No. Okay, so
Yes.
so the Gonmisers are like they're AI machine constructs. Again, they defend the Great Eye because of reasons. But they're working with Adele for reasons, because he's trying to steal the Great Eye because his dad wanted it. And the Gonmisers are kind of helping him because hamburger.
Because you have shown great promise.
Yes. And they're like they're emotionless machine things. And that's that kind. Okay. The Gonmisers are fucking boring. I don't care. Their designs suck and do not fit at all with the rest of the designs of Ghost.
They're too
And
elemental.
I do like a good majority of the designs of Ghost. Like, a lot of, like... Ghost is very cheap with its designs. They do a thing where, like, they have the base Gonma suit, and then they have, like, the park... Why the fuck were they, like hoodies? Why were they hoodies? Well...
I don't know. Why were they were aliens at one point.
That's right. They were... Well, they still were aliens at a point, too, to be fair.
Fuck's sake.
But I'm gonna try to refrain from a tangent here, because we've been going on for a while and we're still not done with this shit.
I need dinner soon.
So the Gonmisers are like emotionless machines, and that kind of works with the final arc they set up with Takaru, where it's like, oh, humanity's potential and Buddhism, I guess.
There's no Buddhism
even though that's
in the show.
Completely at odds with everything else we set up. Like, I mean, okay, I guess the ghosts and the spirits are all like icons. They're the examples of the potential of humanity. Okay, sure. And then Mugen is like the limitless potential of humanity and how anybody can be important. Okay, that's dumb and sucks and just kind of breaks the flow that you were going for. But I get it. I get what you're going for there. And I get how that works as like a foil of the Gonmisers, who are like weird, emotionless, like machines who don't understand humanity and are just here because they were designed to. But then the Gonmisers become self-aware and they start understanding what emotions are, because Takaru is the most emotional perfect human, because he is the most important human, because the plot says so. And then the Gonmisers become I don't know why I'm having so much trouble. Mustache twirling, like, Showa era tier villains who would just want to take over the world because evil for some reason, which leads to them hijacking the Great Eye's power somehow, and they become a giant CG monster and also a repaint of the fucking movie villain. God, that still fucking pisses me off. The final boss of the show is a literal fucking movie villain repaint.
It's not even a repaint.
No, it is a repaint. Because at least the movie villain was No, they just painted the black parts of the movie villain gold. So he's gold on gold with a little bit of red. The fucking movie villain looked better because it was black with gold trim. But no, they made the final boss gold on gold.
Which never works.
No! I mean, at least they used the real gold, not the piss gold they were using with Drive. Jesus Christ. God, imagine the fucking final, like, what do they even, they don't even think they ever say the name. It has a really dumb fucking name, because I know they said it in the magazines. Like, it's like Great Iser or something retarded like that.
Yeah.
But imagine that with like that piss gold yellow color they used throughout Drive. Oh my god. It would be unwatchable.
If they use the gold Drive gold.
Yes, that is piss gold as we it is traditionally known, Phil.
So, okay.
So I don't to summarize, I don't fucking know what the Gonmisers are. I still don't know what the fucking Gonmisers are. they don't really fucking matter at the end of the day, even though they take up a significant chunk of the final arc of the show. They're boring. They're fucking boring. Nothing they do at all is ever interesting at all, in the slightest. And they stop fucking mattering immediately because, like, their whole thing is, oh, they're invincible. You can't stop them. They adapt to whatever. And then Takeru gets Mugen, and he can just destroy them easily like any other fucking mook. So they just keep getting killed off, but then they just come back to life immediately anyways. So the whole thing stops fucking mattering immediately?
Yes.
So that...
It's okay,
so
Jay. It's okay.
Where do we even go from here? Like, what? Well, I wasn't even finished talking about my shit, like ranting about Edith, but like, we didn't even talk about fucking Urisen. God damn.
Urisen is not.
Look, okay. Kitty cat.
Kitty cat. Yes.
Urisen only exists to have Yuki be a bitch. I guess that's basically the most I can say.
I mean, she does a good job at it.
No, I mean, she does. Like, I enjoy most of the time Urisen is on screen. She contributes fucking nothing.
Look,
at least, like,
I only like Urisen. Literally, I only like her because she's a stupid looking puppet.
Literally.
If they had the actual voice actress as like on screen, no, it would not be as fun.
If Urisen was like a real character, or like if they CG'd Urisen doing stuff and wasn't like a shitty hand puppet, oh my god, Urisen would be insufferable.
But it's the fact that she is a physical, stupid-looking little puppet, and I'm like, I want one of those.
Did they ever make? I'm pretty sure they did make a physical Urisen.
They made two. They made a plush and they made a puppet.
I kind of still want one. I kind of hate Ghost, but I'm willing to buy Ghost.
Look, you know what?
That's right.
I already have.
Oh my god!
Look.
I can't believe I fucking bought a Ghost driver. Ugh.
You're talking to me, motherfucker? I
What?
pre-ordered that fucking thing.
Jay, I bought most of the merchandise.
No. That is surprised when you say that, Phil.
No, legit. I pre-ordered the Ghost driver.
He did.
I was banking on the wrong fucking horse that year.
Oh, you did, dude. I learned my fucking lesson immediately with Ghost to
Legit,
never
dude,
fucking buy
if
a
I
belt.
waited one more year, I would have gotten the gamer driver.
Why didn't
I-
you get the
I-
gamer driver?
I have not bought a DX rider belt since Ghost Driver because I do not want to fucking risk it anymore. It is not fucking worth it anymore.
Dude,
I will either never buy a belt or I will wait until I have money to get a CSM if I care.
I mean,
enough
to be
about
fair, the last DX belt that I bought was 01. If we're being honest, because I like 01's belt.
I mean, to be fair, if good or bad, that belt was pretty fucking.
Last one I bought was
does
Geeks.
fuck pretty hard. No, I was gonna say that I do technically own a Urisen because I'm fucking stupid and I'm putting this out there for the world. I pre-ordered this SH Figure Arts Ghost that came with the special Urisen.
Okay,
Special edition Urisen.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you the figure art because the base Ghost suit is actually good.
Yes.
Well, the figure art sucks ass.
What?
The figure art sucks ass.
Well, that's because it was like 2015 tier figure art when they were still doing the shitty pull down.
Look, I could get on a whole thing about why that sucks, but it just sucks.
What? But no, like Ghost had some good suits. Ow. Like the base forms of the three riders were good.
Top tier.
Some of the icon spirits were okay. Like, I am actually struggling to think of like a base form that looked good.
They really loved using that Nobunaga suit.
They did.
They had like a massive heart on for that thing.
I mean, to be fair, it's Oda Nobunaga. Grateful is the best suit in the show, obviously.
How is it the best suit in the show?
I kind of, again, I dug what they were trying to do with the Ganma to make them modular, where like the Ganma are also doing like the hoodies, and that's their monster form. But they kind of stopped doing that after a while. I mean, they kind of do it again with like the advanced Ganma, but they look like shit when they were doing that. The ultimate Ganma forms looked pretty good. And then all the Ganmizers fucking sucked. All of the Ganmizers sucked ass. That weird like lotus flower form Adele had sucked ass. And then again, we've already bitched about the final boss. So like 1 out of every 5, maybe 6 suits in Ghost were good. Who were we? We were still bitching about Urizen and Edith because we hadn't finished. Edith is such a weird, inconsistent character, and I fucking like. Sage is fine when he's like this weird, mysterious guy who occasionally does something goofy, but again, they went too hard with the goofy shit. And like every single time he shows up, he's doing some goofy shit, or he's in a dumb fucking costume, and like the costume thing made sense when like the costume was relevant to the person. Like when he showed up dressed up like Beethoven, or when he showed up in like the Robin Hood costume, those were fun. And then like he's just in fucking random whatever costumes. Like when he shows up randomly dressed up like a parakeet, like okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Or like he's in like a dress and that's it. That's the costume. Like Sage got really fucking annoying after a while. And then Edith was fine, but I never fucking understood what Edith was trying to do. And then when they revealed the identity, and then they just fucking made Edith the Sage, and when he's doing the goofy old man shit, and haha, and I'm in a costume, and ha ha ha, doing stupid shit. It fucking drove me up the goddamn wall. And like, Urizen raises so many fucking logistical questions, because like, I think we already talked about, like, Urizen was just a fucking cat in Edith's pod the whole time, which fucking raises so many goddamn questions about how the Ganma work. Like, okay. So like if animals can become Ganma holograms too, like, does that mean like the cat is perfectly sentient like that, or is that like does the Ganma pod boost the cat's intelligence enough to become Urizen?
I have no fucking idea.
Like, is Urizen just special because it's Edith? But if that's the case, why didn't the cat have its own pod? Why did putting it into the same pod as Edith give it its own separate entity and icon? How does that work? Can you have multiple people in the same pod and have separate icons for them? Or is Edith just a special case? And for that matter, where the fuck did the cat come from? Do cats exist in the Ganma world?
Also, how
do they have animals? Do the Ganma have pets?
Well, okay, that's another question then. How far does that go?
Right?
Are there microorganisms that are like in the Ganma world? Are there germs?
Are there Ganma germs?
Ganma COVID-19?
Right? Like is Urizen just a special exception, or like
Ganma algae?
Is that how all Ganma ghosts work? It's like
wait. Well, here's another thing. There's plants in the Ganma world. Can I put a potted plant in a pod?
Right? Do plants shit, or are plants not sentient enough to get icons? Like, do you need to have a soul? If that's the case, I guess plants don't have souls.
But technically, if we're going by like generic spiritualism, animals don't have souls.
No. I mean, if we go with by Buddhist logic, everything has a soul, kind of, sort of. So I guess plants could have fucking Ganma.
I mean, fuck it, if we're gonna go by Buddhist logic, throw a rock in there.
Right? Like, the fucking air, I suppose, could have a goddamn Ganma.
Dude, that would be fucking hilarious if Seiji Takuya's pod opened, it's just a glass of water.
No, it's not even a glass. It's just like, there's just a puddle in the bottom of the pod.
Wait, does that mean the water would turn into ash if he dies?
And it would just evaporate.
No, it's just condensation on the fucking pod.
What I was gonna say is, how did Edith's pod end up in the Daitenku Temple? How did his pod end?
That's a good question. How the fuck did his pod end? I guess I can only assume that like after Edith turned good and started working with Ryu, working with Yellow Lion, he just without anybody fucking noticing took his pod, I suppose, unless it's just like interchangeable, unless you can just get into any pod and connect to your icon. Unless he just like built a pod in Daitenkuji and just got his real body out of the Ganma world and into the human world without anybody noticing and put it into the new pod.
But how is that power on? And two, I thought the Ganma world, because it's red, is the reason why they're immortal.
Like, no, that they're immortal because they're in suspended animation, but like the Ganma only.
But then how does the pod work?
The pod works because the Great Eye, but the Great Eye is in the fucking Ganma world. Unless
does
like
the Great Eye just decide
unless the Great
like
Eye is like fucking Galactus and exists.
Okay,
in all
you know what, dude?
dimensions
No,
at once.
fuck it. What is the Great Eye?
Oh well, I could, if we want, I can explain what the fucking Great Eye is, because I was saying this once we bitch about the book. Do you know what in the book, in the Ghost novel, because the Ghost novel is canon 100%, because I know this because the Saber special refers to stuff that happens in the book, by the way.
He does. He's right.
They actually explain what the Great Eye is in the Ghost novel. Do you want to know what the Great Eye actually is, AJ?
What is
Yes.
The Great Eye is a fucking space alien. It is.
You're kidding.
AJ let me
He
fucking
laughed.
fall.
He laughed.
Did you hear what I said?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I am going to reject your reality and replace it with my own. Because I didn't just fucking hear that.
We did.
No. You did.
We did.
You're
The
bullshit.
Great Eye.
No. This is a prank. Ashton Kutcher's gonna fuck me up right now. I don't believe this.
I am being 120% serious. The Great Eye is a fucking space alien, which is
Where
why
did it come from?
I don't know.
How does it
What-
work?
Okay. So here's the stupid. Okay, so the Great Eye.
Oh, here's the stupid thing.
The Great Eye is a space alien, and it is named. And do you want to know what its name is?
Oh, fuck! It has a name.
Yes. Do you want to know what the Great Eye's real name
What's
is?
its name?
Bill.
Ganma.
Ganma.
I'm not even joking.
I will shoot you. No, it's not.
Okay, technically it's Gunuma, which is the way the comic is written,
Gunma.
but it's
Oh.
Gunma. That is
Oh
what the
my
Great
God.
Eye is called, according to the book.
What? No. What? No.
so the-
No.
the-
No.
which-
No.
Which,
This
to
is-
be fair, is why the Great Eye, for absolutely no reason, just flies off into space at the end of the show.
No.
Because it's a
no.
fucking space alien.
No. So
Yes.
wait. Does that make the stupid promo special from before this show aired canon?
I guess it does.
Fuck.
Okay, so the Great Eye is from space. Now, why it's some sort of omniscient wish granter? Why did it come to Earth? How does it have all these powers? Where did it come from? Who created it? I don't fucking know. It's from the Q continuum, I guess. You know what?
It's from
Actually, no.
the M78 galaxy.
No. The fucking Great Eye being a Q at least solves a lot of the problems in the show, because at least explains why it doesn't fucking do anything important. Because the Q are just fucking dicks. The Great Eye being a Q solves half the plot holes. Because the Great Eye is just a fucking dick.
Is the
What
Q
the
from
f-
Star
no,
Trek?
Wait. So if the Great Eye is a fucking space alien, and it can go between the Earth and the Ganma world, why is it here? Why did it come here? Why is it doing this?
know.
Why did it tell Adonis and Edith and Adele and Yellow Lion and Biopink? Why did it tell any of these motherfuckers why to do this shit? What's the point?
I don't know. The
What
book
the
never
fuck?
says. It,
So
it
the book
just
the book
is.
goes so far. The book goes so far to give this piece of shit a fucking name, but it's not going to tell me why it's doing this?
No, it does not. The book is it is just from space. Why?
Who defended? I'm sorry. Who defends this show?
Fucking absolute morons.
This is I legitimately didn't think that it could get any dumber after the Spectre v-cinema. But I was proven wrong, motherfucker. I mean, I guess that makes sense why Danton was just floating up there.
So the Great Eye is just from the fucking Q continuum, I guess. That is the only logical explanation for anything that happens.
So how
in the
did
show.
Edith befriend this thing?
Because Adonis did. Because I guess Adonis just prayed to it enough and it listened. I don't fucking know.
So what you're telling me is that Kiari fucking Mundi is in that goddamn spaceship. He heard this random Japanese man speak Simlish for 5 days straight and thought, you know what? I'm gonna make y'all immortal now.
No, it didn't even make them immortal. It just sent to the fucking Ganma world. They had to make themselves immortal by building the pods.
Wait, then what was the point of all of this?
We don't know.
Don't know.
Killing Takaru, killing millions of people, destroying multiple planets, trying to terraform the entire place, trying to take the souls of random people who I don't even know if they're souls anymore. All of this, what was the point?
We don't
Again,
know.
Literally, the only answer that makes sense is that it's part of the fucking Q continuum, and it just did it to be a dick. That is the only logical explanation. I fucking hate this show so goddamn much.
You know what? Fuck it. We have already talked about the ending of the show. Let's just finish this off. We're going to start with the movie. Jay, tell me about the 100 Icon dinner bullshit.
Oh, we're going to skip all of the other movies to get to that. So.
Yeah, because they don't fucking matter to me. They
matter.
Please. Why do they matter?
Well,
you know what? Well, give me the lightning round. Why do they matter?
Okay. So let's.
Fuck.
Have we said everything we need to say about the show? I don't even know. We keep going off into fucking tangents.
I think we're probably gonna have we're gonna have our final thoughts as a whole at the end of this. So we don't need to give our final thoughts about the show itself. I think we've said everything.
So Adele dies. Takaru gets back to life by making a really stupid wish, which to be fair, still always makes me laugh because his wish was specifically, I want to bring back everybody erased by the Great Eye. Because the Gunmizers hijack the Great Eye and they become a big dumb CG thing at the end. And that wish is really funny because it explicitly brings back every single person except for Adele, which is still really fucking funny and really petty of Takaru. He doesn't wish for everybody who was killed by the Ganma and peace or whatever. No, he specifically makes a wish that spites Adele. So anyways, the show ends. Takaru's back to life. X-Aid starts,
he meets
which
his
I
son.
guess is canon to Ghost because Dan shows up in like the second to last episode.
The last episode.
Just to do some sick bike tricks and then leaves.
And then he shows up in the last episode and when Takaru's running around with a little boy who we find out is his son.
Yeah. For some reason in the final episode, Takaru's son from the future, which shudder to think Takaru gets laid.
Ganma?
Yeah, with Chloe from the V-Cinema.
We haven't even fucking got to Chloe yet. You're jumping ahead, kid.
Or Darth Danton the Wise.
Again, we're jumping ahead. So the last episode of Ghost is Takaru's son from the future shows up. And for some fucking reason, Genmu and X8 are here too. I don't know why they're here, but they're here. And which doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. It is a pointless episode. So, Ghosts is a fucking atrocious show on every single conceivable level. And now, kids, now we get to go through everything else. So I don't know what AJ and Phil watched, but I watched everything. I watched every single Ghost-related media, with the exception of the Hyper Battle video, as I've already said. Because it's a Hyper Battle video, what do you expect is going to happen?
The only thing I didn't get up to was I watched half of the Dr. Pac-Man movie, but the only thing I didn't get up to was the Saber Blade special.
Well, don't worry, because the Saber Blade special really doesn't matter unless you're watching Outsiders. So
Look. Okay, I made this very clear that the only things we're going to legitimately review were the Alain special, the Summer movie, and the Spectre v Cinema. And I think we've already kind of touched on the Alain special, to be completely honest.
Yeah, kinda.
That is true, because I think, I don't know if Phil did, but I know I finished it.
I finished it.
Don't know if
I finished it.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
It doesn't. The only thing it does is establish more character for Fumiba and her granddaughter Harumi. That's the only thing it does.
Barely, but we'll get to that in a second. So,
and you get more Scionji, but that's it.
Just to finally get them all out of the way, I did everything. And we'll do the lightning round on the shorter ones, on the ones that don't matter quite much. So, Drive versus Ghost, I think it was like called Super Movie War or something stupid like that.
Super Movie War, Drive X Ghost, Summer Movie Time.
Literally the worst fucking team-up movie they ever made. It is dog shit. It is atrocious. This movie should not have existed.
It made no sense.
It made absolutely no goddamn sense within the context of the show at the time it was released, at any point during Ghost. In fact, it makes so little sense. The Ghost novel explicitly goes out of its way to retcon it out of existence by saying there was time shenanigans going on, and that exists in a separate timeline.
He's right.
I'm not kidding. So the movie makes no fucking sense. It contradicts several things that the show had already established.
Yeah, like Krim coming out of the fucking ground.
Oh my, no, yes, you're right. So Takaru and Shinosuke go back in time 10 years. And for literally
no reason.
Literally no fucking reason.
They find Belt.
They just find Dr. Belt in a fucking bush at Daitenkuji.
Yeah.
He's just there. Why is he there? I don't know. The movie never explains.
Did he walk?
Chase and the other Roid Mutes come back from the dead because they go back in time. They don't do anything to cause them to come back from life. They're just back in the past, and they just suddenly come back from the dead. Except Hart and the others are evil again, but Chase is not evil. I don't know why. Chase is still a good guy, and he's just back from the dead.
Yep.
And also, Chase just knows how the icons work, because fuck you. I don't know. He just understands how they work.
And then we get a little cameo from Alain, but as Necrom, but that's it.
Oh yeah, and of course the obligatory pre-show extra writer debut with Necrom, which brief aside, I actually remember when the movie first came out and we got our first appearance of Necrom, and as fans we first saw him because some guy went to the theater and just drew what Necrom looked like. And that's how we got our first appearance of Necrom. I'm not kidding. AJ might know this. And I'm actually, as I say this, I'm looking for the image because I still have the image somewhere on my fucking hard drive. But our first appearance of Necrom was quite literally just some guy drew Necrom. It was honestly really cool. And it's, you know what? It's still a good image. And I fucking wish I could find it somewhere on this fucking computer. I'm going to give it like 10 more seconds to look. And if I can't find it, I'm going to give up. Nope, can't find it. Shit. Oh, here it is. Found it. Yeah.
Oh, that was.
I remember this.
That was
I don't know.
pretty good.
I don't know if AJ remembers this image. Yeah. That was our first look at Necrom. Is because some guy
I
just
remember
fucking
that.
drew Necrom from memory.
I remember that.
Classic. So yeah, that's basically the only thing that happens in that movie that matters. They for some reason made the villains a bunch of Renaissance painters, which are coincidentally 3 of the 4 Ninja Turtles. I suppose.
They had Donatello, they had Raphael, and they had Leonardo, but they didn't have Michelangelo. Or no, wait, they did have Michelangelo. They had Michelangelo.
Yeah.
They had.
They didn't have Donatello. They had everybody but Donatello.
Yeah, and I was like, where the fuck is Donatello? Where the fuck is he?
I guess it would have been too obvious if they had Donatello there as well.
It would have been so cool, though.
It kind of would have been. Da Vinci's design was kind of stupid.
Yeah, it was.
But it was just like, oh, let's combine a bunch of shit Da Vinci drew into one design.
It was all like the Vitruvian Man, essentially, but the Vitruvian Man
it had like the multiple arms, like the Vitruvian Man, and his hat was like the
helicopter.
The fucking helicopter. It was like, all right, like, yeah.
I don't
you
mind
could've
the
had a couple
helicopter, but the
ideas.
Vitruvian Man doesn't work as a monster design.
I know. I mean, it kind of does. Like, you can have the multiple arm designs if you go more like the Hinduist design, like in the Ashura design kind of thing. Like, if you go with that route, like, it works. But the way they did it with Da Vinci, it doesn't work. Anyways, Ghost X Drive doesn't matter. Literally a different continuity, anyways. Moving on. There's the Kamen Rider 1 movie, because of course Ghost was released during the 45th anniversary. And I still remember the reaction to the announcement of this movie, because everyone was like, oh shit, they're doing a new movie about Kamen Rider 1. Oh, it's tied in with Ghost. It's written by Toshiki Inoue.
It was?
Yes. Because, like, for those of you in the audience who are relatively new, back in the day, people did not like Toshiki Inoue. During, like, the late 2000s, from, like, Kiva up until like 2018, people fucking hated Toshiki Inoue. At least Westers hated Toshiki Inoue. And that's largely because, like, the only real example of his work that we had was, like, Kiva. And everything else we had a lot of his shows, but, like, a lot of his stuff, we were dealing with really shitty translations. So we really didn't know exactly how good of a writer he was. We hadn't quite gotten used to his stuff. So when we saw Toshiki Inoue back in the day, we had that kind of gut, visceral reaction of like, oh, this is gonna fucking suck. Because for one, we hadn't quite gotten to appreciate his insanity. But two, what examples we knew of Inoue, we had really shitty translations, so we just thought he was a really bad writer. So when we saw Toshiki Inoue is writing a Ghost movie with Kamen Rider 1, immediate red flags went up. The Rider 1 movie, and I say this completely unironically, the Rider 1 movie is the best piece of Kamen Rider Ghost media, and it is not even fair. And this is not even a dig at like Ghost as a show overall and its quality. The Rider 1 movie is just that.
And
good.
it's hands down because of one. That's why.
Yes. And like that's another thing too, is like I remember when the movie came out, people didn't really like it. Like I know Japanese fans were kind of hostile to the movie. But I think that's just because like again, it's a Toshiki Inoue vehicle about Rider 1, and it's not quite like you would expect. It's very much more like a character like set piece in a drama piece, because like it's very much a character spotlight of him, co-written by Fujioka too, which to be fair, that's also why it's much more enjoyable, because it's very much limited in the Inoue-isms, because like it has some Inoue-isms, like there's a scene early on in the movie, so the whole plot of the movie is there's a civil war going on with Shocker.
Yes.
There's the original Shocker,
and then
like
there's
the old guard,
and then there's Nova Shocker.
Yes, like these new upstart like executives of Shocker go rogue, form their own shocker with blackjack and hookers called Nova Shocker.
Damn right.
And the whole conflict of the movie is about, and this is how they like the weakest parts of the movie are, again, and this is not trying to be mean, the weakest parts of the movie are the stuff involving Ghost, and that's largely because they're very much crowbarred into the plot. Because like the whole plot of the movie revolves around Shocker trying to get the Alexander the Great icon, which by coincidence is currently sealed within the granddaughter of Tobei Tachibana, which is how Rider 1 gets involved in the plot.
Who is
and how
Tobei
Ghost gets involved in
Tachibana?
how they meet Rider 1. Say that again?
Who's Tochibana?
Tobei Tachibana. How do you not know who fucking Tobei Tachibana is, you fake fan? He's the fucking mentor from the original show, dude. Come on. He was Rider 1's mentor, you dick.
I never watched Rider 1.
How do you not know who Tobei Tachibana is, even if you've never seen the original? Come on. Anyways.
Because I didn't know.
Yeah. Anyways. It is a really good movie. The weakest stuff in the movie is, again, the Ghost Association stuff, and that's not even me trying to be mean. It's just in no way being in no way and not really fitting it in very well. It has a lot of good moments. Like, there's this really funny moment early on where there's two Shocker mooks, like one of the new ones and one of the old ones.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And they get into a bar fight. So, but they're in like human disguises, so it's just two dudes in like business suits going getting into a bar fight. It's hysterical.
It is.
But yeah, like Takeru's okay in the movie. He's probably the best written he is outside of Heisei Generations. Rider 1's really good. It's got some really good spotlight. The whole thing with Tachibana's granddaughter and Hongo is really good, and it's kind of like a weird like deconstruction of Hongo's character about like his whole quest for peace and justice is like destructive of any kind of like normal racial like do you remember that rumor about Forze where Gentaro was supposed to be Rider 1's grandson, but they cut that idea because that would have made Hongo look really bad because he would have never given up being a rider to form a family and be a real parent?
Yes.
That is literally what the plot of the Rider 1 movie is.
That's kind of basic.
It is literally Hongo was took the reins of raising Tachibana's granddaughter because her parents died, but he was too dedicated to stopping Shocker and fighting to protect the peace that he ended up abandoning her more or less, and she grew up to really resent him, and he was just kind of like a shithead to her more or less by accident. That is literally what the plot of the Rider 1 movie is.
He's right.
So I would honestly highly recommend it. They give Ambassador Hell a new design, which is really good.
Oh, that was a good design.
The only real complaints are the stuff related to Ghost, and it's just because it's really just in no way trying to crowbar it in, and it really doesn't fit. It also very confusingly makes the Legend Rider special canon, because stuff in the Legend Rider special is referenced in the movie, and the movie is referenced in that. And then the show references the Legend Rider special. Because there's that fucking those two weird bowl cut twins at the end who are like the Great Eyes avatars or whatever the fuck, who show up in the Legend Rider special. Which is where those two come from, by the way.
I never watched the Legend
true.
Rider special.
The show never explains, like Frey and Freya, it never explains who the fuck they are. They're only ever explained in the Legend Rider special, which doesn't fucking matter, and is canon to the show. So that's it. Rider 1, overall, doesn't really matter, but it is objectively the best piece of Ghost-related media.
It is.
That is not Heisei Generation.
I forgot I even watched that. That's how bad Ghost is. I forgot I watched something actually good, and I said multiple times, it's because of Takeshi Hongo. It's because of Hongo that makes it watchable.
Honestly, yes. It's Hiroshi Fujioka does a really good job in that movie, and it's a really nice, like, old Hongo take. It's really good. I would highly recommend.
Well,
But
now that
on
you're
to
done
bad
talking about
stuff.
something good, let's talk about the 100 icon Naker Wood bullshit.
Oh my god. I still remember when we talked about this movie back in the day.
We never talked
And
about
that's
it back
mostly
in the
because
day.
I have AJ's fucking rant about the ending of the movie burned into my conscience.
I don't remember that.
I remember, because I remember AJ getting fucking pissed off about the ending of that movie so much.
I thought he got pissed off about the Darth Danton the Wise special.
No,
Oh,
I
no,
got
well-
really mad about the fucking movie.
Remind me
Yes.
again why.
So AJ, because the movie made you that mad, and I've gone this long, why don't you go? Why don't you tell us about the fucking Ghost Summer movie?
Fuck! There you go. That's my
Well,
two-piece. Did I cut out when I said that?
No, I heard you
come
say
on.
fuck, but that's it.
Okay.
That's all I heard.
No, okay, great. So the Ghost Summer movie, if I can remember anything from it, because it's that forgettable. Takeru is just, he's just cocktick balling. He's cocktick balling, and one day, this weird evil ghost comes to town. Evil ghost is like, "Ayo, Takeru, I'm gonna take all your souls, and I'm gonna do something with them." Tucker's like, "What?" He's like, I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. So he sends Takeru to heaven and or space and or some other planet. Do you know? I don't, because I don't give a fuck. So this whole time Takeru's there. He's cocktail balling with Goemon and Musashi and Himiko and Robin Hood and all the other icons who are there, because whatever. So then the coconut head from Nitsa Classified comes into town and decides to start killing everybody in town who is part of this weird planet. And they're taking their souls to make the ultimate icon. What does that mean? Fuck you, I don't know. So to the ultimate icon. And somewhere along the lines, Spectre meets his dad. His dad's an asshole, but every writer dad is an asshole. Well, except for Revice. That's a different. He's cool. And then Takeru realizes that Argos, some fucking way, stole his body.
Somehow.
All right. And Argos is like, "But don't you want to be ghosts? You can live forever."
He's like, "No, I don't want
and
to
you'll be great.
I don't want to be a
And
ghost."
it'll be awesome.
Argos' plan,
And all this. What's up?
Argos' plan is completely fucking because he wants to turn everybody into ghosts.
Yeah, so
which
but
makes no fucking
Takeru,
sense.
I'm gonna make everybody into ghosts, so nobody can die because they'll all be dead already. It's genius. And Takeru, because he's a fucking idiot, is like, "Well, yeah, but I'm really hungry."
I just want to eat.
And that's the ending of the movie.
That is what kind of pisses me off too, is that again, this is one of those I get it, but kind of moments. Like, I get what Takeru meant by that. Watching this with a more critical eye, I get what the inclination behind that was. But it's so
Stupid.
fucking dumb.
But Jay, I want my chicken tendies.
Fuck you with your
yeah,
chicken
but
tendies.
I want to have food again. I want to sit and eat, which for no fucking reason, Dinner no Jutsu just fucking completely convinces every single icon to just immediately break free from their mind control and start helping him defeat the boss of the movie. Which
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. It was
Because
such a bad movie.
It was a bad movie.
People are gonna be saying but you didn't actually talk about the movie. There's literally nothing in this
There's
movie
nothing to talk
that
about.
pertains into the actual show.
It's
The reason you will remember this movie is because the show references it with talking about Spectre's dad and Argos for literally 3 minutes. And maybe the fact that because Alia uses the fucking pink Necrom.
which wasn't
all.
even in the movie.
It wasn't.
No,
All
it's
we
not,
had
but
was
there's
red, blue,
there's
and
other
yellow.
Necrons.
We had red, blue,
there's
and
other
yellow.
Necrons.
That's it.
That's why. Yes, we know, Phil. But there's other Necrons.
Other
yellow
ones. Yellow Necrom, by the way,
Is
being
Rinko.
Rinko
From Wizard.
Yes,
Why?
I don't know.
She's done other things as well.
But
Like-
what I'm
like-
saying is that the only reason you're going to remember this movie is because the show forced you to remember the movie. Everything else doesn't matter. even though this movie is canon, and by that extension makes Sage the dumbest motherfucker in the entire goddamn planet, because either, again, as I mentioned earlier, you'll remember this about 2 hours ago, I mentioned that Sage literally says to Argos the exact same plan that he's told to Takaru years earlier. So either Sage is a lying motherfucker,
Or Takaru with the contingency
or
plan.
this movie actually uncanonized itself.
The funniest? No. Okay. So I don't even know where to fucking start to bitch about this movie. So the problem with the way it ties into the show is that it almost feels like they're fucking fixing the plot holes of the movie in the show. Because the movie, why the fuck does Makoto hate his dad? Why the fuck did his dad abandon him at all? Never explained. This whole thing about Makoto and his dad, never fucking explained. Where did Argos come from? How did he die? Never explained. All of this was saved for the fucking show, but the movie never explains it. It's just completely irrelevant. Why did Daigo abandon his kids? How did he die? Why is he in the ghost world?
We never know.
How did he get his own belt? Fucked if I know, kid. None of it fucking matters. The movie, the editing of the movie is fucking atrocious too, because we will like
all over the
we'll
place.
spend 30 seconds on a scene and then immediately jump somewhere else with different characters in a different context for another 30 seconds, and then we'll just jump somewhere else constantly. It keeps fucking doing that. The movie itself is so unbelievably fucking cheap, because half of the fucking because the whole thing is it's this ghost world and all the heroic spirits live here, but like 3 of them matter. One of which was Musashi, who again was fucking Karahashi, who is and I alluded to this earlier. He's only in this movie because he's friends with Mori. That's it. That is literally the only reason they got him in this movie. They went to college together. That is literally the only reason they got him for this movie. Everybody else is a fucking literal who. Except for fucking Mozart and everybody else, who are played by the guys
band.
from Kishidan.
Yeah.
We haven't even talked about Kishidan yet. We haven't even talked about the music of the show.
We'll talk about the music once we finish fucking Spectre, because then we can finally wrap up.
Because we've been doing this for like 4 hours.
We are past 4 hours.
No, we are at 4. We are at no. I will check. We are at 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 9 seconds.
Indeed, we are.
We are, and we are not even done yet.
We think, therefore we are.
We're suffering for you, fans. We suffer for you.
The summer movie is atrocious. The whole metaphor at the end is fucking dumb. I get it. I get what they were going for, and I get what they mean, but it's fucking dumb.
It is.
And it's not done very well. The fights are boring, like every other fight in Ghost. Literally, the only interesting part is the 2 minutes X-Aid shows up, and that's about it. That is the only part of the movie where I actually gave any amount of a fuck.
Remember when people thought X-A was to be like writers fighting each other because of that screen that they had? Where they use the fight sound from the gamer driver that they never used in the show.
I mean, that is kind of what X-Aid ended up being, but not really.
It's not really a writer war, though.
Not really, no.
It's not Ryu.
I mean,
It's more like it's more like Emu trying to get everyone to shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
Pretty much.
I mean, to be fair, that is kind of just what Ryuki is about too, isn't it?
Yeah, but Ryuki was a
but
full-on
but
war.
with Ryuki, everyone is trying to also stab Shinji's ballsack.
Yeah.
True enough.
Especially Knight.
Oh,
Especially.
Night. Yep.
But a different kind of stabbing with Knight.
Ooh.
Anyway,
I mean, hey, his girlfriend was in the coma. You make do.
right? It doesn't count if she's in a coma, dude.
And he holds a goal.
And that,
Especially if it's a hole that I made.
and that, what I said there, it doesn't count if it's coma. It counts for multiple definitions. But no.
Jesus. But
Listen,
now we get...
His Spectre.
how is that what gets the Jesus Man reaction of anything I said in this episode, right?
But now we get
we get
to the Spectre
Ooh,
v
can I take this
Cinema.
one?
You know what, Phil? No.
Oh.
Oh, man.
I saw that coming, but it was still funny.
If you can keep it under 2 minutes, yes, go for it.
Okay, so essentially it takes place right after the show. Everybody's gotten out of the pods. They're not happy because Alan hasn't had the red sky fixed and they're dying because of it. Spectre finds out that he's a pod person. He also meets somebody named Darth Danton the Wise, who we
Hallowed be thy name.
who we find out is his father, and Makoto has actually been, and we find out that Daigo is actually a guy named Godai, who is his assistant, who kidnapped Makoto and possibly Kanon, and at the beginning of everything, and then then we find out that that Spectre wants to fight Alan because they have two different ideals, and Necrom gets an upgrade. Spectre gets an upgrade, which is actually really, really cool looking, and he fights his daddy, and he says, "I have 3 daddies," and then that's it. And then there's a girl
Jay
named
has
Chloe.
3 daddies too. He doesn't brag about it.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Phil managed to do that all in under 2 minutes. You know what? I'm gonna applaud him.
Okay,
So yeah, Phil kind of hit the important parts.
No, literally, Phil hit everything important, but let's elaborate on the dumbest ones.
Yes.
So, first off, yeah, apparently Makoto's a pod person. A legit pod person now.
Makoto and Kanon are fucking homunculi clone people.
They are unironic test tube babies.
Literally. I don't know what the fuck the point of that was.
We needed a plot twist.
I can only assume that it was retroactive plot hole filling to make the fucking reverse Makoto arc make any sense. Is that, oh, he was just a clone the whole time.
But
That was
see, I can see that, but it still doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Why would
It's
you
dumb.
make this character like, okay, basically think of it this way, right? I want everybody at home to do a little brain twister with me here. Makoto is a pod person with limitless clones, essentially, that can always replace him with the same basic consciousness and memories, right? Okay, keep it along, people. It's going to go fast. So, if Makoto's Ganma body dies, and the icon explodes, and the body wakes up, and that one dies, then guess what? They're just like Takaru. There's no tension with Makoto dying, because there's fucking 5 million of them. And for that matter, if there are clones of Kanon, which I'm pretty sure he said there were too.
There were.
Yep.
Why the fuck was any of this important?
Yeah. The introduction of the Kanon clones makes no fucking sense, because wouldn't have a clone just like woken up unless they had to manually wake up the clones, which in which case, sure, I guess.
No, because wouldn't it have been like the way that they did with fucking Makoto clones, where they just appeared with the great eye?
Probably.
Yes, sure.
So Kanon's clone should have done the same thing. So where did they go?
I don't know. Somewhere, I guess. They're running around. Oh, and I know they're running around. And
They're running around the Christmas tree.
Done. So, the whole, like, test tube baby clone homunculi, whatever the fuck thing, makes no sense. The whole arc with the ghost world makes no sense, because, like, oh, they woke everybody up out of the pods. They didn't really have a choice, because everybody woke up because the Great Eye went off into space because of reasons. So, like, but, like, they didn't figure out how to solve the Red Eye thing before they started trying to rehabilitate the Ganma world. Like, you would think they would, like, because they can still cross dimensions, you'd think they would leave the place that is actively killing everybody that lives there, you know, off the Ganma world for a little while until they can solve it. Because it's like, it only took them a couple of months, really. I mean,
no, but see, it's even better because, again, as I keep mentioning, for some fucking reason, the only food they have in the Ganma world is takoyaki.
I guess so. we don't see anything else. It's not like they can fucking grow anything. Everything else.
Well,
is
that makes sense why they're all fucking sick then, if that's all they're eating.
right? It's basically Detroit, but in another dimension. It's fucking horrible smog all the time, and all they got
Can't
is
have
junk food.
shit in the Ganma world.
Can't have shit.
Fuckers stole my my hologram pod. Can't have shit in the Ganma world.
Fucker stole my great eye. Can't have shit here.
That's literally how the show ends.
No, but
yeah,
again, it kind of comes. It kind of comes to the full circle of everything this show has put forward. Because think of it this way, with the book, the movie, the V cinema, and even the ending, everything that the show did means jack shit.
Literally.
Because there were like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different ways they could have worked around all of their problems, and they just didn't.
They chose the option of doing fucking nothing.
Like, come on, guys.
Shit.
And of course, again, the movie again, it's stupid because all right, so Makoto's a pod person now. Kanon's a pod person
and
now.
has another sister.
For all we know, you know what? I'm gonna put this really disturbing image out there. For all we know, Chloe is just a very modified version of Kanon.
I mean,
Probably.
that's kind
Could
of
be.
what they imply. Because, like,
So that means Takeru is fucking his friend's sister.
He already was
okay,
fucking his friend's
okay,
sister.
okay. Fellas.
Actually, wait a minute. That means Makoto, the one who actually wants to fuck his sister, has to live with the fact that 2 of his sisters are getting fucked by his friends.
Yeah, I've said that multiple times.
Okay, look, fellas. Is it gay to fuck your clone's sister clone? I mean, your friend's sister clone? I mean, you're technically fucking your friend.
You could well, I guess if you have Makoto clone number 75 fuck Kanon clone number 20, it's not really related.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one.
Wait a minute. Because now they're pod people, test tube babies, and they're not from the same dad or mom. That means they're not related.
I mean, we don't
Mori can
explicitly
finally
know
have
that
what
they
he
don't-
wants.
I mean, for all we know, Darth Danton the Wise, hallowed be thy name. He used the same genetic sample to create them, and he just modified them. I mean, for all we know, so they could
Dude, he's like
technically be related.
Danton's like 75. Do you think there's any fucking ammo in that revolver left?
Probably.
I'm gonna give him some option. I mean, you don't need you don't need the good old white stuff to make clones. You can use anything, dude. So
I mean,
especially if
true
we're dealing
enough.
with alien science.
But to be, well, I guess.
Speaking of Chloe, I dead ass did not remember Chloe at all. I've seen this movie before, and I literally did not remember she existed until this rewatch. I fucking completely forgot about her.
It's really funny because from all angles, Chloe was literally made just to give Takeru a fuck toy.
Literally.
But he had
There
shows
is
up.
no other
That's the
reason why
thing.
she's here.
Akari was. They built up Akari and Takeru having a relationship, and then he goes off and runs off with Chloe.
But that's why I'm saying it's weird because like she serves no other purpose but to be his love interest, and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
I like she's so irrelevant in this movie. I forgot she existed, and yeah, she solely exists just to have like Takeru for whatever reason falls in love with her for no reason. I guess hot goth girl, I suppose.
No, for real, dude. The first time he sees her, you could hear an audible boing.
Literally.
I mean, you know what, Jay? He's been dead for a while. He doesn't know what those sensations are anymore. Give the kid something.
That's true. But yeah, he for whatever reason becomes obsessed with her, which somehow goes somewhere. Not in the movies or anything else.
But in the
goes
book,
somewhere.
they do.
Oh yeah. Necrom gets a power up, which doesn't matter.
He still gets stabbed.
He gets a fucking power up because he gets so pissed that Makoto is being a fucking moron that they fight, and then he still loses after getting the power up.
I don't even know how the power up works. I don't care.
I don't even know what it does.
because-
It doesn't do anything.
It's called
I think.
friendship.
It makes him burst.
I guess.
It's his version of Tokon Boost
I guess so.
and Deep Spectre.
really, and then at the end of the day, we have, of course, Darth Danton the Wise, hallowed be thy name, who has become our running joke villain, of course. But I mean,
he's more of a mad scientist than Igor is.
I was watching the movie and I was sitting there and I was listening to all this backstory stuff that Alain and Alia and everything was dumping about him and everything that he said. And I'll be fair, I didn't remember this the first time we watched, mostly because we were being a bunch of fucking chuckleheads making fun of the movie. But sitting here and watching the movie critically, I don't know why Danton is the bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, okay. I understand why he's the bad guy within the context of the movie. The man is clearly insane. He's like 5 minutes away from pulling some fucking parallax shit on the Ganma world. I get it. But like, within the greater context of the backstory of Ghost, why is he the bad guy? He didn't really do anything bad. So his whole backstory, for those who haven't seen it, is, as we've established, the
Red Sky.
Ganma went from the human world to the Ganma world, but the Ganma world was poisonous to them because I guess the Great Eye is a dick. Because again, I guess it's just from the Q continuum. So Adonis and Danton were like the co-leaders and co-founders, and they had their own competing ideas. Adonis was like a weird spiritualist guy, even though he created the holographic pod people thing, but I digress. Danton's whole thing was like, he wanted to enhance the Ganma's bodies. He was a mad scientist who did experiments on them to enhance the capabilities of the Ganma so they wouldn't need anything else and they could just live forever in the Ganma world as is. And I mean, we never explicitly see him do anything. Like, yeah, we see him doing an experiment, and like, yeah, the guy is clearly in pain, but like, we don't know if they never explicitly say he's like kidnapping people and doing unethical experiments. For all we know, he's like, people are volunteering to do this. I mean, because, you know, it's not like they're gonna die anyways. And like, for whatever reason, he went from experimenting on the Ganma to deciding to make basically homunculi pod people. And that is why he's the bad guy, is that he was trying to create artificial life, which for some reason is a bad thing to the Ganma, which doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Like, I understand, like, it only really makes sense from like a modern viewpoint of morality of like, oh, playing God and trying to create life is a bad thing. But like, why the fuck does Adonis care? Like, he's like from a fucking backwoods village in fucking nowhere, Japan, maybe, allegedly, and he got sent to another dimension. He should not have the same morality and understanding of life, or like treatment of life, as like us, you know, Westerners who have that kind of like monotheistic view of creating life. He should not really have a fucking problem with Danton trying to create like homunculi. I was like, it's always like, oh, well, they're soulless. They're not real people. But like, fucking who cares?
The
like,
Ganma don't have souls when they're in there.
Right? Like,
yeah, you could make the argument that the Ganma are just as bad.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh yeah, like, I didn't want to create pod people, but I wanted to conquer another dimension and enslave its entire race and terraform it. You know, I might be evil, but I'm not mean. Like,
at least, it's really like, you know, I might be Hitler, but at least I'm not rude.
Exactly. Like, Adonis's whole objection to Danton's plan makes no fucking sense. The entire argument is basically, oh, he was trying to create life, but by the Ganma's own morality, they should not give a single fuck that he's doing that.
Not only that, but this is me being extra evil with my thinking. He's creating hundreds of thousands of clones of just one person alone. That's hundreds of thousands of souls you could use to power yourselves.
Right?
Pretty much.
Because like
it's literally a limitless supply of energy.
Like, okay, I guess they don't have souls, and that's the big problem. Even though they hadn't created the ghost pods, which they need to steal souls from to power themselves, even though they kind of forget about that when they stop being demons from hell. The problem again is that like, for all we know, his plan was to create like artificial life forms, and they were gonna like swap their consciousness into him. Because like a soul is just kind of like a meaningless, nebulous thing, really. I mean, like cloning, I guess. Like, yeah, maybe it like doesn't count if it's like a weird homunculus, but it like we don't really know. Like, he kind of stops it like midway through his scheme. He only ever really creates Makoto and Kanon, and I guess Chloe.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? You mentioned right now. Like, oh, well, maybe they can't put them in pods because they don't have souls. Makoto and Kanon were in the pods just fine.
Right? Like, Kanon became a pod, like a Ganma. Makoto
So,
was in a pod.
By that logic, he has literally limitless energy. And even if the Ganma, for whatever reason, if Adonis did not like that, dude, he's quite literally making you eternal.
Right?
Like, you could put your consciousness in the clone forever. Fucking Palpatine did that, and he cocked a ball for like thousands of years. It's fine. You both want the same thing, which is eternal life and a world where no one dies. The only thing is the way you're doing it. What's the problem?
Literally, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense at all, and it just exists to make him the bad guy of the movie.
Like literally, if he didn't go like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs within the last 15 minutes, this would have just been fine. Everyone
Like,
would have just gone
the worst
home.
part too is that like the movie has no good reason for why he goes completely fucking insane at the end. Like, again, he's clearly insane from the start of the movie. Don't get me wrong, but like his entire like reason for becoming the actual boss of the movie is, oh, Kanon got sick, so she's not perfect, so I guess I failed and I have to kill her, which is completely arbitrary. And then he kills a bunch of people who were willingly going to let him experiment on him again.
Well, not
for
just
some
that,
reason.
but if Kanon's sick, guess what? There's 20 more of her in the back.
Right? And she's clearly not sick anymore now that she's hanging out in the ghost world 24/7. So whatever's wrong with her has been fixed by the Great Eye. So I guess you can just fucking look at her goddamn DNA.
Pretty much.
And figure it out from there, you fucking dick.
But that's the problem. All of this literally is just it's an excuse to make him evil, but he's not an evil guy. He's just there.
No, like that's the thing. Like he's only evil because of shit that already happened to him before the movie happened. And everything else kind of paints him as the good guy. It's ridiculous.
But then he dies.
Oops.
Oh well.
Yeah, he becomes a villain and he fights Makoto, and Makoto gets his own super
Spectre.
form because I guess he
Whatever.
counted up his sins or whatever. I don't know.
And then Alan becomes Ganma Hitler again.
Yeah, Alan just gets better from dying. I don't know how that happened. He just did.
It's Ganma?
I guess. Even though at that point he's technically a human.
Well, I guess we only have a few more things to go through.
That is technically Ghost over.
I need to stretch for a minute.
Speed round. Okay. The Alan special.
I thought we covered
I'm not
the
gonna
Allens.
lie. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's not terrible. It has
Probably 'cause
some
it's
good
Alan.
moments. Essentially, the plot is recapping the arcs of Ghost as the special episodes came out from Alan's perspective, which is an interesting idea, and it kind of builds up on his backstory. Like, it shows him first coming to Earth and his first like encounter with Earth and humans, and how that relates to his character arc. And it's got some like backstory stuff with him and Javert and Saionji, and nothing that happens is really all that important. About the most significant thing that happens is that they establish, and I think Phil already mentioned this, is that the first human that he met on Earth was
Fumiba.
Grandma Fumi when she was young, and who kind of inspired his love for Earth and humanity. And Alan, in turn, kind of inspired her to become an artist, which led to her whole arc, as we learned in the show, which led to her kind of inspiring Alan as an adult and creating kind of like a loop kind of thing. It's like poetry; it rhymes, which isn't really wholly necessary, but I kind of like that in concept. It's really the only significant thing that happens in the Alan special. There are some good moments. there are some legitimately funny things that happen. A lot of really unfunny things. And there was actually one of the few moments where I genuinely laughed at something Onari did, and it's mostly just because of the editing. There's this part in the thing where they're having Alan do like this. He's learning how to be like a real human, so they have him do this shitty little like game show thing where he goes like, "This is like the cycle of life for a human." And there's a funny moment where he's like, "Step 2, getting a job," and Alan's like, "What is getting a job?" Which is making me laugh because like that's just Toku Twitter. But there's this moment where like Onari's like sitting there playing a drum, but the way they edit it is that like they do that thing where like they cut it to be exactly 2 frames of like him raised and then him hitting the drum, and they just play the 2 frames really quickly back together, so it's just rapid fire, and they're like, that made me laugh. It wasn't really like a good laugh, but it made me laugh. But it was like, it's funny, you know, it's that kind of like rapid fire, really fast editing, so like, okay, it was like, yeah. It was whatever.
So,
well, I'm not finished.
I'm
not finished. The Alain special would otherwise be fine, but like forgettable.
The only thing
if it weren't for the massive continuity errors it creates.
What continuity error?
Because not only does it fuck up a lot of the timeline with like, they do a lot of, because it's clearly written like ahead. It's not written like as the shows. It's written as the show's going on as they release. I'm like almost certain, because they put in jokes from later in the show at points where it shouldn't make sense in the timeline. Like they have Alan and Javert do the like, "Oh, he's eating these icons, but they're called takoyaki. Oh, they're clearly powerful humans." Like they do that joke like 3 fucking times in one episode. When it was like they did that like once in Ghost and it was moderately funny there, and they do it like 3 times in the Alan special. Which minor plot hole there, because Alan should know what fucking takoyaki is in the show. But it creates a bunch of fucking plot holes and continuity errors.
Was it just me, or did
because
Alan's
Grandma Fumi's granddaughter, who takes over the cart in the show, she shows up in the last episode, and the entire arc is her. She finds a drawing of Alan that Grandma Fumi did, and she doesn't know who fucking Alan is.
Oh yeah,
for some reason. Even though she has met Alan multiple times and knows his name. The entire last episode of the special is her being like, "Who is this Alan guy? Who is this guy in this drawing? What's he like? Tell me about him. How did my grandma know him?" And like, motherfucker, you know him. You met him last week. He's bought your fucking food like 10 times. It's the only thing he eats.
Well, yeah, okay. I don't think he's bought anything.
Yeah, they're all probably
Alan clearly has no money, but still. He's met her. She was at her
no!
funeral,
Is it Aster Gas? Is it Aster Gas with Grandma Fumi?
Maybe.
Oh no!
But also like, and this is the weirdest thing too, is that it for some reason gives Alan fucking time travel powers, because he goes into the future and sees the granddaughter as an adult with a family. And I don't know how the fuck that works.
But then we find out that he's married.
Unless that was just a flash forward.
It was a flash
and he doesn't
forward.
actually have time. But no, because he's the same age, but he's not a gunman anymore. Because the 4th episode is set a year after the show ends and after Takaru comes back to life. Because it's on his 19th birthday is when that episode takes place. So Alan would be back to life. So I guess he just does have time travel powers now.
No, it was
Jay,
a flash
fine.
forward.
It's fine.
It was a flash forward, and we find out that he's married to Cannon. And also, is it just me, or was his poncho his green poncho different in this?
No, it was the same.
No, it was different.
He was exactly the same, even though it was the fucking future. That's the problem.
Look. Ganma gas just really it regresses your aging.
But the Kamen Gas doesn't exist anymore because they got rid of it in the Spectre movie.
No, Jay, it's fine.
No, it's not fine.
It's like adamantium poisoning.
What? It doesn't matter unless you're fucking important enough?
Yes.
Not important enough, rather?
Yes.
Sure, I guess.
Alan is like X-23.
He's a little girl?
He looks like one.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
what's next.
That's it. For stuff that came out when the show was airing. Ow. So One last thing. Two last things. First, let's talk about some of the dumb shit that gets revealed in the book.
Well, we already revealed the biggest one for me.
So we revealed the two biggest ones, that being, actually three, technically. That Ghost X Drive was another fucking timeline, because it makes no fucking sense that they decided to pull the timey-wimey bullshit card and just say it's an alternate timeline. Adele killed Daigo. I guess I missed this earlier. I didn't see this in the plot synopsis, but apparently you guys were right, and the Spectre Soul literally is Daigo's soul. I don't know how the fuck we missed that. I missed that, rather.
I told you that earlier.
I thought you were just speculating. I didn't know you were being serious.
No, I was being serious. Why would I speculate on Ghost? I watched the show.
You should have said that then. I'm sorry. I would have fucking talked about it.
I watched the show with you.
You're apologizing over Ghost?
Oh my god.
Literally, okay. Literally, the only other thing that we haven't talked about that the book establishes is that the Mugen icon gets exploded, and that's it. That's basically the only thing that matters. But that's
wait, how? Like it just goes away, or
no?
what?
It just gets destroyed. I don't know how. The synopsis here I'm reading doesn't say.
He sacrifices it because Taku is trying to protect a pregnant Chloe.
Yeah. He hooks up with Chloe at some point, fucks her, and then he destroys the Mugen icon to save her from something. I guess.
Which doesn't make any sense because that thing is literally infinite. So how the fuck do you destroy infinity?
Wouldn't that mean that it would just come back anyways?
No, because it doesn't come back because it's not in the Saber team up.
Well, but it's not in the first one.
No.
It's not.
It might be. It might be in the second one.
No,
it's not.
It's not.
Unless they make another Ghost movie which shows up, it's gone.
Yeah, they're not gonna do that.
They're not gonna do that. No, not at this point.
So
unless they somehow fucking give Mori another show, which I don't think is gonna fucking happen.
Don't do that. Don't say that.
But speaking of, I might be the only human within the last 5 years to have actually watched this movie, or I guess special, the two Saber versus Ghost team-up specials.
Oh,
Can we cover those another day?
No, because they're 10 minutes each. It is 20 minutes worth of content.
Oh,
they don't fucking matter other than 5 seconds at the end. So I'm gonna speed run this because I'm the only one here who watched this. So, okay. So a couple things. Again, the special establishes that the book is canon. So fuck you if you didn't read the book. Takeru comes back. Shin Nishime literally could not be bothered to dye his hair again. So he's just got black hair. Which, I'm not gonna lie, he looks way better as Takeru with black hair. His haircut still sucks, but he looks way better. So the plot of the special is, and I'm not joking, it is literally about neo-Dantonists showing up.
Oh no!
I heard about that.
And rescuing some of the unkilled clones of Kanon for some reason.
What?
Oh my god!
It is them summoning and freeing the other clones of Kanon, who for some reason have superpowers. They've got super strength and shit. Never explained, by the way. They just do. Why? Well, okay. I can tell you why they freed the Kanon clones, but it doesn't make any sense. So it's about them freeing all of the Kanon clones because Danton was right, and they wanted to fuse with the Kanon clones to become like a super-powered creature. So Takeru finds out about this because I guess the real Kanon had been living with the Kanon clones this whole time as their sisters, I guess, because she calls them her sisters, which confused the fuck out of me because I thought I missed a line, but Shinichimi just kind of fucking mumbles it. So I had to listen to it like 4 times to realize, no, he is literally calling the clones her sisters. So Saber gets involved in this special literally by accident because he's just kind of fucking milling about with his... Who was that chick again that hung out with him? His like editor, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, his editor.
They're just
Emmy.
milling around for like doing nothing, and they run into one of the Canon clones. And for literally no good reason, Desast becomes obsessed with the Canon clone. He just sees her. He's just like, "Hey, baby, what's up? What's up, baby?" And she's like, "I'm looking for my brother." He's like, "Oh, you're looking for a brother? I can be brother now. I can be big brother real good. You come with me, babe. Hey, we can be siblings, babe." I'm not even exaggerating. Desast gets involved because he wants to fuck Kanon. For some reason.
Well,
I don't know why.
Well, who
That is his
doesn't?
entire reason for being here. He's just obsessed with Kanon. Kanon's clone, rather. For some fucking reason. So the first half involves Takeru running after the Kanon clone. And he literally runs into Toma and finds out that they're both Kamen Riders. As in, literally, he's running around and he bumps into Toma and they both drop their transformation stuff on the ground like they're fucking Sonic characters. I'm not joking. So the Saber and Ghost special doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant at all. I don't know why they split it up. Nothing really important happens. They fight one of fucking the Neo-Dantonists for some reason. Desast is there fighting them because he's trying to get laid, I guess. Javert has come back, and I guess to disguise the fact that they couldn't get Onari's actor, they've just turned Javert into a clone of Onari. Like, literally, he is just doing all of the exact shit Onari did with the same mannerisms and delivery and everything that Onari did. I'm not even joking. They have turned Javert into a complete joke of a character. There's this part, like, it's especially bad too, because despite being like an allegedly strong warrior, he keeps getting his fucking ass kicked all the goddamn time by normal people. Constantly in this special. Regular people, he jobs out to regular people. I'm not even joking.
Ghost?
No, Javert.
Of course he does.
Like, they keep doing this gag where he's like, all right, I'm gonna join the fight. And he for some reason forgot he doesn't have powers anymore because he keeps trying to transform and he just pulls that random shit. He's like, oh, that's right, I used to have powers. It's so bad. It's so dumb. The Spectre half is even more stupid because it focuses on Blades, who sucks, as we all know, who is such an oblivious fucking moron, cannot fucking understand a single thing that the fake Kanon is saying at all. The real Kanon shows up for no real reason because I guess Javert was so much of a fucking idiot and Takeru couldn't be fucking bothered to keep helping. The whole thing is that like the copy Kanons have been convinced that Makoto is waiting for them somewhere, which is all a scheme by the Neo-Dantonists to get them to learn again with the whole merging thing. Kanon shows up, and for absolutely no reason, she has a ghost driver and has her own icon, and she turns into Spectre, a different Spectre that is colored white and pink, by the way, and looks like fucking dog shit.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because it seems like they just did like a color inversion thing, because instead of being like black and blue, where like the Bane suit is black and it has the blue accents like Spectre, it's a full white suit with like a hot pink accent.
It should have been reversed.
No, you're right. It looks so fucking bad. It is bad. So she gets her own form, does really nothing. Makoto shows up, and they defeat all the Neo-Dantonists. and they just run off with the Kanon clones, and Kanon, I guess Makoto fucks the Kanon clones because he does the all the Kanon thing joke that was fucking weird and creepy in the show. Both Saber and Blades get Legend Rider power-ups that don't matter and look like shit. And then this is the most confusing part, because at the very end, it gets tied into fucking Outsiders.
It does?
Because it's revealed that the mysterious leader of the Neo-Dantonists at the end was Hiromu Takahashi from Outsiders. So I guess the entire fucking time that Foundation X was just funding literal ghosts from another dimension for some reason. You know what? I remember back when Ghost was airing. Because at that point, the last time we had seen Foundation X was during fucking Forze. And everybody was like, man, it really does suck that we don't get Foundation X anymore. They had a really good thing going. I wish Foundation X kept showing back and being a real thing, other than just keep bringing fucking Shocker back every special. And then now we're getting that with Outsiders. And Outsiders makes absolutely no goddamn sense whatsoever. And everybody fucking loves it. It is literally everything everybody wanted of having Foundation X involved with everything. And it's so fucking good.
Well,
it is a rare case where the monkey paw curled in and actually gave us what we wanted. So with that, we are officially done
with
Ghost until something else comes up, which I sure fucking hope doesn't happen. I mean, I don't know what the fuck is going to happen next in Outsiders, but for all I fucking know, it could. It could still happen.
Shinishime's trying to have a career. He's not coming back.
Well, dude, they haven't brought back anybody relevant in fucking Outsiders, and they're still managing.
That's true.
Dude, they fucking made the big new original, like, big bad Kamen Rider of Outsiders. They made that fucking Zeronos. It's just a different Zeronos running around as the big
He's
bad.
right.
I'm not even joking. I'm not. It is literally an evil copy of Yuno Sakurai is the big bad of Outsiders. I'm not even exaggerating.
So Jay, before we give our final thoughts, would you like to tear into that tweet?
I mean, that kind of ties into final thoughts. It's like,
I shall give it first to you.
I think we have fucking gone over it. I think literally the only thing we haven't gone over about Ghost is the fandom. Just both, like, fucking, I don't know what it is about Ghost fans, but they are fucking insane. They must, like, I'm sorry you all fucking Mandela affected from another dimension where Ghost is good, but, like, what are you people smoking? There are so many people, like, look, if you like Ghost, more power to you. You found something to enjoy in this show. But, like, every single person I ever see talk about enjoying Ghost or defend Ghost comes up with the most asinine mental gymnastics to defend it. It's ridiculous. It's some of the most absolutely asinine shit imaginable. Where it's like, oh, well, you just don't understand Ghost. You don't get where they were going for. You don't really, you don't understand the real meaning behind things. Like this was a recent tweeter, and this is not an original opinion. I've seen this come up so many times. Like, somebody said a couple of weeks ago, like, oh, you just hate Ghost because you don't understand Buddhism. Ghost is actually really deeply rooted in Buddhist mythology and, like, spirituality, and that's why where Taku's character comes from and the way it relates to the plot. And, dumb, ignorant Westerners just don't understand it, and that's why they think Ghost is bad and boring. Like, okay, motherfucker, no, I understand Buddhism. I understand the spirituality, and I understand the intonations with the themes and the way it relates to Buddhist ideology. That doesn't mean it doesn't suck. Like, that is like always been a big cope. Not just with Ghost, but like with a lot of shows. Like, oh well, you just don't understand like the themes and everything. Like, no, motherfucker, I understand it. That doesn't mean it's done good. I understand a lot of the themes of the show. I understand what they're going for with Takeru's character. Like, we didn't even talk about the whole thing where like he gets all the icons, wishes Kanan back, and then he just gives up for a fucking month and lets his time run out. Like, we didn't even talk about that. Like, oh, I understand that. I understand what they were going for. That doesn't mean it's not fucking dumb. Like, I understand Buddhism. I understand the spirituality. I understand the themes of the tenets of the the religion and the movement, the way they associate the Ghost's overall themes, the way it relates to Takeru's arc as a character. And I understand all that. And I see what they're doing, and I can also say that the show is a fucking travesty, that Takeru is a dumb, boring idiot who is the most bipolar, insufferable fucking piece of garbage I have ever watched. That even if you use that excuse of Buddhism, that doesn't really associate with the rest of the fucking cast and all of their gigantic fucking problems. It doesn't excuse any of the glaring plot holes, the absolutely asinine, no thrills, no surprise plots that happen, the absolutely dull as fuck fight scenes. We didn't even talk about any of the fight scenes or the music yet. We didn't, like, and all of that, like, the fucking glaring, numerous, on a base level production issues this show has. You can understand and appreciate all the themes all you want, but the show having themes doesn't mean that the show is good. Anything can have a fucking theme. That doesn't mean the theme is done well. You can understand what it's going for and still say it sucks. For fuck's sake. It's one thing if you want to say you like this show. Good. I'm glad you do. I think you're a fucking moron, or you're clearly, there's something wrong with you if you enjoy something out of this show. But you know what? Good for you that you enjoy it. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. That doesn't mean other people are wrong for pointing out the many, many, many flaws of this show. Even if you have a valid excuse, even if you're not sitting there coming up with purely subjective personal reasons why you like the show, you can come up with the dumbest fucking reason, whatever, that you want to say that you like the show or why the show is good. Whether you're valid or not about it, doesn't matter. Doesn't change the fact that the show is fucking bad and other people think it's bad. They're not wrong for not liking it. You just can't fucking accept that other people don't like your thing. And this is not a unique thing to Ghost. This is common with a lot of things. And we've talked about this before with like modern fandom and everything. But Ghost has always been, like, from fucking day one, Ghost has been like this. And I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. I don't know what the fuck is about this show that makes people so fucking frothing at the mouth defending it. It is infuriating the way these people act. Because, again, it's never just, oh, I like this show. You know, it's always, you're being too harsh to the show. The show is actually good. Here's why. It's always some fucking cope about how the show is actually secretly good and people are just mean or bigots or whatever the fucking goddamn stupid motherfucking shit fucking goddamn buzzword you want to fucking use. Fuck you. This show sucks. Why did we do this again? Why am I doing this? Why are we here?
Because we're masochistic sadists.
Well, okay, you're right about that.
I will give it to Phil, and then I'll go last.
All right.
So, Phil.
Oh, that wasn't even my last thoughts. I was just fucking going off. I'll save my last thoughts for last, because you know what? I'm gonna need a fucking break for my throat.
No, go for it. Go for it.
No. You guys go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna veto you. You're going in.
All right. Sure. Look, as has been said multiple times, Ghost is not a good show. On a purely objective level of analysis, on a production level, Ghost is a badly made show.
Ghost is deeply flawed on numerous levels. It has gigantic, glaring flaws to its plot, to its characters, to its soundtrack, which is fucking infuriating, by the way. Its fight scenes and choreography are dull and insipid. Every single fucking fight is the exact goddamn same slap fight, or beam spam, or I'm just gonna run in and hit him with my sword, and that is every single fucking fight for 50 fucking episodes. The inherent gimmick of being a ghost and the spiritual and mystical elements are used maybe twice, 3 times tops in the show, and they never fucking matter or come back. It is, on a pure and base level, a bad show. Every single moment I have looking at Ghost, thinking about Ghost, makes me fucking infuriated. I have wasted so much time watching this shit. Watching this shit again, mind you. I don't know what the fuck. Like, man, could you I hated the show from like episode 3. I know most people did. A lot of people have fucking hated the show from like the start. This show started bad and went downhill. Could you imagine being the fucking insane masochistic bastard who kept watching the show after like episode 3 on a weekly basis when it was still airing and still continued to watch the show from like beginning to end? You know, could you imagine that, AJ? Could you imagine being one of those guys who watched every single episode of Ghost as it was airing? Haha, you know, could you imagine that? Right, huh? Yeah. But no. Ghost is a travesty. Ghost is the biggest black mark on Kamen Rider as a franchise. It is, for whatever reason, the most contentious entry of the franchise too. And I don't really understand why. Like, at least with Saber, there are elements where I can see people defending. There are elements where I can see the shows, but Ghost is a fucking nightmare at all. Like, that is the best way to describe it. It is a fucking nightmare. It is like being haunted. Ghost is like a particularly nasty fucking spirit is in your house and will not leave. There is not a single redemptive element, because that's the worst part too, is that there are moments in Ghost where it is almost becoming enjoyable. There are enjoyable moments. There are parts of Ghost where I can see what they were trying to do, and with a slight little bit of tweaking, I enjoy it. Like, I could enjoy things in Ghost. I can see that there are merits in Ghost. That's the worst part too, is that I see not a good show, but a decent show buried underneath the mountain of fucking absolute goddamned irredeemable fucking garbage in this show. It is just an absolute unredeemable travesty. I don't know what in the fuck they were thinking about any decision in the show. I don't know why the fuck Maury still has a career after this, but somehow he does. And I just can't even think about this show anymore. I am done. There is absolutely no reason for you to watch Ghost. Even Saber, even Wizard, I would say you should watch. Wizard is fucking boring. Wizard is like watching paint dry as a show. But at least I'd say you should watch Wizard. I'd even say watch Saber. There is no reason at all whatso fucking ever to watch Ghost. And you know what? After all that, it does have a special place to me, because, I mean, it was the very, very first show, the very first episode of this show, this podcast, which I joined. It's been very well known. I didn't necessarily start with this show, but I came in early enough into Ghost, or into the podcast, rather. I started with Ghost. I think I've told this story a couple of times before, but going through Ghost, I was so absolutely fucking infuriated watching the show week to week to week. And some of my friends at the time were of the same boat. And we were so fucking infuriated that we had decided we were going to actually get together after Ghost ended, do a podcast, and tear into Ghost. And by pure coincidence, that's where I happened to meet AJ. We happened to meet AJ. We had known him before then, but I digress. That is where we found AJ, and by coincidence, he had his own podcast at the time, this glorious podcast that we're on now, and he was already planning on doing an episode on Ghost. So I came on and came on as a guest, and that was my very first episode of the show, and I've been here ever since. And it's hard to say this, but I say this will be my last episode. Life has become very difficult. I know this is hard to say. It's very emotional for me, but this will be the final time. I can't really go into detail yet. It's private reasons, but this is going to be the final appearance of mine on the show, and I felt like this was a good point to end my career on the Toku Podcastu.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was good. I can't believe I got through that whole thing without laughing.
You
shit.
son of a bitch! You made me sad!
Phil,
Oh, God, I
Phil,
fucking
Phil.
got you guys.
Phil,
I wish I could have seen
Phil.
your faces going through all that. Holy shit.
Phil.
Yes.
You really think this motherfucker would have done that on recording?
Probably.
Well, you know what? Just for that, it's your turn, Phil.
All right, good, because I just got power back.
Look, guys, I can never top that. There is no fucking way I'll ever be able to top that. That is the funniest fucking thing I will ever do.
Phil got good.
I knew, AJ, I knew you were gonna call me. I knew at some point you were gonna fucking call me on that. I was hoping I'd get through this whole thing without you calling me on that. But I got through that whole fucking bit. I'm not even joking. I thought of this bit like a fucking month ago, and I have been giggling like a fucking madman for weeks now, just waiting until we record so I can fucking do this and just hear you guys fucking react when I fucking...
And then it's all cut.
Oh, man. Oh, fuck. Oh, that is...
Man, I'm so glad. I'm legitimately glad YouTube does not limit upload length anymore.
Right?
So, Phil, your final thoughts, and then I can go and we can finally wrap it up because I gotta go to bed.
I gotta eat.
Too.
All right. So this show was very bad.
Time's up.
It was very. This show was very bad. The characters, they sucked. The plot, it sucked. The suits were all right. The fight choreography, eh. The music, eh. What else can I say? That's it. Jay summed it up. Whatever Jay said, he summed it up very well.
But Phil, is this show comfy?
No, it's not comfy.
We can't get into that tonight, unfortunately.
You know what? No, we've gone on too long. I wanted to go into that tonight, but
you know what? We will keep it for the new show that we want to do.
We can make that part of the Crunky Cast too.
Exactly. So, well, as Phil has already said, now here are my final thoughts. This show sucks ass. It's terrible. I fucking hate it. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna fucking say about it? Like, honest to God, what did you think I was going to come in here and say? Oh, actually, Jay, watching it again after all these years, I think Ghost is actually pretty watchable. I think I misunderstood. No! It's shit. It's terrible. I fucking hate it. I'm not going to go on this big fucking rant about how much of a fucking blight it is on Tokusatsu or how bad it made the Kamen Rider name. Because you've already heard that in every tongue by now by anybody who has more than fun fucking synapse in their fucking brain. I'm just here to tell you that this show sucked then, It sucks now. It's going to suck in 20 fucking years. It's going to suck when I die. It's going to suck when you die. It's going to suck when everybody on this goddamn planet dies. When the goddamn sun eventually sucks us all up into a goddamn vortex. And even at all that, when entropy finally takes this entire goddamn multiverse, omniverse, megaverse, xenoverse, whatever, once it finally takes all that into fucking consideration and puts it into a fucking cube and blows it all up, this show will still suck forever. The characters suck, the writing sucks, the action sucks, the cinematography sucks, the production value is all over the fucking place. These suits, for the most part, are all shit and terrible. For fuck's sake, who thought putting highlighter yellow on deep crimson red was a good fucking idea? But all of this shit was fucking terrible. And you know what? Alain's stuff, as we've already mentioned, was fantastic, was very good. It's too bad that that little pickle, that really nice kosher pickle, is shoved so far deep into a shit sandwich, you might as well not even know it's there, because the taste of shit all over it, all around it, is just going to completely overshadow anything good that this show has. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I don't give a shit if it's, oh, is that my themes? I don't give two tarts of a fuck. This show is a travesty. This show is a national travesty. It's a multinational travesty. It's a planetary, galaxy, universal travesty that nobody should be able to watch. I hope when those fucking aliens come down and finally probe my asshole all the way to my fucking cerebral cortex, they see at least one bit of information, and that's to stay away from this asinine bullshit waste of fucking time of a TV show. I spent 50 fucking episodes. That is 25 goddamn hours. Plus 2 more hours with the fucking Spectre V Cinema and the 100 Icons movies. That is 26 hours of my life that I will never get back. I could have been outstairs. I could have been with my wife. I could have been with my dog. I could have been with my family. I could have been outside working on a lawn somewhere. I would much rather be sounding myself with a fucking manhole cover than ever watch this show again. This show is shit. So I am very happy that Jay went into a very big introspective final thoughts, because I can finally just say fuck it, because I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to just let it loose and tell you how it fucking is. This show sucks, and if you like it, you're an idiot. I don't give a fuck if Ghost made you put the fork down for 5 minutes, or if you think for some fucking reason this show is some goddamn godsend to the idea of Buddhism. This show sucks. It will forever suck, and everybody a part of it, everybody, from the writers to the actors to even the goddamn caterers, should be fucking ashamed of it. I am not going to apologize for saying that. And you know what? I'm not going to hate, legitimately, I don't hate these actors. I don't hate them on a personal level. Shun Nishime, I love you, brother. I think what you're doing right now is fantastic, and I think you trying to climb out of this fucking gunk claw by claw, bit by bit, is great, and I support you every step of the way. And if I knew where you were, I would buy you a fucking beer. But with that being said, this show is still shit. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. It was shit then, it was shit now, and it will be shit till the end of the fucking universe. Fuck this show. Fuck you. Happy 200 episodes. I'm fucking done. And I will never, ever, I don't give a shit if there's like a fucking 10-year anniversary. You can go fuck yourself, because I'm not going to watch it. I will put a fucking ban on watching that. Fuck you. I will never, ever, 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 ever watch this show or anything related to it ever again. Because that is how fucking awful this show is. It's not that's the thing. This is not a fucking insult to the genre of, this is not an insult to the series of Kamen Rider. This is not an insult to Ultraman or Sentai or Garo. It's an insult to Tokusatsu all the way back to the fucking King Kong Japanese made movie in the 30s, to Gojira, to Ultraman 66, all the way over here. It's a fucking travesty. I'm pretty sure I would rather watch Kabutak than ever watch this show again. And I will fucking be quoted on that. If I get Kabutak, I will happily watch that on a 70-inch screen with extra buttered popcorn, because there's nothing on this planet that is as bad as watching this and 3 fucking specials in a movie ever. nothing will ever be as bad as this ever again. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. And you know what time it is? Because I'm going to say it. It's time for the fucking wheel. And I already spun it, so there ain't no way I'm stopping now.
Well,
Don't we have Gotchard next?
Nope.
we don't have time for that.
There ain't
Unfortunately,
no
we also
Gotchard
don't
anymore.
have time for our retrospective on the actors, because I didn't want to do that, because it has been 10 years, and kind of talk about where everybody's been, but...
At this point, you might as well just, like, do it on, like, do, like, your own video on it.
Nah. I mean, it's not, like, quite that interesting. I just kind of want to have it as a nice little, like, end card to our show.
Why'd you spin the
before we
wheel?
go.
We
But
got Gotchard next.
whatever.
No, Gotchard's in there.
Yeah, it is.
We have,
I said it
Phil,
wasn't.
I don't fucking have time to catch up to Gotchard, okay?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, okay. I don't have anything important
I
going
need
on
to
in the
see
next
my
week,
lac-
you know?
I
I'm
need
not-
to see my
I don't have to
lachesis.
literally pick up my entire goddamn house and move somewhere else. Yeah, sure.
I need to see Lachesis.
Yeah. Well,
You-
okay,
you
we
can
have
have your half Irish waifu later, okay?
we can have we have an
That's
option
me.
here.
That's your half Irish waifu.
You're not
okay?
my wife.
we have an option here. I can either do what the wheel gave me, or we did what our plan was to begin with, and do the second season of Dino Charge.
The box.
The box.
The
The
box.
box.
The box.
The box.
Are you fucking sure, Jay?
I don't want to fucking watch more Power
I don't want to watch
Rangers. Fucking
Dino
damn it.
Fury. I don't want to watch Dino Fury.
I am going to
I'm
fucking
dude, I'm really
I don't
being
wanna
honest
watch
with you.
Dino
Are you
Fury.
sure?
AJ, no,
Oh,
Phil,
fuck,
shut
dude.
up,
Oh,
Phil,
fuck.
AJ, shut up, Phil, Phil, shut up again, Phil, shut up, shut up, Phil, AJ, shut up. Listen, I swear to God,
Oh, bud.
if we do Dino Charge, I am gonna fucking shoot myself. I am literally not allowed to own a gun. I am gonna go fucking get a gun and shoot myself if I have
don't
to
you
do
mean-
more fucking Power
don't you mean
Rangers
Dino
in the
Fury?
next goddamn year and a half. Phil, shut up. No, I will go. And you can fucking, the FBI can quote me on this. I am gonna
Jesus.
go to the fucking hardware store, build a goddamn fucking gun, and go on a goddamn fucking killing spree if I have to watch more fucking Power Rangers.
Oh, dude,
I
that's
don't
electric to
fucking
come up then.
care what, unless it's fucking Kabutek, I don't fucking care what the wheel gave me. Even if it's fucking, you know what? If it's fucking Kabutek or more Power Rangers, I'm gonna fucking kill myself anyways. But anything, literally fucking anything is better than watching the next season of fucking Dino Charge. I don't fucking care. So AJ, you've spun your fucking goddamn stupid shit fucking motherfucking wheel. What's our goddamn poison?
What is the poison? Because we're not doing Gotchard anymore.
We'll do Gotchard later. First, we're gonna do whatever the fucking wheel gave us.
You sure about that?
Yes! Give it to me, you fuck!
I don't know. I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know what
I
it
need
is.
to take a fucking shower, alright? I'm tired.
I don't wanna know
I've
what it
screamed
is.
for literally 5.5 hours.
I don't
want
want to know what it is.
I
All
want to
right.
know what it is.
All right, you fucking said it. You fucking said
No.
it. I'm not the fucking one who did this. I'm not the one who said this. I'm not the one who made you fucking do this. It's your fucking fault. Because fuck you, motherfucker. You want pain?
Oh, no.
You want hardships?
no.
Here you fucking go. Fuck you both.
We
We
that was
could
a
have just
lose-
done.
AJ, there was no win. That was a no. That was our fucking Kobayashi Maru. There was no winning in that situation.
There was no winning, but at least I gave you an option.
No, you didn't really give us an option.
I
Because
did.
it was the same fucking thing no matter what.
Oh.
What? Why didn't you just spit? Why?
Why
even,
did I what, motherfucker?
Why even give us the fucking option? You dick.
Because I wanted to see if you would make the right choice.
There was no right choice. It was either die or die.
Well, what could be worse?
Any fucking Dino Charge could be worse. Or no, what was it? Dino Fury or whatever.
I
the
gave
fuck
you
it
the
was?
option to do Dino
No,
Fury.
you said Dino
No, that
Charge.
would be worse. That I would literally rather fucking watch this than fucking Dino Fury. It's shit, but at least it's not even worse shit.
This is gonna be like a 10-episode fucking season because there's so many you can fucking skip.
Literally, I've already seen Go-Sager and Go-Kaiger. I know what's important. None of that's in the fucking show. So you know what? Let's just fucking get over with this shit. It's gonna be like 3 episodes I gotta fucking watch.
My mom just
Well,
texted me.
it's
asking
30
if I was
episodes
okay.
plus Super Mega Force.
What do you mean 30 episodes? It was 20.
It was 20.
Plus Super Mega Force?
Yeah, 20 and 20.
We're not watching all
Oh, so it's
both.
40.
We're not watching both.
Yes, we are.
Oh, no.
It says
no,
right
there.
no, 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 no,
We
no,
gotta
no,
do both.
No.
We gotta do both, Phil.
This is
Don't forget, you're here forever.
this is your fault, Jay. We could have done Gotchard, but
It is,
no.
you know what? It is my fault, but at least I am the master of my own destiny.
We could have done Gotchard, but no. We
What?
could.
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. The mysterious specter that has showed up in the chat is right. Let's just fucking do Cocker Ranger. Fuck it.
Why?
The anniversary just came out. We can do that at the same time. Bam.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Do you want to piss the wheel off?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Are
Fuck
you-
the wheel.
Okay.
I don't
No,
care.
no. If you piss the wheel off,
I know what
Kabutak
pissing the
is
wheel
on
off
there.
will get us, AJ. But you know what? You know what, AJ?
What?
We just fucking finished Ghost. There is nothing worse that we can get. Unless we fucking get Kabutak next time, there is no lower
You are
low.
tempting fate, something harsh.
I know I'm tempting fate. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm feeling lucky, motherfucker. I've had a shit year. I've had a shit last couple of months. I'm fucking done with goddamn Ghost. So you know what? Let's roll the fucking dice, motherfucker. Let's just skip it, do Cocker Ranger, and do the anniversary, and we can deal with fucking Kabutak later. How's about that? How's about that sound? How's that feel, evil dark spirit of the wheel? Huh? How's that sound?
Dude,
I'm waiting
the
for him to
wheel-
respond.
She is gonna piss. She is so pissed.
What do you mean she? Don't misgender the wheel.
The wheel's a woman.
I guess.
Hell
I'm pretty
hath
sure
no
Kabutak
scorn.
was like 98, 99. It was a couple
I don't
years
know.
after.
Well, look, Cocker Ranger is 53 episodes, which means I'm only watching 25, because I'm pretty sure that's all that matters.
We're watching Cocker Ranger instead.
I guess so, because Jay really wants to piss the wheel off.
Yeah, fuck it.
I don't have time. I
Fuck
don't have
it.
time for Cocker Ranger.
I'm
We're not
the
watching
fucking
it all in
master
2
of my
weeks,
own
Phil.
destiny, goddammit.
I'm over.
Phil, we're not watching it all in 2
AJ,
weeks. We
I
have
have it on
time,
DVD.
especially after we're just about to release a 5-hour fucking podcast. Trust me,
A
we
nearly
bought ourselves some
5.5
time.
hour
I
episode.
have. I'm already watching Abba Ranger on my DVD player.
Too fucking
You can just do it at the same time.
I don't.
Put one on your fucking computer, put the other on your DVD, put them next to each other, watch it at the same time. Bam! It is 2024, Phil. Innovate, you
I
motherfucker!
want to use the DVDs, you jackass! You jackass!
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Oh, Chad, don't even. You're gonna be in on this.
What are you talking about, Chad? Chad's not here. You're talking to the specter of the wheel.
Yeah, you know what? Let's review Gaim again.
What?
Backwards
We just
and in
redid-
German.
Why would we do Gaim again? We just did it. That doesn't make any sense.
No, we'll do all the V cinemas for XA too.
Oh yeah, like, we'll finally do the Summer of Xade fucking 7 years after we were gonna do it. Yeah.
Man, fuck you. We just did the Summer of Ghost, and I didn't want to do
Yeah,
that.
literally, it took the whole
No,
summer for us
you,
to watch
yes,
Ghost.
you did. You're the one who said we were doing Ghost for 200. You fucking asshole.
I didn't think it was gonna be 5.5 hours long.
What do you? We were doing everything at once. What do you think?
This is what I deal with, people.
Well, you know what? Next year, for the fucking 10th, we're doing every single fucking rider that's ever existed ranked into one. And I hope you're fucking ready, Jay, because Gav is gonna have at least 70.
Oh, I know. I'm sure it's gonna have a bunch of fucking writers.
Oh no, Chad, they're going all in there.
Oh no.
We're going all in.
We're doing all of them. We're doing every single fucking Oni writer again too. I hope you enjoyed
We're doing
Kamen Rider
Dinky, Binky, and
Akatsuki.
Stinky.
Stinky.
He's
Kamen Rider Droopy.
Kamen Rider Bugs. Well, there you have it. It's been 5 and something hours. I don't care.
My mom thinks I'm murdering somebody.
You should just
It wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time for me.
So, with that being said, thank you for listening. If you got to this part, type schmoopy, and that's how I know you got this far.
Yes.
Yes, please.
If
you've
you
gone
type
this far-
Schmoopy in the comments, we will
We'll heart your comment.
yeah, I guess that's all we can really do, I suppose.
I was originally going to make this a video podcast, like putting actual visuals, but fuck y'all, I'm not doing
Yes,
that now.
you are.
You can lick my asshole.
Listen,
Ew,
he
I'm
still
not
hasn't
listening.
finished the fucking Japan World
Yeah,
Heroes
he
tribute.
still
Don't give him
hasn't.
more editing work to do.
Dude, look, the only thing I can say about the Japan World Heroes videos is that that's literally at least 14, 16 gigs each. Well, with that being said, again, I guess thanks for watching 200 fucking episodes of this.
Thank you.
Why did you do that? We're never doing Ghost again, so bite me if you ask us.
We'll see you next time for Kaku Ranger, because we're doing Kaku Ranger now. Fuck you, fuck the wheel. I don't care. I am god of my own domain. I reject your reality and substitute
How about
my
this?
No, just watch. We're gonna come in here and you're gonna start talking about Cock Ranger. I'm like, Super Mega Force.
own. Oh, what, we're gonna do the Precure episode again? That'd be good.
Oh, that would be so based.
Actually, that's what we should do for Super Mega Force is we should just like fucking put that up as a like literally nothing tangent instead.
I mean, that's basically just the Crunky Cast.
Basically. Yeah, we should basically just do another Crunky Cast April Fools as Mega Force.
Yeah, we'll do that next week.
Works for me.
All right.
I'm.
That's it. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.